Satoshi Osako, a 40-year-old top player in the VR RPG Sword and Sorcery 7, was legendary under the name Zealous Merlin, the Great Sage. One day, he led the strongest party in the game to challenge the final boss. They were just a hair's breadth away from finishing it off. But the boss pulled a suicide move, roaring that it was taking everyone down with it. The final explosion killed Satoshi, ending his life right as his journey reached its peak. Or it would have, if he hadn't woken up in a completely different world. Zealous found a message from a goddess, saying she'd reconstructed all his gear and items. He wasn't thrilled. At his age, he just wanted a quiet life without any trouble. That didn't last long. He stumbled onto a group of bandits attacking a noble carriage. The Great Sage told him to get lost and waved a hand, effortlessly clearing the road. The thugs fled in terror, screaming about demons. Zealous decided to escort the nobles to town since he was headed that way anyway. That's where he met Celestina, the daughter of a noble family. They traveled together toward the Grand Duchy of Solstia. At the mansion, he was offered a proper meal and nearly moved to tears. He'd been surviving on garbage for so long that real food felt like a miracle. Creston Van Solstia watched him eat, wondering what kind of rough life he'd been living. Zealous casually mentioned he'd been eating wyvern meat because he kept getting lost in the forest. The Duke nearly choked. Wyverns are considered sky demons. The elite sorcerer just shrugged it off as ordinary lizards, making Creston realize this guy's common sense was non-existent. Meanwhile, Tina peeked from around the corner. He eventually asked if the girl was also a magic user. The old man admitted that despite her noble blood, she wasn't capable of casting magic. Zealous found it hard to believe, since everyone usually has some spark of mana. But the Duke insisted they tried everything to find a cause. He asked the sage to take a look. Zealous noticed her mana was a bit low, but nothing that should stop her from casting. He started wondering if the problem was actually with the technique she was being taught. Celestina was shocked at the suggestion that her study book might be the problem. Zealous grabbed the book to see what it was teaching her. He was immediately disgusted. The flaws in the magic circles looked like they were put there on purpose. It was just ugly work. He told them bluntly that the material was awful, leaving the two nobles stunned. He explained that the spells were designed to be incredibly inefficient, requiring way more mana than necessary for basic results. Basically, it was a terrible way to train a sorcerer because it relied entirely on raw force instead of skill. Creston realized this wasn't an ordinary man if he could spot those flaws instantly. Tina begged him to make the magic easier to use. She was desperate to cast spells, no matter what it took. Seeing her resolve, the teacher agreed to give it a try. He started stripping away all the useless junk from the spell circle right then and there. Within seconds, he had an optimized version ready. Tina was flabbergasted by how fast he worked. He explained that he'd reduced the mana requirement and added a way to supplement it with an external source. He told her that if she mastered this, she could even cast without chanting. The girl promised to do her absolute best. She focused her mind and called out the spell Torch. A small flame flickered into existence on her finger. She was overjoyed that she finally succeeded, even if Zealous thought it was just a tiny candle flame. She couldn't believe the day had finally come where she could use magic. She ran off to show her maid, but since the flame wasn't stable, it sputtered out as soon as she stopped feeding it mana. The mentor warned her that maintaining the magic is the hard part, so she had to stay focused. The Duke started tearing up, explaining that Tina wasn't a legitimate child. She was his son's daughter with a servant. Because of her birth and her struggle with magic, she'd been shunned and lonely her whole life. Seeing her reward for all that effort meant the world to him. He suddenly asked if Zealous would stay for the next 2 months to be her tutor. The sage was caught completely off guard by the job offer. Zealous was taken aback when Tina called him Professor, but she insisted that anyone who taught her magic deserved the title. She was beaming, telling him that thanks to his help, she could finally move forward. She begged him to keep teaching her more. The sage gave in with a tired smile, realizing he wasn't going to win this argument. Creston was thrilled and suggested they start the lessons immediately in the family's private forest. Zealous was impressed by just how much land these nobles actually owned. Once they got to the forest, he complimented Tina on being a fast learner. She was surprised he thought she had a knack for it. He decided to turn the training into a competition. Would he finish optimizing her entire book first, or would she run out of magic? She accepted the challenge with a competitive spark. Suddenly, a loud snapping sound echoed through the trees, making them both jump. Something big was nearby. A level 15 blood bear burst out of the brush, roaring and ready to kill. The guards shouted for everyone to run. While the Duke wondered how it got past the walls, Zealous calmly cast steel shackles, binding the beast instantly with heavy chains. With the bear pinned, the mentor asked his student if she remembered the attack magic he'd just shown her. He told her to fire at the bear, promising she'd get a huge level boost. Tina was panicked, saying her maximum limit was only 3 casts. He simply told her that'd be plenty and cast Tenma's Blessing on her, surrounding the girl in a powerful aura. He explained it was an original enhancement spell of his that would boost her magic power for a short time. He told her not to hold back. Tina took a deep breath and agreed to give it a shot. She focused on the snarling bear in front of her. She chanted the incantation, calling for crimson flames to burn her enemies. A massive fireball slammed into the blood bear with a violent boom. It was way more powerful than anything she'd ever done before. Zealous cheered from the sidelines, telling her to finish it off with her other spell. She was dizzy from mana surge, but managed to nod. She unleashed an air cutter, sending a jagged blade of wind straight at the monster. The wind blade sliced clean through the bear, ending the fight in a single strike. Even she was shocked by the sheer destruction she'd caused. Zealous caught her as she wobbled, checking to see if she was okay after such a big mana dump. He told her she'd jumped all the way to level 11, which was a huge leap. Tina was in total disbelief that she'd actually defeated a monster with her own magic. She was still reeling from the realization that that kind of power was hers now. The sage gave her a reassuring pat on the head. The Duke was over the moon, but their celebration was cut short by a bone-chilling roar that shook the entire forest. Everyone froze as they felt the sudden wave of bloodlust. Something even more dangerous was coming. A massive wyvern dropped out of the sky, its wings casting a huge shadow over them. It looked absolutely furious. The creature slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, sending a shockwave through the clearing. Tina screamed in terror. Zealous immediately recognized it. This was likely a survivor from the group he'd hunted earlier for dinner. It was back for revenge. He sighed, complaining about how being popular is a real pain. The dragon didn't seem interested in the conversation, just in tearing him apart. The beast lunged with its massive claws, but the sage vanished in a blur of motion. Tina could only watch in awe as he took to the skies. He cast Shadow Raven's wings, black feathers and magic circles erupting around him as he hovered effortlessly above the dragon. He didn't waste any time, bombarding the wyvern with black lightning bullets from every angle. Each hit landed with a heavy bam. The creature shrieked in pain as the lightning tore through its scales. Zealous just told it to calm down, like he was dealing with a naughty pet. The dragon plummeted to the ground, its head slamming into the dirt with a final thump. It was completely incapacitated. It tried to let out one last defiant roar, but it was clear the fight was already over. The monster was just too outmatched. The wyvern tried to snap at him one last time, but its effort was pathetic. Zealous landed right in front of its jaws without a hint of fear. He told the beast he hated stubborn things, and drew his blade in one smooth motion. The metal glinted with a sharp ching. In a single, blinding slash, he decapitated the dragon. The sheer force of the blow was so extreme that it looked more like he'd punched the head off. The great sage stood over the remains, looking as bored as if he'd just swatted a fly. The guards and the Duke were left speechless. The Duke was sweating, realizing this wasn't the strength of a mere sorcerer. This guy was something else entirely. Even the trained soldiers were shaking. Tina could only stare, wondering how it was possible for a single person to be this strong. She'd never seen anything like it in her life. She excitedly asked what his level was, figuring he had to be at the world peak of 500. Zealous just gave a vague answer, wondering if he'd accidentally overdone it. The reality was far more insane. A peek at his status screen revealed he was level 1879, with god-level skills in everything from sorcery to dairy farming. He was operating on a completely different scale. Zealous looked around the massive guest room he'd been given. It was way too fancy for a guy who used to live in a studio apartment. The butler, Dandis, introduced himself and told Zealous not to hesitate to ask for anything. The sage was already feeling like this whole situation was becoming a massive hassle. Dandis mentioned that dinner would be served soon, but first, he offered Zealous a bath. The idea of a hot soak after all that trouble sounded like heaven. The butler led him to the baths, providing fresh towels and encouraging him to wash away the day's fatigue. Zealous was practically drooling at the thought. He stripped down and headed into the steam, thinking about how long it had been since he could really relax and enjoy a proper bath. But as he stepped inside, he realized he wasn't alone. Tina was already in the water, and she definitely wasn't expecting company. The poor girl turned as red as a tomato, her eyes spinning as she let out a blood-curdling scream of "Professor." Zealous was frozen in shock, his brain short-circuiting as the steam hissed around them. This was definitely not the relaxing soak he had in mind. Out in the hall, Dandis and the other servants heard the commotion. It turned out the butler had completely forgotten the bath was already occupied by Lady Celestina. To understand how a middle-aged gamer ended up in this awkward situation, we have to go back. Satoshi Osako was a top-tier player in the VR RPG Sword and Sorcery 7, before a fatal accident took his life. Thanks to a goddess, he was reincarnated into this new world while keeping all his insane stats. Along the way, he saved some nobles from bandits. That's how he met Celestina, a young sorcerer in training who desperately needed help, leading to the Duke hiring him as her personal tutor. Back in the present at the Saltia residence, the atmosphere in Tina's room was tense, to say the least. The girl was still beet red, burying her face in her hands while her maid, Miska, tried to calm her down. The bath incident was clearly not going to be forgotten anytime soon. Tina was dying of embarrassment, convinced she could never look her new professor in the face again after what happened the day before. There was a knock at the door. It was Zealous. Miska told her to stay calm and act natural, but the girl was already a shaking mess. Zealous poked his head in, looking a bit awkward himself, and asked if it was a good time to start their magic lesson. Tina stammered out a yes through her hands. They decided to head to the courtyard where there was more room for spell casting, though the girl was so flustered she almost walked into a wall. Once outside, the sage cleared his throat and tried to get things on track. Today's lesson was going to be about the fundamentals, magic runes. He could practically see the steam coming off Tina's head. The awkwardness was so thick you could cut with a knife. He asked if she was okay, and she shouted in, "I'm absolutely fine," so loud it startled birds. She was clearly overcompensating. Zealous decided to just push through it. He explained that magic is built from a set of 56 letters and 10 numbers, showing her the torch spell as an example. He conjured a complex magic circle, demonstrating how the runes work together like a circuit to manifest a simple flame. He told her that learning to read these runes was the key to everything. Tina looked at her textbook, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. As he broke down the components of the torch spell, showing how it pulled an external mana, the girl's eyes widened with genuine interest. He explained the technical parts, like how the spell even regulated the surrounding air to keep the flame stable. Zealous praised the ancient sorcerers who developed these systems, emphasizing that magic was built with functional priority in mind. Tina was fascinated. She asked if brand new spells could be created just by rearranging this alphabet. Zealous confirmed it, though he admitted numbers were used most of the time. She leaned in close, her curiosity finally winning over her embarrassment. She desperately wanted to see what a master's magic actually looked like. Zealous looked at those sparkling eyes and sighed. Having a student this curious was a double-edged sword. It was great for learning, but bad for keeping secrets. He decided it was time for a safety lesson. Before she got too excited, she needed to understand just how dangerous high-level magic could be. He explained that while magic can be art, it is also a terrifying tool for destruction that has claimed countless lives. He started to chant, and the ground began to rumble. Tina looked up in shock as a massive, intricate magic circle formed in the sky above them. Multiple layers of circles stacked on top of each other, crackling with dark energy. This wasn't a torch spell, this was something from another league entirely. Zealous calmly introduced his greatest magic, Judgment of Darkness. It was a top-tier annihilation spell he'd created just for fun. He warned her that if he actually cast it, everything in the entire area would simply vanish. He wanted her to see that curiosity, if taken too far, leads to things like this. He looked serious for once, explaining that powerful magic only brings conflict. People will always seek out that kind of destruction without considering the consequences. He told her that a true sorcerer must always remain neutral and aware of the weight of their power. Tina stared at him, the weight of his words finally sinking in. He turned the question back on her, asking what kind of sorcerer she actually wanted to become. Did she have a goal beyond just getting stronger? The girl hesitated, looking down her book. She'd always been taught that magic was a tool for war and national protection. The idea of a personal goal was new to her. Zealous stared off into the distance, his expression unreadable. He told her plainly that he had no desire to be a sorcerer who only existed to fight. He looked back at her with a gentle gaze, reminding her that there are countless other ways to use magic besides just blowing things up. Zealous gestured toward the greenery, explaining that magic could be used for things like creating medicine or crafting magical tools. He wanted her to realize that a sorcerer's purpose didn't have to begin and end on a battlefield. Zealous tells Tina that magic should be something that brings happiness to people, opening up endless possibilities. He looks at her with those tired eyes, reminding her to always stay aware of her surroundings and her own status. Tina nods along, taking in every word of her new mentor's advice. Now it's time for a real lesson. Zealous mentions he's going to summon a golem to help her level up, which catches her completely off guard. As she prepares, Tina can't help but admire him. Despite his insane power, he's totally humble and doesn't let it go to his head. To her, he's the definition of a true sorcerer, someone who takes full responsibility for their power to keep the world in balance. He carries himself with a quiet confidence that most mages would kill for. Looking up at him, she's convinced he's the most amazing person she's ever met. She watches him walk ahead, secretly hoping that one day, she could be just like him. Zealous stops and glances back, noticing she's totally spaced out and tripping over her own feet. They head out for the practical portion of the training. Duke Creston tags along too, wanting to see his granddaughter's progress for himself. 3 level 3 mud golems rise from the ground. Zealous warns her that even weak monsters can be dangerous if she loses focus. Tina charges in, swinging her staff with everything she's got to drive them back. Zealous watches the fight with a casual expression, while the Duke looks on with a bit more concern. For the longest time, Tina was forced to sit on the sidelines while everyone else trained. But those days are finally over. She lands a solid hit on one of the mud creatures, determined to prove she's a real sorcerer now. The golems don't stay down for long, though. They keep creeping closer as she starts to tire out. Zealous isn't jumping in to save her yet. He sees this as the perfect chance for her to really show what she can do under pressure. She takes a deep breath and centers her mana, activating a power boost to strengthen her magic. With a fierce look in her eyes, she readies her next move. She leaps into the air and brings her staff crashing down on the nearest golem. Another heavy smack connects, sending mud flying everywhere. One of the larger golems lets out a silent roar, reaching out to grab her. Tina doesn't flinch. She chants her spell, calling forth a raging water serpent. The aqua jet blasts forward, tearing through the mud monsters with a massive splash. The pressure is intense, washing away the group of golems in seconds. Thinking she's finally won, Tina lets out a cheer, thrilled that she actually pulled it off. But she's so caught up in the moment that she trips over a rock and face plants into the dirt. To make matters worse, one golem managed to survive the blast and is now looming right over her. Zealous steps in and snaps his fingers, instantly dispelling the last monster. He reminds her that a real battle isn't over until it's actually over. Tina slumps to the ground in tears, frustrated that she let her guard down at the very last second. The two men walk over to cheer her up. Despite the stumble, they're both genuinely impressed with how much she's improved. Zealous gives her a passing score, though he notes she still has a long way to go before she's a master. Watching her hug her muddy staff, he realizes she might actually become a full-fledged sorcerer in just a month. He pats her on the head and makes a promise. If she can reach level 30 in the next 2 months, he'll teach her one of his own original spells. Her eyes light up instantly. The thought of learning a spell directly from him is enough to make her forget all about being covered in mud. She's more motivated than ever, shouting that she'll definitely reach that goal and become his official apprentice. She rushes off to get cleaned up, leaving Creston curious about what kind of original magic Zealous is hiding. Zealous decides it's time to show the Duke a little taste of his power. He invites the old man to fire some magic at him, something strong and impossible to dodge. Creston doesn't back down. He was known as the Sorcerer of Purgatory in his prime, and he's not planning to go easy. Zealous just smirks, telling the Duke to let it all out without holding anything back. The Duke chants his ultimate spell, and massive magic circles manifest, ready to summon the devastating flames of Purgatory. The old Duke isn't holding back, calling upon the most destructive fire magic in his arsenal to test Zealous's defenses. With a determined roar, he commands the Inferno to reduce everything in its path to ashes. The spell name echoes across the training grounds as massive fire dragons materialize from the heat. Zealous stands his ground, looking completely unfazed as the wall of flames rushes toward him. With a casual smirk, he activates his divine silver barrier, which isn't just a shield, it's an invisible field of blades. The fire dragons are shredded into nothingness before they can even touch him, leaving only a few embers drifting in the air. Creston is left speechless, barely believing his eyes as his ultimate attack vanishes in an instant. Zealous calmly confirms that yes, it was barrier magic. He explains that it's a special kind of barrier that can change its shape at the caster's discretion, acting more like a first strike weapon than a simple wall. Zealous believes that if Tina can master even a basic version of this, she'll be able to handle both offense and defense at the same time. Seeing her growth and potential, he figures that normal sorcerers wouldn't stand a chance against her once she finishes her training. Creston admits that Zealous's magic is terrifying, but also admits it could defeat most enemies on sight. Zealous just shrugs it off. Zealous starts brainstorming cool-sounding titles for Tina's future, but he honestly thinks a cute one would be better for her. Later, Tina is back to her books, determined to keep pushing. Zealous jokes about her staying in bed from embarrassment if things get too tough, but she just tells him to watch her. Zealous heads into town to visit Veridona's magic item shop, bringing along a massive pile of monster stones he's collected. He's got high goblin stones and even a goblin king stone. The shop assistant, Cuddy, is totally skeptical and asks where he managed to steal such rare items. She points a finger at him, insisting there's no way a mage in a plain gray robe could have hunted all of these on his own. The manager, Veridona, steps in and tells her to pipe down. She's noticed something about this bum of a mage that Cuddy completely missed. Veridona realizes that the man is telling the truth. She sensed an aura coming from him that suggests he's more than he appears. Her eyes widen as she examines his robe. It looks dirty and worn, but she recognizes it as a legendary class item. Zealous tries to play it off as just a stained old robe, but Veridona decides to drop the subject and orders Cuddy to go fetch the payment. Zealous leaves the shop with a massive sack of gold, feeling like he's suddenly become a very wealthy man. He's relieved that her deal is over. Back inside, Veridona scolds Cuddy for trying to pick a fight with a monster like that. She warns the girl that she narrowly escaped with her life. She explains that the robe was actually made from the skin of a legendary behemoth, and that the gray dye was a deliberate choice to hide its true power. She shudders just thinking about it, knowing that someone who can craft and wear such gear could have ended them in a heartbeat. Cuddy is left trembling behind the counter, finally realizing just how close she came to a very bad end. Meanwhile, Zealous is wandering the market. The town is buzzing with activity as he treats himself to some delicious-looking street food. As he enjoys his skewers, he notices that a few people have been following him for quite some time. He decides to wait and see what they want. He stops in an alleyway, and sure enough, a group of kids pops out from behind a corner. He's relieved it's just some local urchins and not more bandits. The kids are bold, jumping out and demanding that the old man hand over some of the meat he just bought. They're practically drooling over the smell, begging him to share just a little bit with them. Zealous gives them a stern look, telling them that being a beggar isn't a good habit to get into. But when they mention they live at an orphanage, his expression softens. He pulls out a large bag of meat, telling them to take it and share it with his sister and the other kids at their house. The kids are confused by his sudden generosity, but he insists that he wants to accompany them to make sure they get there safely with all that food. Zealous admits he's a bit distrustful of the area and thinks it's better if an adult is with them. The kids happily lead the way before the meat gets cold. As they approach the church-run orphanage, one of the kids mentions that the Lord's son is currently funding the place. Zealous realizes that means Tina's brother is involved. At the church, a well-dressed young man is standing with a smug look on his face. This is Sylvester, the next lord in line and a real piece of work. Sylvester is busy harassing Sister Lazarus, telling her she should just quit and become his woman instead of wasting her time at the orphanage. Lazarus keeps her cool, politely telling him to leave and that she's devoted herself to the care of the children. She's clearly heard this all before. The kids fill Zealous in on the situation, explaining how the Lord's son has been hitting on the sister since the first day they met. Zealous sighs, not looking forward to the drama. Sylvester doesn't take rejection well. He threatens that if his new business venture gets approved, the orphanage won't be around much longer anyway. Lazarus is disgusted by his vulgarity and the way he talks about the dirty, bratty kids he's supposed to be supporting as their future lord. Things start to escalate as Sylvester reaches out to grab her, but he's stopped dead in his tracks by someone else's hand. He turns around to see a very tired-looking mage. Zealous isn't impressed by Sylvester's pickup lines, calling them hard to understand and completely ineffective. The kids join in, mocking the Lord's son for being lame, which only fuels Sylvester's growing rage. Sister Lazarus asks who he is, but Zealous just humbly introduces himself as a lowly commoner who happened to meet the kids. Sylvester explodes, insulted that someone in a lowly gray robe would dare to disrespect royalty like him. One of the girls helpfully explains the mage hierarchy. White is strongest, while gray is at the very bottom of the pyramid. Zealous sighs at being ranked so low, then asks Sylvester if he's sure he wants to pick a fight with someone whose power he doesn't know. Sylvester scoffs at the warning, certain that a gray-robed mage could never hope to defeat him. He launches a fireball with a roar, terrifying the sister and the children as they duck for cover. To everyone's shock, Zealous simply swats the flaming projectile out of the air like a bothersome fly. Sylvester's face pales as he stammers, unable to fathom how a mage could stop his spell with bare hands. Zealous calmly explains that he's well-versed in combat and could take on the noble with just his fists if needed. Panicking, Sylvester orders his guards to buy him time while he prepares a much more powerful spell. Zealous's expression turns icy as he warns the guards that drawing their swords would be a death wish. A chilling aura radiates from him, instantly freezing the guards in place with pure, unadulterated fear. Sylvester, desperate now, decides to unleash the devastating flames of purgatory, ignoring the danger to the town. Massive fire dragons begin to manifest as the noble chants his ultimate attack, causing even his own men to worry about the collateral damage. He commands the Dragon Inferno to destroy his enemy, sending a wall of fire roaring towards Zealous. Zealous remains calm, having already seen through the attack, and activates Phantom Rush to close the distance instantly. He blurs into motion, moving so fast that he leaves afterimages behind, completely bypassing the wall of flames. Before anyone can react, he's already positioned himself perfectly for a finishing blow. He reappears right in front of the shocked Sylvester, telling him that this is the last of his antics. With a swift and powerful movement, Zealous disperses the remaining magic and delivers a sharp physical reminder of his skill. Sylvester is left wheezing on the ground, his strongest spell completely neutralized as the guards and kids watch in stunned silence. Zealous pats his robe and notes that even at level 50, Creston still has significantly more power than this arrogant noble. He offhandedly mentions that he's currently living under Creston's care at his manor, which sends a new wave of shock through Sylvester. Sylvester immediately starts pleading, terrified that Zealous will report his behavior to his grandfather, but Zealous only finds his sudden cowardice pathetic. He gives the noble a stern lecture about the consequences of his reckless magic, asking him to think about what would have happened if a fire had started. Lazarus and the kids are amazed as the dangerous magic vanishes completely, leaving them safe and sound. Sylvester can barely look Zealous in the eye, finally realizing he's been acting like a fool, especially as the heir to the throne. Zealous finishes his lecture by reminding the noble that everyone should be treated equally, regardless of their status. Terrified and humiliated, Sylvester and his guards scramble to flee the scene as fast as their legs can carry them. Zealous watches them go with a weary sigh, thinking about what a handful those troublemakers turn out to be. The kids crowd around him, calling him a cool, old man for making the spell disappear with just his hand. Zealous smiles at Sister Lazarus and tells her he's glad a beauty like her wasn't hurt, making her blush furiously. The kids immediately start teasing him, calling him a perverted old man for his blunt compliment, much to his exasperation. As they head back into the church, the kids' comments get even more inappropriate, leaving Zealous wondering where they learned such things. Once in the church's backyard, Zealous decides it's time to do something useful and begins inspecting the soil. He uses Gaia control, causing the earth to swell and churn as he cultivates a massive area in seconds. A perfectly tilled field now sits where there was once only dirt, much to the amazement of Lazarus and the cheering children. He explains that they can now be self-sufficient with vegetables and even sell medicinal plants to help the church's financial situation. The kids keep up their teasing, but Zealous just ignores them, focused on finishing his gift to the orphanage. He pulls out some mandrake seed for compost, unaware that his little project will one day earn this place the name, the Screaming Church. Celestina swings her staff with a sharp cry. A golem shatters under the force of her spell. Zealous claps, telling her she's ready for the next level. While she celebrates, her brother Sylvester watches from the mansion window, completely blindsided by her progress. She wants more, mentioning that her classmates are already out hunting monsters. He can't believe how much she's changed in such a short time. He remembers the sister he used to know, the girl who couldn't use magic and spent her days being bullied. Back then, she'd just cry every time he beat her. Seeing her look so dreary was normal. But now she's full of confidence, and he knows it's all because of Zealous. He watches them age from a distance, wondering about the sheer amount of power it takes to control an entire army of golems at once. Mishka startles him, appearing out of thin air to ask if he's developed an interest in a new teacher. She tells him Zealous acts humble, but he secretly thinks anyone who can't match his skills isn't even worth being called a mage. Sylvester analyzes the scene, realizing Zealous is basically a commander using magic stones to fuel a whole army effortlessly. To him, the guy is a literal monster who could probably dismantle magic with his bare hands. He clenches his teeth, feeling small and inexperienced compared to that kind of power. Mishka warns him that he still doesn't know the half of it and suggests he start being more diligent. He notices she hasn't aged a day since he was a kid and makes the mistake of asking her age. The room turns ice cold as she gives him a terrifying look. He immediately drops to the ground and begs for forgiveness. Later, Sylvester runs out and bows before Zealous, begging to be made his apprentice. Zealous is completely thrown off, wondering if the kid suddenly had a personality transplant. Sylvester admits that seeing a real master made him realize how much further he needs to go. He wants his name in the history books as a legendary hero, surpassing even his grandfather. The mage tells him it's a choice, but he reminds the boy that a hero needs a real reason to fight. Since he's already teaching the sister, Zealous figures taking on one more student isn't a problem. He gives one final warning. If Sylvester doesn't take the training seriously, he won't get a thing out of it. The boy is ready for anything, though his jaw drops when he hears they're starting real combat training tomorrow. He's pumped, clenching his fist and swearing to become the best mage in history. Zealous just sighs, watching him run off and hoping that all that motivation doesn't backfire. He thinks to himself that, in the end, Sylvester is the only one who can find the answers he's looking for. The next morning, the siblings face the training golems together. Sylvester is hyped, while Tina looks a bit skeptical. The goal is simple: attack the golems persistently for 3 hours without holding back. Sylvester charges in head first, landing a heavy slash on the first target. He laughs, cutting through them with ease and thinking the training is way too simple. Zealous watches from the side, noting that Sylvester is an impulsive power type who just tries to brute force everything. Tina is the opposite. She's a technician, waiting for the perfect opening to land a precise single blow. The two immediately start bickering, with Sylvester yelling at her for being in the way while he's doing all the work. Suddenly, a thin, lanky golem appears. Zealous warns them to put some distance between themselves right now. Sylvester is too slow to react, and the golem's arm stretches out like a whip, smacking him across the face. He stumbles back, but quickly retaliates, launching a fireball directly at the weird monster. The golem effortlessly dodges the explosion, leaving Sylvester staring in disbelief. Tina tells him to stop rushing in. He's doing exactly what the professor expected. He snaps back at her, asking if she thinks he's the one dragging her down as the golem's close in. They're both starting to pant, realizing these things aren't as easy to deal with as they thought. Zealous and the Duke watch from shade. Zealous explains that the real training is staying calm when you're outnumbered and exhausted. Zealous announces he's taking control of the golems for real, and the stone creatures start chattering in response. Sylvester is practically vibrating with excitement, ready to push his limits in what feels like real combat. He throws himself into the fray, narrowly dodging the heavy blows from the training dummies. He's completely focused, realizing this is the kind of practical experience he'd never get back at the academy. Tina launches a magic attack, while Zealous warns her that a real enemy won't stop just because she's out of mana. They both realize their teacher isn't going to make this easy on them, but they're determined to prove they're worthy apprentices. Zealous tells them not to be afraid of failing and to explore their own fighting styles. The siblings coordinate their strikes, tearing through the golem army with newfound efficiency. A massive golem corners Tina, but she stands her ground and prepares a stone spear spell. Her rock lance connects with a heavy thud as Sylvester warns her that more are coming. The golem doesn't stay down, its broken parts slithering across the ground like snakes. Before Tina can react, the stone limbs coil around her, and Zealous notes that the match is essentially over. Refusing to give up, she pushes her limits and casts a power boost without even using a chant. The force of her magic blows the golem apart, catching the attention of Creston, who shouts for her to be careful. Sylvester leaps into the line of fire, shielding his sister as the stone shards fly everywhere. He strained against the impact, teeth clenched as he takes the brunt of the force. A massive explosion rocks the training ground, sending dust and debris into the air. As the smoke clears, the golems lay in ruins, and the two students can finally catch their breath. Zealous and Creston walk over to congratulate them on a job well done. The mage starts talking about his own past experiences and decides it's time to give them a little reward. He pulls out a bottle, explaining that it's a high-grade mana potion made from mandrakes. The kids are a bit suspicious since it's in an old alcohol bottle, but Zealous explains he simply ran out of containers. Sylvester takes a cautious sip while Tina happily accepts her portion. Zealous announces that today's training is finished, but tomorrow they're heading deep into the forest for the real deal. He tells them to get their gear ready because the expedition is going to be genuinely dangerous. While Tina is thrilled about the idea of actual combat, her grandfather is having a mini heart attack in the background. The scene shifts to the far-flung deep forestry, a place filled with the roars of wild beasts. Bones litter the forest floor, marking the territory of some very high-level monsters. Orcs and other demons roam the woods, waiting for their next meal to stumble into their path. Now acting as official apprentices, the siblings prepare themselves for the brutal training ahead. Zealous knows this is the only way to quickly raise their levels to where they need to be. Dangerous apes watch from the shadows, adding to the predatory atmosphere of the woods. During the carriage ride, Sylvester asks why someone as powerful as Zealous would even bother with tutoring. Zealous just smiles, saying that without work, he'd probably just turn to a lazy bum. Tina listens intently while their teacher explains that even a mage needs a modest life. In reality, he's mostly just worried about finding a steady job and buying a house at his age. 2 days later, they set up camp at the edge of the forest plains. Sylvester finds his master tinkering with a piece of paper and asks what he's up to. He tries to maintain a professional attitude while asking about the strange mark on the sheet. Zealous casually explains that he's working on creating a familiar to act as their eyes in the forest. He tells the boy to just watch and starts reciting the control spell. With a burst of light, a massive glowing bird erupts from the paper, leaving Sylvester completely awestruck. Zealous explains that these artificial demons are powered by magic stones, and their strength is heavily tied to the skill of the caster. Sylvester notes that if Zealous can summon such powerful creatures, even a wyvern would likely be no match for him. His eyes light up as he realizes just how cool and practical familiars can be in the field. Zealous offers to let him try it out, and the boy is more than happy to jump at the chance. He hands a magical paper to Celestina as well, telling them both to recite the contract spell. 2 glowing birds burst from the pages, landing on the students' hands as they marvel at the success. Zealous instructs them to let the birds fly and link their vision with the creatures to scout the area. Suddenly, their perspective shifts, and they see the vastness of the forest from high above, feeling as if they're the ones flying. Zealous notices that while his students are relaxed, the professional knights in the escort unit are on high alert. The 15 experienced demon slayers that Creston gathered are whispering amongst themselves, sensing something in the air. Creston jokes about taking Tina's place if things get too dangerous, but Zealous is determined to keep his students safe. Through the eyes of the familiar, Zealous spots a large pack of orcs nearby, closing in from the east. Alf, the captain of the guard, looks concerned when he hears there are 20 orcs at level 30 approaching their position. He immediately orders his men to prepare for battle, while the students steel themselves for their first real encounter. Zealous calmly readies his own bow, telling the siblings that it's finally time for them to gain some real experience. He steps forward with a cold, focused expression, ready to lead the charge against the incoming monsters. The orcs are staying back and watching, proving that they are much smarter than regular animals. Refusing to wait any longer, Zealous aims at the sky and unleashes a barrage of magical descent from heaven arrows. A massive explosion rocks the forest as the spells find their targets, throwing the orc formation into chaos. The knights draw their swords and charge into the fray, following their master's lead into the thick of the forest. Tina lands a heavy blow on one of the larger orcs, determined to hold her own in a fight. The beast grunts in pain, but she doesn't give it a chance to recover, moving with surprising speed. She unleashes an air cutter spell, slicing through the creature's defenses with clinical precision. The massive pig-like demon slams into the ground, and Tina realizes with a shock of adrenaline that she actually defeated it. Celestina is training hard, thinking back to the days when she couldn't use magic at all. She knows she can't afford to get complacent now. Sylvester is on the move, finding the real monsters way faster than the training dolls he's used to. He slashes through a demon with zero hesitation. He follows up with a fireball, blasting the enemy in a massive explosion. He's definitely getting the hang of this. Elf shouts at them to stay sharp. This isn't just practice anymore. It's a real battlefield where one mistake could be their last. Tina looks around for Zealous, but he's nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the noise of combat is everywhere as orcs start closing in. Just as an orc tries to sneak up on them, a projectile slams into its head out of nowhere. It drops like stone. Tina spots where it came from, pointing toward the trees while Sylvester tries to figure out who's helping them. It's Zealous, casually perched in a tree with a bough, watching his students like it's a Sunday stroll. He's been babysitting them from shadows the whole time. Alf warns that more orcs are approaching from the flank. The situation is getting a little too crowded for comfort. They're about to be surrounded. The knights brace themselves as the pig-faced demons swarm in from all sides. Zealous isn't done yet. He draws a blade, his expression turning serious as he prepares to join the fray and clear a path. He vanishes from the branch and drops right into the middle of the orc pack. These monsters have no idea what's coming. In a literal flash, he's through them. An orc gets sliced before it can even blink. He doesn't stop, moving like a blur and taking down another monster with a single, precise strike. It's total carnage. Sylvester can barely keep track of him. He's never seen someone move with that kind of speed and accuracy without even breaking a sweat. Seeing the opening, Alf rallies the men to take down the ones Zealous already weakened. It's time for them to earn their pay. Sylvester grits his teeth, determined to keep up. He refuses to be left in the dust by his teacher's sheer power. While the students push themselves to the limit, Zealous keeps a watchful eye, making sure nobody actually gets killed. Finally, the clearing goes quiet. Every single orc is lying face down in the dirt, and the group is safe, for now. The results are immediate. Tina's level jumps straight to 32, while Sylvester hits level 59. The grind is real. Later that night, they set up camp. The fire crackles as everyone takes a much-needed breather after the day's hunt. Zealous watches the kids study their magic books by firelight. He's impressed by their passion, even if his training methods are borderline sadistic. Sylvester looks at his mentor, wondering if he'll ever reach that level of power if he just keeps pushing himself. Suddenly, Zealous's face goes pale. He makes a weird sound, and the students start panicking because they've never seen him actually look scared. He tells them something terrifying is coming. It's not strong, but it's the legendary Crazy Ape, a monster that makes even him sweat. The Knights and Sylvester have no idea why he's so freaked out by a simple monkey. They haven't realized the danger yet. Zealous explains the horror. These things only hunt men, and they aren't looking for a fight. They're looking for love. This is a harem he doesn't want. Sylvester's jaw drops as he realizes exactly what that means. Tina is still confused, and he'd really like to keep it that way for her sake. A rustle in the bushes confirms it. The predators have arrived, and they've definitely picked out their favorite targets. The apes emerge with literal hearts in their eyes. They're looking for a good time, and the men are the only ones on the menu. There's no fighting this. The entire group turns tail and runs for their lives, desperate to save their dignity from horny primates. The sun goes down over the far-flung forest, a place where the real monsters start to come out once the jokes are over. It's a vast, dangerous territory where common sense doesn't really apply and power is everything. After shaking off the apes, the Knights take down a few more orcs, feeling pretty good about the progress. They think they've won. Zealous kills the mood immediately. He warns them that the real threats are only just starting to show up as they go deeper. They move deeper into the woods, where the air feels heavier. Something massive is lurking in the shadows just ahead. A level 124 chimera drops right in front of them, roaring with enough force to shake the very ground they stand on. Zealous steps up and tells everyone to get back. He throws out his hand, chanting a high-level bonding spell. Chains of darkness erupt from the ground, wrapping around the beast and pinning it firmly in place. It's a total lockout. Sylvester is stunned by the display, but the chimera is still roaring, struggling against the magical restraints. Zealous turns back with a smirk. He tells them he's not the one who's going to kill it. That's their job. He lies through his teeth, claiming the chains will only hold for a few seconds. If they don't finish it now, they're dead meat. Talk about pressure. The chimera roars, and the students are completely paralyzed by the sight of the beast. They've never faced anything this high level before. Sylvester snaps out of it and yells for everyone to start cutting. They have to kill it before it breaks out of the chains Zealous put on it. The monster thrashes around, its goat head letting out a blood-curdling scream. The ground starts to rumble as the fight truly kicks off. The students and knights dive in, their faces twisted in pure terror as they realize how outmatched they really are. Every second counts. They beg Master Zealous for help, but he just watches from a distance. Sylvester realizes he's on his own and draws his sword with a shout. Sylvester launches a fireball while Tina chants for an air cutter. They're finally starting to coordinate their attacks. Sylvester yells for Tina to move as he steps up for a major strike. He's putting everything he has into this one move. He unleashes Volcanic, a massive explosion of fire and heat that completely engulfs the Chimera. The roar of the beast is drowned out by the blast. The smoke clears, and the Chimera is down for good. The guys shout for joy, realizing they actually managed to pull it off. Zealous rubs his chin, looking totally unimpressed. He casually notes that the result looks about right, like he planned the whole stressful mess. The massive beast lies still on the ground. Zealous walks past it, ignoring the exhaustion of his students. Everyone is wheezing on the ground, their bodies in total pain. They're checking their levels, stunned to see how much they've jumped after that one fight. The high-energy victory celebration is cut short when the group turns on Zealous. They're furious that he nearly got them killed just for a lesson. Zealous just shrugs and asks if anyone actually died. He casually admits he was lying about the chains breaking just to see what they'd do. He tells them they're too weak and would have just run away if they weren't cornered. Desperation is the best teacher, in his opinion. Zealous continues his lecture, explaining that if they rely on someone strong, they'll never survive this forest. He's raising the bar, whether they like it or not. Sylvester looks away, brooding over his master's harsh words. He knows he's right, but it still stings to be called out like that. Tina just stares at him, her eyes wide. She started to realize that Professor Zealous is a lot more intense than he looks. One of the knights rallies the troops. He admits Zealous isn't an ordinary man, and they need his harsh training to actually get stronger. Everyone cheers in agreement. Tina is beaming because she's close to level 50. Sylvester sees her and tells her they need to stay motivated and keep the momentum going. Sylvester notices Tina acting suspicious and asks what she's so excited about. She tries to hide it, her heart racing as she thinks about a secret promise she made. She slips up and mentions a promise, and Sylvester immediately loses his mind. He's jealous that Zealous might be favoring her with special magic. Sylvester starts screaming at Zealous, demanding to be taught whatever secret spell Tina is getting. He's tired of being left out. Zealous tries to explain that she has no family magic to rely on, unlike him. He offers to teach her a hidden treasure spell to even the playing field. Zealous sighs and tells Sylvester he can learn it too if he hits the requirements. Sylvester is instantly mollified and pumped up to train even harder. Sylvester gets way too close to Tina, smacking her on the back as he motivates her to move out. Zealous just watches them, wondering why she looks so annoyed. He knows that those two have certainly become closer. Maybe fighting for their lives actually did some good for their relationship after all. The peace is short-lived as a knight runs up, shouting about a major problem on the front line. A group of trolls is closing in. A pack of massive trolls stomps through the forest, their heavy clubs ready to crush anything in their path. The ground shakes with every step. Sylvester yells for the knights to attack from the sides. Standing right in front of these things is a one-way ticket to getting squashed. Sylvester leads the charge with a fireball. He's determined to handle this himself and show his master how much he's improved. A troll roars in pain as the flames hit, but it's still standing. The knights rush in, aiming for its weak spots. One of the knights lands a clean slash on a troll's leg. They're following the plan and focusing on mobility over raw power. Tina provides backup with an aqua jet, blasting a troll back with a high-pressure stream of water. It lets out a wet gurgle as it falls. Tina boosts her power, looking for a way to finish the fight. The knight she's helping is barely holding on. The knight yells there as he goes for the killing blow. They've almost cleared the first wave of trolls. Suddenly, a club slams down right behind them. The knights look back in shock as a new threat emerges from the shadows. A level 2/04 country worm erupts from the ground and bites a troll clean in half. The crunching sound is enough to make anyone's stomach turn. Zealous tells everyone to stay quiet and not move. This thing identifies its prey by sound, and is clearly hungry for more than just troll meat. The soldiers are exhausted, and Zealous knows this is a bad spot. If more monsters are waiting to ambush them, they're in real trouble. The worm looms over them, crushing another troll like it's nothing. Zealous realizes he has no choice but to step in and end this himself. He prepares a sound boom spell, noting that the average level of demons in this area is way higher than he expected. He needs to protect his students. Zealous unleashes a sound boom spell, a massive shockwave that cracks the air around him. He's taking no chances with these oversized worms. The ground erupts as more country worms burrow out from the earth. The students can only watch in confusion as the terrain around them changes in an instant. 3 massive worms tower over Zealous, their toothy maws wide and ready to strike. The rumble of their emergence is deafening. Zealous doesn't skip a beat. He channels his mana into his sword, preparing a thunder blitz to fry the monsters before they can close in. A blinding flash of lightning strikes the center of the worm pack. The sheer power of the blast sends a bang echoing through the forest. The worms are completely paralyzed by the electrical discharge, their bodies twitching as the current runs through them. One of the knights can't help but gasp in awe. With the monster stunned, Zealous moves with blinding speed. He delivers a clean slice through the thick skin of the country worm. He activates Force Enchant, his blade glowing with mana as he prepares to finish the job. He looks completely focused, a stark contrast to his usual tired self. In a flurry of movement, Zealous slashes the giant worm into several neat, cylindrical chunks. It's a terrifyingly efficient display of swordsmanship. Zealous sheathes his sword and casually suggests they start scavenging. The students just stand there with blank expressions, still processing the absolute overkill they just witnessed. The knights quickly transition from shock to pure fanboying, cheering for Master Zealous and his insane lightning attack. Zealous just looks at them with his usual deadpan expression. The mood drops instantly when a knight realizes the country worms ate all their campsite food. Now, they're stranded in the middle of a monster-infested forest with empty stomachs. Zealous tells everyone to calm down and face reality. Survival is now their top priority, and they're going to have to hunt if they want to eat. He reminds them that they've been doing their best since they arrived, but the forest is only getting more dangerous. Desperation is starting to set in for the group. Zealous gets a dark look in his eyes, telling them it's time to awaken their inner beasts. Search and destroy, he says, making it clear that mercy is no longer an option. The students shiver as Zealous lets out a low, sinister chuckle. They're starting to think their professor might actually be rotten to the core. 2 days later, the forest is filled with the sounds of battle and the calls of scavengers. The group has certainly taken Zealous's advice to heart. The training is paying off as the knights aggressively hunt down monsters. They're slashing and bashing through enemies with a newfound ferocity. The group has gone completely feral, shouting about wanting meat and killing everything in sight. It's a chaotic scene of survival-fueled bloodlust. Tina sits by the fire, nibbling on some meat while watching the knights go crazy. She thinks they've all lost their minds, but Zealous is impressed by how well they've adapted. Zealous gnaws on a large piece of meat, looking completely at home in the chaos. He explains that the law of the jungle is the only thing that matters in this wilderness. Zealous is practically radiating a dark aura as he laughs to himself. Sylvester and Tina watch him with pure concern, wondering what kind of monster they've brought along. A knight comes running back with good news. They found pieces of stolen meat. The rest of the group reacts with a roar, ready to hunt down the thieves. Zealous gets an intensely excited look, his eyes wide and a manic grin on his face. Time for revenge, he shouts, fully embracing the potential for a new hunt. The group stomps off into the woods with a collective, yeah, while Tina and Sylvester stay behind, disturbed by how beast-like humans can become when they're hungry. A whole pack of crazy apes is hanging out on the rocks, just watching the group from above. Zealous Merlin explains that the females are actually the ones to watch out for, and unfortunately, most of this nest is made of them. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over the area as something way bigger steps out from the trees. It's the hot crazy ape queen, Arianaconga, and her HP bar makes it clear she's in a completely different league. She lets out a roar that shakes the trees, making sure everyone knows who the boss is. The other apes don't seem to care about the fight yet. They're too busy stuffing their faces with stolen supplies. The middle-aged teacher deadpans that their dinner is already in the queen's stomach, so they're probably not getting it back. Alf isn't taking the disrespect well and orders the knights to surround the perimeter for a counterattack. The instructor gives the signal, telling Celestina it's her time to shine. Celestina starts her chant, focusing her magic as she prepares to blind the entire pack. A massive flash of light explodes from her staff, leaving the apes stumbling around and completely blinded. The knights don't waste a second, tossing poison gas canisters right into the middle of the confused group. Alf sees the opening and calls for a charge while the monsters are weakened and unable to see. They rush in, hacking away at the apes while they're still reeling from the poison and light. Sylvester stays focused, shouting at Celestina to keep her guard up even if things look like they're going well. But the queen isn't affected by their little tricks. She starts smashing everything in sight with pure brute force. She looks down at them with glowing eyes, totally unfazed by the poison smoke swirling around her. A single slam from her fist shatters the ground, and the knights realize they're dealing with a much higher-ranked species. She starts stomping through their formation, making it clear that one hit from those fists would be fatal. Zealous decides he's seen enough and steps forward, casting chains of light to lock the beast down. Glowing chains wrap around the queen, pulling her arms back and pinning her to the spot. The instructor tells Sylvester and Celestina that the rest is up to them, giving them a chance to finish the job. The two launch a coordinated magic strike, firing off lightning and flame spells simultaneously. The explosion connects with a huge bang, but the queen just roars right through the thick smoke. Sylvester can't believe it. Even their high-level magic didn't do much more than annoy her. He tries a more direct approach, charging in for a lightning-fast sword strike that actually draws blood. But even that backfires when the queen flexes and snaps Zealous's magical chains like they're nothing. She starts stomping again, even more aggressive than before, as the group begins to panic. Zealous lets out a tired sigh, realizing he's going to have to do the heavy lifting himself if they want to get home. He prepares a serious spell, mana crackling around his hand as he aims for the charging beast. He fires off a roaring thunder godball that slams into her chest with the force of a nuke. The queen is instantly incinerated by the blast, leaving the students staring with their jaws on the floor. Her scorched head drops to the ground with a heavy thud, finally putting it into the fight. Zealous just lights a smoke and takes a long drag, acting like he didn't just pull off a god-tier move. The peace only lasts for a second before a pack of wolves starts howling from the rocks above. The teacher identifies them as red grid battle wolves, predators that definitely smelled the blood from the last fight. Alf and Sylvester are completely spent and can barely stand, let alone fight off a pack of A-rank monsters. Zealous tells them to focus on the wounded while he prepares to face the wolves on his own. He knows the knights are a bad match for these things anyway, and tells the kids he's taking over. The wolves don't hesitate, charging down the hill with their sights set on the exhausted group. Alf shouts a warning as the predators close the distance in seconds. Everyone draws their weapons for one more round, desperate to hold a line against the pack. Celestina is barely holding it together as the knights shout for everyone to keep their heads and for the non-combatants to get back. A wolf lunges forward with a snarl, catching the exhausted soldiers off guard as they struggle to maintain their formation. A sudden explosion of mana clears the path, and there stands Zealous Merlin, looking completely unbothered by the chaos around him. He draws his sword and tells everyone to stay down, making it clear that the danger is far from over. He narrows his eyes, focusing his power as the air around him starts to crackle with static. With a quick chant, the mage releases Thunderbolt Arrow Shoot, sending bolts of lightning raining down on the charging pack. The wolves don't stand a chance. They're left squealing and smoking on the ground as the lightning fries them where they stand. Just as things seem to settle, a massive wolf, the alpha of the pack, steps out of the shadows and towers over him. Zealous just sighs, looking more annoyed than scared as he mentions how much he really needs a nap right about now. The alpha lets out a deafening roar, but its target just calmly observes that taking this thing down requires at least S-rank strength. The beast opens its maw and unleashes a massive blast of fire, trying to incinerate the puny human in front of it. He casually casts Silver Divine Wall, blocking the inferno without breaking sweat and mocking the creature for using such a basic attack. The wolf snarls in frustration, but the human is already preparing to end the fight once and for all. He points a finger, and a massive shockwave erupts, slamming into the alpha with the force of a falling mountain. Another blast follows, tearing through the air and leaving the monster reeling from the pressure. A direct hit sends the beast skidding back, its body battered and bruised by the sheer weight of the magic. Before it can even recover, he vanishes in a blur of motion, appearing right next to the creature's neck. He swings his blade with a cold decapitate command, the air whistling as the strike connects. Blood sprays everywhere as the alpha's head is cleanly removed, and he just wipes his brow, glad that's finally over. With the threat gone, the knights start loading up boxes of monster parts while the protagonist watches the cleanup from the sidelines. They manage to harvest a mountain of materials, fur, fangs, and meat that are all valuable items on the market. A scout shouts out that the rescue carriages have finally arrived to pick them up and head back to civilization. Alf takes one look at the group and asks why they look like they've been through a meat grinder. The survivors don't even have the energy to explain. They just shuffle toward the carriages as fast as their tired legs can carry them. A cheer goes up from men as they load the last of the gear, thrilled to finally be leaving this nightmare behind. As the carriages roll out, the knights inside lean back in relief, swearing they aren't afraid of anything after what they just survived. Zealous points out that the monsters they just fought were actually the weak ones compared to what's deeper in the forest. The instructor tells Celestina and Sylvester to take it easy since they still have a 2-day trip ahead of them. The two of them are out like a light, leaning against each other as the exhaustion finally catches up. He watches them with a small, satisfied smile, clearly proud of how far his students have come. Suddenly, the carriage jerks to a violent halt, nearly tossing everyone out of their seats. He looks out the window, his expression instantly shifting from relaxed to deadly serious. The road ahead is a slaughterhouse. Overturned carriages and bodies are scattered everywhere in the dirt. It's a grisly sight that stops everyone in their tracks as they try to process the carnage. Alf kneels by one of the victims and realizes the bodies are still warm, meaning the killers are likely still nearby. The teacher's eyes go cold as he realizes the bandits who did this couldn't have gone far. He immediately orders his students to get their familiars ready to scout the area from above. Celestina and Sylvester spring into action, chanting the spells to summon their bird familiars into the sky. The birds take flight, soaring over the rugged terrain to pinpoint exactly where the bandit camp is hidden. It doesn't take long to find them. a group of men huddling around a campfire in a clearing not too far away. Sylvester and Celestina are fuming, ready to tear the bandits apart when they hear there are women and children being held hostage. Zealous tells the group to listen up because he has a plan, while Alf asks him to handle getting the bandits' attention. Zealous Merlin smirks at his students, telling them he'll go ahead, and if they don't hurry, he might just hunt down all the prey himself. The knights are fired up, shouting in unison as they prepare to take down the bandits and wonder where their captain is gone. Sylvester and Celestina watch their teacher walk away, remarking on how the bandits have essentially dug their own graves by attracting his attention. Meanwhile, at the bandit camp, the outlaws are laughing over the campfire, mocking a coachman they killed earlier for begging for his life. A bandit shouts for the women to be brought out, and a terrified young woman is grabbed by the hair as she begs them to stop. The bandit leader leers the captives, telling them he plans to sell them as slaves for a high price after his men have had their fun. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupts the scene, asking for directions and startling the bandits as a man in a white cloak walks right into their camp. Zealous Merlin stands before them with a bored expression, claiming he strayed off the main road and got lost. The bandit leader is annoyed, telling the newcomer to read the room, while the other bandits look on in confusion at the strange man. The mage doesn't back down, instead asking if the bandit would mind giving him 2 or 3 women for his experimental purposes. The leader eyes the gray robe, suspecting the man might be a dark mage, and decides he needs to be dealt with quickly. Thinking they found a kindred spirit, the bandits invite him to sit and drink, boasting about the high-quality goods they just stole. Zealous sits among them, apologizing for the intrusion as the captives watch the scene in silent, trembling horror. One of the bandits lunges with a knife, shouting that the only place the mage will be enjoying anything is in hell. The blade sinks into his shoulder, and he lets out a quiet as the bandit grins, thinking he scored a lethal blow. The bandits are shocked when the mage doesn't collapse, instead staggering slightly as he begins to move with unnatural speed. He turns to his attacker with a chilling smile, asking if they really thought he wouldn't notice such amateur signs. With a whispered, tearing wind blossom, he unleashes a blast of air magic that catches the bandits completely off guard. Cuts and slashes appear all over the men as the invisible wind tears through their ranks, leaving them screaming in pain. The bandit leader is terrified, realizing the man didn't even use a chant and wondering how a high-level mage could be in such a place. Zealous casually flicks his fingers, sending out precise mana strikes that knock the remaining bandits off their feet. The bandit leader asks if he is a national mage, but the protagonist simply replies that he doesn't really have to answer that. Panicking, the leader grabs a young boy hostage, holding a knife to his throat and warning the mage not to move. The instructor's expression turns cold as he tells the criminal to shut up, his hand beginning to glow with a dangerous light. He casts Stone Bullet, and the projectile slams into the bandit, forcing him to release the boy as he screams in agony. The child scrambles away to safety while the bandit leader collapses, clutching his wounded arm and crying out that hurts. Zealous Merlin steps on the fallen man's head, noting that it's about time as the bandit realizes his arm has gone completely numb. The knights finally show up to handle the cleanup, finding bandits already tied up and ready for transport. Zealous lets out a weary but satisfied smirk. For him, this whole ordeal is officially checkmate. The bandits are completely neutralized. They didn't really put up much of a fight against someone of Zealous's caliber. Zealous picks up a dropped staff, only for a young girl to pipe up and claim it. She's surprised he even knows it's a Runewood staff. He recognizes the gear as a gacha item from the game. Iris confirms she got it as a newbie bonus, though she's confused by his modern terminology. The realization hits Iris like a truck. She asks if Zealous is actually another player from her old world. Iris explains she suddenly woke up in this world and ended up working as a mercenary just to get by. She's stuck wearing this impractical, sexy avatar outfit because it's the only high-level gear she owns that actually fits. Sitting by the campfire, she admits she was just trying to save up enough gold to buy some normal armor. Zealous watches her, realizing she's just a normal person trying to navigate this weird new reality. He decides to dig a little deeper, asking her what she really thinks about the state of this world. He points out that the systems here are an exact match for the game they play back home, right down to the broken balance. It's weird that nobody here questions the logic of their world, almost as if their thoughts are being subtly steered. Zealous theorizes that the game wasn't just a fantasy, it was a virtual copy of this actual world. If the game was based on this place, then the gods were basically using their reality as a playground for players. Zealous looks grim, realizing the implications of their lives being treated like a massive simulation. Iris isn't sweating the existential stuff. She's just thrilled that dungeons actually exist here. He offers to let her consult him if things get dicey, but Iris realizes she hasn't even heard his name yet. He introduces himself as Zealous, noting that his original Japanese name doesn't hold any weight in his life. Iris freezes. She knows that name. She's standing in front of the legendary Black Annihilator. Zealous cringes at the title, finding it way too edgy for a middle-aged guy like himself. Iris gives him a final, heartfelt thank you for the rescue as she prepares to rejoin her group. She runs off to the waiting carriage while Zealous takes a quiet moment to smoke under the moonlight. The carriage starts its bumpy journey, rattling loudly as they head away from the bandit camp. Inside, Iris lets out a massive sigh, finally feeling safe enough to drop her guard. Her companion, Rina, notices the heavy sigh and asks what's on her mind. Iris is convinced that the old man who saved them is actually the strongest mage in the entire world. Rina doesn't see the legend. She just sees an older guy who probably has a family waiting for him. Rina starts poking fun at Iris's small stature, teasing her about her childlike body. Iris explodes in frustration, shouting that she was way more mature-looking in the real world. The teasing continues as Rina jokes about Iris developing a crush on her rescuer. Back in his own carriage, Zealous can still hear the girls bickering in the distance. It's a noisy trip home. He leans back, already shifting his focus to the next lesson plan for his students. Sometime later, Zealous is back in his workshop, surrounded by stacks of old books and magical tools. He lays out a series of magic circles and materials, ready to start some advanced training. Zealous begins his work, focusing his mana to manipulate the physical properties of the materials. His fingers tap out a rhythm as he carefully injects mana into a solid block of metal. Under the pressure of his magic, the metal begins to warp and flow like liquid. He weaves the floating metal through the air, shaping it into delicate rings with just his thoughts. Zealous lets out a long sigh. Doing this manually is a lot more exhausting than just clicking a button in a menu. He finishes up the intricate magic formula, satisfied with the experimental design. He holds up the final product, a custom magic ring. It's hard work, but the results speak for themselves. 2 days after returning from the Farflan forest, everyone's back at the estate and things are finally settling down. Sylvester and Celestina are back at it, training harder than ever with a completely fresh outlook on combat. Duke Preston watches from the sidelines as the students charge toward a group of summoned stone golems. Zealous and the Duke discuss how much the kids have changed since they faced a real life-and-death battle in the woods. Zealous casually mentions he's keeping the golems at level 100, which is apparently an insane difficulty spike by this world standards. Celestina is focused and ready to show off her original magic, and the Duke is already imagining the shock on faces of those who look down on her. Sylvester takes a heavy hit from a golem, but instead of panicking, he keeps his cool and holds his ground. The siblings coordinate their attacks, dealing with the golem's tough defenses like a seasoned, high-level team. Sylvester's finally realized that every failure in training is just another chance to gain experience and grow stronger. They unleash their defensive magic, Divine Silver Wall, working together to block an incoming beam of energy. It's a perfectly synchronized strike. Sylvester goes in with a blade slash while Celestina backs him up with a shield bash. Their coordination is looking flawless as they hammer away at the stone monsters with everything they've got. Celestina piles magic barriers onto her shield to push forward, making her father beam with pride at her progress. Sylvester doesn't miss a beat, rushing in to follow up on the opening his sister created. He coats his sword in a magical barrier, using the extra force to cleave right through the golem's heavy frame. One final strike sends the golem's head flying, leaving Celestina a little stunned by the sheer power her brother is putting out. Suddenly, the remaining golem triggers an earthquake move, catching both students completely off guard. Zealous and Creston note how quickly the kids adjusted their casting speed to handle the surprise attack. Zealous calls an end to the session, leaving the two students slumped on the ground in total exhaustion. Creston praises them for their incredible progress, though the students are still processing how close they feel to death after every session. Zealous jokes that real monsters in the deep forest won't be this easy, leaving Sylvester feeling a bit pathetic again. Later, Sylvester is seen lurking around a hallway, clearly having something heavy on his mind. Zealous catches him in the act and asks the boy if he's always been this much of a moper. Sylvester gets defensive when Zealous teases him about being a bit too attached to his sister lately. He admits that he really just wants to apologize to her for everything he's done in the past. He explains that his family's pride as mages made it impossible for him to accept a sister who couldn't use magic. He's looking back on his younger self with total regret, especially how he treated Celestina and others like Elizarus. Zealous tells him that if he keeps wallowing forever, he'll miss his chance to ever make things right. He asks the boy a tough question. Can he really live with himself if he doesn't clear his conscience? Sylvester knows he can't forgive himself, so Zealous tells him the only way forward is to show his sister his sincere feelings. Sylvester takes it to heart, deciding right then and there to apologize using his own words. He finds Celestina taking a quiet moment alone on the balcony overlooking the estate. He approaches her cautiously, feeling the weight of the moment as he tries to take responsibility for his actions. Without warning, he drops into a deep bow, apologizing for everything he's put her through since they were kids. He explains how being the heir to the Duke filled his head with a twisted sense of pride and resentment. Now that he knows her lack of magic wasn't her fault, He realizes how wrong he was to take his frustration out on her. He keeps his head lowered, waiting for her reaction while she stands there in total shock. He shifts the conversation to Zealous' magic, wondering what she thinks about their teacher's incredible power. Celestina recalls Zealous' warning that indulging in too much power can lead to creating something truly heinous. She's made up her mind. She wants to use her magic to create something that actually makes people happy. Sylvester feels the same, vowing to use his own strength to protect the people he was born to lead. He's fully embraced his duty as a nobleman, even if the road ahead is dangerous enough to kill him. Sylvester explains that while magic can enrich lives, he's chosen the path of a protector, dedicated to defending people and their property. Celestina listens in silence, finally understanding the weight her brother has been carrying and the difficult road he's chosen to walk. She realizes she was wrong to think he just hated her. He resented her because he felt she couldn't protect the people they were born to lead. In a soft, trembling voice, Celestina finally tells him the words he never expected to hear. She forgives him. Sylvester is visibly moved, thanking his sister for her forgiveness as the tension between them finally begins to melt away. He tells her that he'll join the military after graduation, but she should take her time and find her own true purpose in the world. Celestina is surprised by his sudden warmth, her eyes wide as she processes this new, supportive version of her brother. Sylvester gives her a genuine, rare smile, reminding her that there's no need to rush her decision. Celestina smiles back, a heavy weight lifting from her shoulders as they finally start to act like real siblings again. The two stand together on the balcony, watching the horizon as their summer vacation and their training come to a close. As they prepare to leave, Duke Creston admits he's feeling a little lonely, watching his children get ready to head back to the academy. Sylvester is still sighing about the return to school, while Celestina wonders why he's so depressed about going back. Sylvester half-jokingly asks his grandfather if he can just drop out and stay to learn from Zealous instead. Zealous steps in with a smirk, telling the boy he shouldn't talk about dropping out so easily after all they've been through. Zealous reaches into his cloak, pulling out some gleaming items, his parting gifts for his two star pupils. He presents them with custom-made magical mediums, a bracelet for Celestina and rings for Sylvester, to replace their traditional wands. Zealous explains that in this world, receiving a tool from her master is the ultimate sign of being a full-fledged mage. Sylvester is confused why there are two rings, and Zealous tells him to pass one on to his younger brother later. To top it off, Zealous gives them some homework. They're tasked with improving the efficiency of the high-level magic they learned. Sylvester and Celestina are practically glowing with excitement, realizing they've just been handed some of the strongest magical tools in existence. Zealous watches them, hoping his excuse for more research will help push them to even greater heights. The two students feel the weight of the responsibility, but they're more than ready to take on the challenge. They're fired up and shouting their commitment, ready to prove themselves once they're back at the academy. Zealous is a bit taken aback by their sudden burst of intense motivation, not quite realizing how much his approval means to them. The two siblings compete to see who will be first to finish the homework as they climb into their carriage. They wave goodbye to the professor, promising to stay well and look forward to sending him their progress reports. As the carriage rattles away, Creston and Zealous watch them go, both looking forward to seeing what the future holds for the pair. With the students gone, Zealous realizes he's basically jobless again, and he wonders what his next move in this new world should be. It's been 3 days since the students, Celestina and Sylvester, headed off to the capital. Zealous watched them go, knowing his time as their tutor was officially over. Suddenly unemployed again, he figures it's time to find some new work. But something on the ground catches his eye. To the locals, this is just a useless weed. But to someone from Japan, this is the foundation of life itself. Zealous can't believe he found rice growing in the wild. An old villager thinks he's crazy for getting excited over a weed, but Zealous is already dreaming of egg on rice. He vows to revive rice culture right here. He stops by the church to see Lazarus and the kids. After some small talk, he gets straight to the point. He needs to find some eggs. Lazarus explains that eggs are a luxury item around here. They're so rare that she's never even tasted one herself. If they're that hard to find, Zealous decides he'll just buy chicken and raise it. Lazarus looks at him like he's lost his mind. She tells him about the wild cocoa, a ferocious bird that's basically a monster. Apparently, they eventually evolve into cockatrices. Since the egg situation is a bust, he asks about places to mine for metal. Lazarus feels bad. She can't be more helpful. She points him toward an abandoned mine north of the city. It's about a half-day trek from here. Lazarus warns him that the place is crawling with dangerous monsters. Zealous isn't worried. Unless a demon king is waiting inside, he's confident he'll be fine. He heads out, leaving the group behind. Lazarus watches him walk away with a strange look in her eyes. Her heart starts pounding, and the kids immediately start teasing her about having a crush. She tries to hide her blushing face, but they aren't buying it. On the outskirts of Center City, Zealous finds a bar known for being a hub of information. The place is packed with rowdy adventurers, and there isn't a single seat left. He's about to leave when someone calls out to him. It's Iris, the pink-haired she met before. She's sitting with two other women and waves him over. Iris is happy to see him, but her friend Rina is more interested in the food she's scarfing down. Both of them recognize him as the guy who helped out the other day. The third member of the group, a serious mercenary named Jean, isn't as welcoming. She stares him down, thinking he looks incredibly shady. Iris tells Jean to relax, explaining that this shady guy saved them from bandits. She drags Zealous over to join them at the table. Zealous mentions he's heading to the abandoned mine for metal. Jean thinks he's an amateur and warns him that it's a death trap full of kobolds and golems. She tells him flat out to give up on the idea. Zealous just listens, keeping his usual tired expression. He assures her he knows what he's getting into. He's not planning to lower his guard for a second. Iris thinks it's the perfect time to team up. They were looking for another member anyway, and she thinks the more the merrier. Rina is all for it, feeling safer with someone strong along. Plus, Jean mentioned wanting a new sword, so the metal hunt works for everyone. Jean is still skeptical, asking why they're even bothering to take an old man. Zealous just shrugged it off, saying it's fine by him if they don't want him. Zealous mentions he's a man too, and he might even turn into a beast if he's around a woman as attractive as her. He says it with a completely straight face. Iris and Rina immediately start poking fun at Jean. They laugh about her being called attractive, while Zealous just watches them act like kids. Jean's brain practically short-circuits. She turns bright red, screaming in shock that he actually called her attractive. Zealous stays calm, while the girls keep teasing their flustered friend. He's not bothered by the chaos at all. Jean is fuming, accusing the old man of hitting on her. Rina just giggles, thinking it's great that someone finally complimented her. Iris tells her to just suck it up for a couple of days. She knows Zealous is more skilled than anyone else here. With the group officially formed, the deal is settled. They're all heading to the mine, much to Jean's vocal annoyance. The next morning, they're out in the forest. Iris asks him what he actually plans to do with all the metal he's going to mine. Zealous tells her he wants to build a silo to store all the rice he plans to grow. Iris has no idea why he's so obsessed with a weed. He gets a faraway look, explaining that rice is his soul food. He's determined to recreate the perfect egg-on-rice dish. Iris reminds him that the chickens around here aren't exactly friendly. She's surprised he's so casual about it after everything he survived. Zealous starts telling horror stories about the monsters he's encountered, like goblin sex monkeys. It's so disturbing that the girls beg him to stop for the sake of their morale. Changing the subject, Iris asks if he's officially jobless now. Zealous admits it's true, and he looks a little hurt by how bluntly she put it. He explains that his tutoring gig was only ever meant for the summer. Now that school is back in session, he's not allowed at the academy. He gazes up at the sky, wondering how his students are holding up without him. He genuinely hopes they're doing well. They finally arrive at Ahan Village, the last stop before the mine. The place is bustling with all kinds of people. Zealous notices how crowded it is. Jean explains that most people come here to level up or hunt for precious metals, but they all need an escort to survive the mine. Back at the village, a group of guys is cornering a young girl named Christine. She's small with reddish-brown hair and a messy cowlick, clutching a sword they're trying to take from her. They think she's just an inexperienced kid who has no business holding a weapon. Christine shouts that the sword is a memento from her father, and she'll never give it to anyone. The guys aren't listening, telling her they'll just use it in her place since she doesn't know what she's doing. One of the jerks just reaches out and snatches the blade right out of her hands. He laughs, thinking they've just scored a high-quality sword for themselves. Watching from the sidelines, Zealous activates his appraisal skill. He sees the truth. It's an inferior mithril sword, heavily cracked and practically useless for a real fight. He knows that bad guys always seem to cluster together. The guy who stole it realizes it's junk and tosses it back at Christine like it's trash. He tells her he has no use for her or the broken sword and tells her to get lost. Zealous steps in, telling the guys they wouldn't be able to use that sword even if they wanted to. He warns them that if they keep trying to fight with it, they'll end up dead. The guy just scoffs, calling Zealous a useless mage who probably can't even lift a sword, let alone use one. He isn't taking the middle-aged man seriously at all. He starts swinging his own sword around, bragging that he could easily use it on Zealous. It's all talk, but he's looking for a fight. Before the guy can even finish his sentence, Zealous is right in his face. He's moved so fast it's basically a blur, and the guy's frozen in terror. Zealous holds a blade to the guy's neck and tells him he's actually much better with a sword than he is with magic. The atmosphere suddenly gets very cold. He looks the guy dead in the eye and tells him that if he can't even tell the difference in their strength, he's not going to live very long anyway. Zealous gives him final choice. Walk away now or stay and die. He's perfectly calm, which makes the threat 100 times scarier. The bully immediately crumbles, sweating buckets as he stammers out an apology. Zealous just gives him a grin that doesn't reach his eyes. Zealous politely asks him to hand back the girl's sword and get lost. The guy doesn't need to be told twice, scurrying away with his friends. With the jerks gone, Christine is overwhelmed. She thanks Zealous over and over, clutching the memento from her father. She bows deeply, truly thankful that someone stood up for her and saved the only thing she had left of her family. Zealous asks to borrow the sword for a second, promising he'll try to repair it. Christine is confused, but she hands over. He tells her she's probably here to find materials for a new sword, but the old one won't last another trip into the mine. He wants to extend its life just a bit longer so she stays safe. He tells her he's just being a nosy old man and to keep a close eye on what he's about to do. He isn't used to doing things half-heartedly. Zealous places the sword down on a magic circle he's drawn on the ground and tells her to leave the rest to him. He activates his appraisal skill again, this time analyzing the exact metal composition: 45% iron, 23% Damascus, and 32% mithril. He's already building a magic formula in his head. He starts a magic forge, and the sound of screeching metal fills the air as the circle glows bright. Christine can only watch in absolute awe as the sword begins to change. After a moment, it's done. He hands it back, warning her that it's only a temporary fix and the metal is just barely held together. He tells her not to get overconfident. Christine is amazed, but she understands. She tells him she won't keep using it forever and will definitely work hard to get a sword of her own. She bows one last time, thanking him from the bottom of her heart before heading off on her own way. As she walks away, Zealous waves goodbye, looking like a kind old man. But behind him, Iris and Rena are giving him a total trash look. Iris and Rena joke that he's a quick worker when it comes to women, even if they're just kids. Zealous starts panicking, trying to explain he was just being helpful, but they aren't letting him off the hook. Zealous is sweating buckets, insisting he was just meddling to help the kid. Iris and Rena just keep staring him down with skeptical looks. Over where the bullies were, one of them suddenly realizes that the kid they were picking on was actually a girl. He looks completely horrified by the realization. They realize they just committed the ultimate adventurous sin. Meanwhile, Zealous claps his hands to change the subject and get everyone moving toward the mines. He really wants to avoid any more drama. The group heads off, each with their own goals, as they approach the dark entrance of the abandoned mine. Zealous leads the way, still feeling the heat from the girl's stares. Deep inside the tunnels, we see Christine again, sweating as she swings a pickaxe. She admits to herself that mining is way tougher than it looked from the outside. Her companions, who look like they've recovered from their earlier encounter, tell her digging is hard work for men and she shouldn't push herself too much. They remind her she's the leader of the Elwell family and it's only natural for them to protect her. Christine just gives a quiet thanks, looking a bit overwhelmed by the responsibility. Christine can't stop thinking about the amazing mage who helped her. Her companions, on the other hand, are still bitter and vow to slay the ruffian the next time they find him. They think what he did was a lifetime mistake. One of them admitted that the guy had tremendous skill, maybe even more than her father. Christine just listens silently, her thoughts drifting back to the magical forge he created. She looks at her pickaxe, hoping to find enough or to make a sword that can live up to the mage's expectations. They decide to wrap things up for the day and head home. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the tunnel. Christine is caught completely off guard, and the ground starts shaking violently. Something is coming. A monster shrieks from the darkness, lunging out of the shadows. Christine is terrified, frozen in place as the beast attacks. Her companions can only shout in panic. Elsewhere in the mine, Zealous's group is making progress toward the mining area. He stops suddenly, sensing something with his detection magic. Something is definitely wrong. He tells the group there are 4 creatures ahead, and he'll take care of them quickly. He readies a spell called Zone Balize, his hand glowing with magical energy. A massive blast of energy slams into the monsters, sending them flying with a pained screech. Zealous doesn't even break a sweat, looking completely unbothered by the fight. The group is suddenly surrounded by a pack of kobolds, their snarls echoing through the dark tunnel. The wolf-like creatures brandish bows and primitive weapons, ready to strike. Jean immediately takes charge, shouting for Rena and Iris to get ready. Iris is eager to help, promising to back them up with her magic as they prepare to defend themselves. Zealous remains incredibly calm, telling the girls he'll take care of the enemies higher up while they handle the ones on the ground. The sudden change in his demeanor catches them off guard. Without another word, Zealous leaps into action, his movements a blur as he chants a spell called Wings of the Bird of Darkness. He's closing the distance with the archers in a split second. Zealous is like a force of nature, moving with a grace and speed that seems impossible for a middle-aged mage. He's already in the middle of the pack, focused and ready to strike. He takes down the kobolds one by one with precision strikes. His movements so fast the creatures barely have time to yelp before they're neutralized. It's a masterclass in close-quarters combat. Even when they try to surround him, Zealous just parries their attacks and counters with ease. He's completely in control of the battlefield, not letting a single monster get past him. The kobolds keep coming, but it doesn't matter. Zealous is a whirlwind of steel and magic, moving through the tunnel like a shadow and leaving a trail of defeated monsters in his wake. Zealous gives a cold, determined look as he prepares a high-level spell. A crackling sound fills the air as black energy begins to gather around his hand. Black thunder, he mutters. A massive bolt of dark lightning erupts from his hand, tearing through the cave and vaporizing the remaining kobolds in an instant. The power behind the spell is absolutely staggering. As the dust settles, the girls are left staring in total shock. Zealous just stands there, perfectly fine, while the corpses of monsters disintegrate around him. The sound of his footsteps is the only thing heard in the silence. Iris can't believe her eyes, wondering how a mage can fight so well in close combat. Jean is equally impressed, noting that he's more like a flashy assassin than a traditional mage, going all out instead of hiding. Jean tells everyone to snap out of it, because there are still more monsters coming. Iris looks a bit worried, thinking Zealous might just finish them all off before they even get a chance to act. Another wave of monsters charges in, and Zealous wastes no time, casting Zombies. The area is flooded with magical energy, slowing down the attackers and giving the others a clear opening. Rena and Jean dive into the fray, taking down the weakened monsters with ease. They're putting up a good fight, but the sheer number of creatures is still a bit much to handle. Zealous watches them for a moment, deciding to use this opportunity to let them level up. He stays on guard, however, prepared for the possibility of an ambush from deeper within the cave. Once the battle is finally over, Iris is relieved to see they took care of all of them. Zealous then says something strange. He's going to burn the corpses, even though they're already disappearing. A strange glow fills the room as the monster remains start to vanish into the ground itself. It's a bizarre sight, and even Zealous looks a bit surprised by what's happening. Iris points out the monsters didn't just die. They vanished and left behind magic stones. Zealous realizes what's going on, and his expression turns very serious. I see, he says quietly. Is this dungeon evolving? Zealous explains that the dungeon itself is essentially a field-type monster. Iris is confused by the term, but he starts to break down what's really going on in the mine. He tells them that by absorbing souls or bodies, the dungeon converts them into magical power to summon even stronger demons. It's like the mine is the belly of a giant creature, constantly feeding and growing. He explains that the dungeon provides a magical supply to the demons, allowing them to reproduce endlessly. When they become too numerous, they're released into the open in a phenomenon called a stampede. Iris can only listen in wide-eyed horror. Zealous explains that if they don't clear the lower levels, those demons will eventually swarm the village. The mercenaries are bug-eyed. Jean asks if he's actually serious about going all the way to the deepest part. He just casually mentions they're going to wipe the whole place clean. Iris starts sweating buckets. She begs him to take it easy so he doesn't bring the entire dungeon down on their heads. She tells the others that guys this strong are either worshipped or feared, and she's leaning toward the latter. The group finally reaches the entrance of a dark, jagged tunnel and starts the descent. Deep inside, Zealous stops. He can hear the sound of metal clashing against stone further in. He points the way as a chorus of screams starts echoing through the shafts. They find a group of knights pinned down by spiders. They're frantically shouting for a girl named Christine. Giant, multi-eyed spiders crawl out of the shadows, hissing as they swarm the floor. The girls don't hesitate. Jean yells for Iris to back her up as she rushes into the fray. Iris slams a spider with a rock blast, while Jean cleaves through another one with her sword. The fight's over fast. A knight wheezes out the news that Christine fell down a massive trap hole. Zealous gets a serious look. If she hit the bottom level, they're officially racing against the clock to save her. He stands right at the edge of the pit. The knight says they can't open it, but Zealous has other plans. He just casually steps off the ledge. The girls lose their minds as he disappears into the darkness. Zealous doesn't just fall. He lands on magical platforms like they're stairs, dropping down at his own pace. He looks over the edge and sees a massive cavern floor covered in giant, writhing sandworms. He mutters that this looks like an underground world from some old movie. The worms are everywhere. Then he hears it. A swarm of bats starts shrieking as they circle above him. He spots a splash of red on the rocks. There she is, clinging to the wall. It's Christine. She's huddled on a tiny ledge while the bats dive bomb her from every angle. She tries to cover her head, but the bats are relentless. She knows she can't hold on much longer. Terrified, she calls out for her father to save her as another bat swoops in for the kill. Her grip finally gives out. She slips off the ledge and starts plummeting toward the worms. She screams for her parents, closing her eyes as the floor rushes up to meet her. Thinking she's about to become worm food, she prepares for the end. Suddenly, she feels a thud and a pair of arms catching her midair. Zealous caught her. He's just standing there on a floating magic circle, looking totally unbothered. He looks her in the eye and tells her it was a nice catch, though he almost didn't make it. Christine is staring at him in total shock. He tells her to quit moving around before they both fall. He brings her down to solid ground and checks for injuries, mentioning that her friends are worried sick. She stammers out a thank you and asks for his name. He just tells her to call him Zealous. He looks at the worms and decides they need to be eradicated. Christine has no idea what that word actually entails. Zealous tosses a magic cube into the air and calls out his Purgatory Flame Destroyer spell. The entire cavern vanishes behind a massive wall of fire that incinerates everything in a split second. The worms are toast, but now the heat is so intense that Zealous realizes they might actually melt. He quickly throws up 50 layers of ice walls to keep them from being cooked alive. Even with the ice, it's still way too hot. He uses Gaia control to force the rocks to cool down. The heat is so high that the cavern floor literally starts to melt into liquid stone. To put out the fire for good, he unleashes Cositis to flash freeze the entire area. He tops it off with a wind spell to cool the air. Christine stands there, jaw dropped at the overkill. After the massive blast of fire and ice, the dust starts to settle in the cavern. The ground is still sizzling and melting from the sheer intensity of the spell. Zealous looks back at the smoking crater and wonders if he might have overdone it just a little. Christine is staring at him with her jaw on the floor. She realizes that kind of eradication magic shouldn't even exist yet, and she demands to know who he actually is. Zealous gets a distant look in his eyes. He's been called the Eradicator before, and it seems that title followed him even to this world. He just sighs and plays it off, telling her he's just a boring, unemployed old man. He suggests they finally head back up to the surface, but Christine points out they're miles underground with no way out. Zealous doesn't care about gravity. He just scoops her up and takes off on a magic circle, leaving her screaming as they fly through the air. A bit later, they're walking through the upper tunnels. Christine starts moping about how weak she is and how she'll just get in his way. Zealous asks why she doesn't just use magic. She tells him she knows the spells, they just never actually work for her. He realizes her problem is a lot like one of his old students. He asks if she'd actually like to be able to use it. He pulls out a scroll and says he's tweaked the logic of a basic spell to make it easier to cast. He tells her it's worth a shot since things down here are pretty much life or death anyway. She takes a deep breath and recites the chant for a simple light spell. A small flame appears right in her hand. She's absolutely stunned that it actually worked. Zealous smirks, mentioning that he taught the exact same thing to another student he used to have. Their training session is interrupted when a massive level 103 war ant crawls out of the darkness, clicking its giant mandibles. Zealous casually asks if she wants to take a crack at it, since it's only a single monster. Christine is practically vibrating with fear at the level gap. He pulls out a sleek katana and tells her to use it. It's a magically remodeled sword he designed himself. He hands it over, and she nearly drops it from the weight. He tells her he'll pin the monster down so she can get a clean hit. He flashes a plasma blind spell to stun the ant, and Christine charges in with everything she's got. She swings the heavy blade, and the impact triggers a massive explosion that rocks the entire tunnel. The monster is completely vaporized. The sword is so sharp and powerful it can cut through metal like it's nothing. Christine is left shaking from the raw power she just unleashed. Zealous makes a mental note to be a bit more careful with his weapon designs. The sudden jump from level 20 to level 81 is too much for her body to handle, and she passes out right there. Zealous catches her and carries her on his back, joking to himself that it probably looks like he's kidnapping her. Meanwhile, at the upper levels, the rest of the party is having a rough time against a never-ending swarm of ants. The Night Leader, a man with short black hair and silver armor, shouts for everyone to stay focused as they're being pushed back. The Knights are terrified that something happened to Christine down in the lower depths. Iris jumps in and blasts the swarm with an aqua jet to give them some breathing room. Jean and Rena join the defensive line. Jean tells them to concentrate on what's in front of them, or they're dead meat. They start working together as a team, thanking the mercenaries for stepping in to help. But for every ant they kill, 3 more seem to take its place. The swarm is completely overwhelming. The group realizes the dungeon's power is amping up, and there's no end in sight. Suddenly, Iris hears a strange rumbling coming from the pit below. A massive shockwave of wind explodes upward, sending the entire ant swarm flying like ragdolls. Everyone stands there in shock as the enemies are cleared out in a single second. Zealous strolls out of the shadows with Christine on his back, greeting everyone as if he just went for a casual walk. Iris and the Knights can barely process that he's actually back with the missing girl. Sometime later, things have settled down and the group is back in the safety of a town inn. Christine finally snaps awake in a warm bed. Her first thought is to ask where Zealous went. She practically leaps out of bed and runs down the stairs, where she's met by a very relieved Night Leader. Christine snaps to attention, her first thought being to find the man who saved her. By the way, Mr. Zealous, where is he? She asks, realizing she hasn't thanked him properly. The Night Leader and the other girls look at each other. They mention that they haven't seen the mage around the inn either and suggest asking the mercenary group. Rena and Jean, sitting at a nearby table, drop the news. He went back home last night, they say casually, shocking everyone else. It's at least half a day's walk to the next town, Sander. Jean chuckles, knowing Zealous can take care of himself even if bandits show up. Christine's heart sinks. He saved her life and taught her magic, yet she didn't get a chance to say a single word of gratitude. The Night Leader tries to comfort her, but the mercenaries tell her not to be too hard on herself. They mention that since he's a wanderer, they're bound to run into him again sooner or later. Christine looks off in the distance, wondering if their paths will really cross once more. She clenches her fists in a silent vow. I will definitely repay you for this favor. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the bustling streets of Sandra City. Zealous is walking around, whistling a tune. He's thinking about how much those magic stones from the dungeon will sell for and plans to buy a dryer and a cold cellar. He gets an excited look on his face. Once he has the equipment, he can finally introduce a proper rice culture to this world. Egg on rice, here I come. He decides to stop by the local church first, his bag full of goodies. Suddenly, he hears screams coming from the forest path. It's just the local kids holding up some wriggling mandragoras and scaring the daylights out of a young girl. They're thrilled to see the old man back. Zealous hands out some fried bread as gifts, and the children cheer with joy. Lazarus, the kind-hearted nun, steps out of the church, her eyes widening in surprise. "Mr. Zealous." She rushes over with a worried expression, asking if he's hurt and welcoming him home. Zealous is momentarily stunned by her genuine concern, his face flushing slightly. He thinks back to his previous world, where he was always alone with no one to greet him at the end of the day. It's nice when someone welcomes you back. He gives a humble bow, apologizing for worrying her and officially announcing his return. Lazarus smiles warmly, saying she's always happy to help him with anything. Zealous can't help but tease her, saying he'd be thrilled if a beautiful woman like her approached him. She blushes and tells him to stop picking on her, but the atmosphere between them remains sweet as he takes his leave. As Zealous walks away, the kids peek from the church, teasing Lazarus that she's clearly in love. She just watches him go, relieved he's safe. We start at the Istam Magic Academy, a prestigious school with 3 centuries of history. Celestina rolls up to the gates, looking pretty miserable about being back. Her maid, Mishka, tells her she'd better get ready for the term. As soon as she steps out, the gossip starts. The other students are already mocking her as the incompetent girl who's returned. They whisper about how she only got in because of her father's connections. Celestina just keeps walking, trying to ignore them. Mishka tells her not to let it get to her. Celestina vows to graduate as a proper mage to honor the professor who trained her. Class is in session for Magic Boot Camp. The instructor sets up a target and tells everyone they'll be shooting fireballs today. Celestina watches the others cast, wishing she were back fighting golems instead of doing this boring stuff. Then, Karasti D. St. Germain pops up, surprised that Celestina is still at the academy. She bluntly asks if Celestina can even use magic now, since everyone says she's useless. Celestina mentions she spent her summer training with an acquaintance of her grandfather. She has a quick flashback of the hell Zealous put her through, like fighting mud golems for 3 hours straight. Karasti is shocked. She's never heard of a mage who could keep control of a golem for that long. She wants to meet him, but Celestina lies and says he's just a traveler who isn't interested in power. She knows if anyone finds out her teacher is actually a great sage, the whole country will be trying to scout him. The instructor calls her name next. Karasti cheers her on while the rest of the class waits for a show. The guys in the back are already laughing, just waiting for her to fail like she always does. Celestina prepares a small sphere of flame, without even using a chant. The instructor is completely confused, and she just shouts fire and launches it at the dummy. A massive explosion hits the target dead on. The dummy is gone. Everyone else is just standing there with their mouths open. The class is stunned that a basic fireball could have that much power. Celestina looks at her hand, realizing just how much she improved during her training. She smiles, knowing she's still got a long way to go if she ever wants to catch up to the professor. Meanwhile, over at the separate campus, a strategy meeting is going on. The students are moving pieces on a board, acting like soldiers are just pawns in their little game. Sylvester sits there listening, thinking about how these guys have zero real combat experience. One of the students asks for his opinion on their strategy. Sylvester tells them war isn't just for mages, and if they can't work with the knights, the whole talk is a waste of time. He points at the board, noting that the enemy in their head is moving way too slowly. He questions why they always assume both sides will have the same strength. The others start arguing, saying that things like weather and politics are what really matter. Sylvester shuts them down, saying they're just debating a victory they've already decided on. He poses a real-world scenario. A neighbor country hit by famine launches a massive, desperate invasion. He knocks over all their pieces, asking what they do if an army 10 times their size caught them by surprise. Sandtroll Iva Whistler slams the table, yelling that something like that is theoretically impossible. Sylvester just asks why. From an enemy's point of view, plundering during famine is the most logical move. He suggests holding Fort Laos and drawing them in to destroy them one by one as they scatter. Sandtroll calls it nonsense, wondering why high-tier mages like them would ever go to the front lines. Sylvester is appalled. He thought they were training to fight for the people, not hide behind them. Sandtroll mocks him, saying he's just talking big for someone who hasn't been to war. Sylvester fires back. He hasn't been to war, but he has actual combat experience from 4-day survival trip in the Farfland forests. He remembers those days clearly. He knows that in a real fight, survival skills matter way more than any textbook knowledge. Sylvester recalls the wisdom of his master. A mage who can't handle a melee fight is just a dead man walking. Sandtroll Iva Whistler slams the table, furious that Sylvester is talking down to their faction and their perfect wide-range annihilation magic. Sylvester points out that their trump card spell is useless if it consumes so much mana that nobody can actually cast it. He tells Sam Troll to stop trying to do things he's not capable of, which just makes the arrogant noble lose his mind even more. Sylvester stays calm, telling him that he's speaking not just for a faction, but as a mage with the weight of the country on his shoulders. He drops a final warning that the academy doesn't belong to them alone, and they need to start being aware of that. Sam Troll is left trembling with rage, unable to believe he just got schooled by someone he thought he had under control. Sylvester decides he's had enough of the nonsense and heads back to the dorm. Sam Troll's lackeys are baffled, wondering if their brainwashing spell is losing its effect on him. They realize that whoever Sylvester is calling his master must have had a massive influence on his personality. They're frustrated that their plan to turn him into a mindless puppet was going so well until now. Later, in the academy storage room, Sylvester finds his brother Croesus buried in research about magic runes. Croesus is trying to figure out why runes that shouldn't work together suddenly make sense when connected in a specific way. He's surprised to see his brother in the library, noting that Sylvester usually avoids books like the plague. He jokes that Sylvester must have had a personality change, while a little doodle of Sylvester swinging a sword reminds us of his old self. Sylvester just tells him that he's actually here for some homework his master gave him. He explains that their master ordered him to study the magic of the hidden treasures, and that Celestina is already the brightest student in the academy. Croesus is stunned. He can't believe their little sister is suddenly a magic genius, and he wants to know who taught them. Sylvester whispers that they were mentored by a mysterious mage during summer vacation. He tells the story of how their grandfather and Celestina were attacked by bandits, and it was this master who saved them. He warns Croesus that this man is a great sage, and if word got out, the nobles and even the king would be hunting him down. Since the master wants a quiet life, they have to keep his identity a total secret. He tells Croesus to be careful, as he's heading down the same path as their master and might create something truly dangerous. The wide-range annihilation magic Sam Troll was bragging about, Master can already use that with zero effort. Croesus finds it hard to believe someone like that actually exists in their world. Sylvester tosses him a small gift, saying it's from the master himself. He explains that it's a magical medium, a substitute for a wand, and the master wants Croesus to test it out. Croesus is mesmerized by the ring, noting that it's made of pure mithril with incredible craftsmanship. Sylvester jokes that he's actually glad to be doing this homework, because it means he doesn't have to go back to those stupid faction meetings. He laughs, saying he's forever grateful to his master for changing his life. Croesus is touched, seeing his brother able to laugh so genuinely for the first time in a while. He realizes that this master has changed not just Celestina, but Sylvester as well. He's officially very interested in meeting this great sage. But the exact same time as they're thinking about him, Zealous is having a total Showtime moment while dancing with some dwarves. For various reasons, he's apparently spent his time building bridges and dancing with the local dwarf population. But his dreams quickly shift back to the trauma of his past life in Japan, where his company abandoned him. He remembers the day he found out his colleagues had stolen data from his computer without his permission. And his sister showed up, not to help, but to demand he lend her 500,000 yen just because he was well paid. But he told her he didn't have that kind of money. She turned on him, calling him a heartless bastard. He finally snapped, yelling at her to get out of his house and never show her face again. Zealous wakes up in a cold sweat, realizing it was all just a nightmare from a past he's left behind. Zealous wakes up with a heavy sigh, still shaken by the vivid nightmare of his past life's betrayals. Trying to clear his head, he heads out to the fields, using wind cutter magic to harvest crops with effortless precision. The local orphans arrive to help, fascinated by the strange wooden threshing machine Zealous has set up. Lazarus looks at the harvested stalks skeptically, wondering if this rice weed is actually edible. Zealous inspects the grain, realizing he'll need to do some serious sorting while a mysterious girl plays enthusiastically with a machine in the background. He promises the kids a feast at the dining hall if they help him carry the harvest back. Lazarus teases him for bribing them with food, but the kids are already cheering for the meat they're about to eat. Zealous is just happy that the harvest is stable, already imagining the egg on rice and sake he can eventually make. They all head toward the dining hall, the children's stomachs growling with anticipation. Lazarus introduces a new face, a beautiful blonde elf who's been living at the nursing home. Zealous asks if she's a high elf, and Lazarus explains they kept her hidden because slave traders would pay a fortune for her. Elves are a rare and prized race, often hunted by those looking to profit from their extraordinary value. The girl, Keed Hafen, formally introduces herself with a polite bow. She senses Zealous's hidden strength and immediately asks the plain mage for his guidance. Zealous is confused, wondering if she wants to learn magic, but Keed declares she wants to master the sword. She explains that her homeland in the Far East was so violent that survival was impossible without a blade in hand. Keed even challenges him to a sparring match, making Zealous sigh as his student count continues to grow. The group finally sits down, ordering a variety of hearty lunch sets. Everyone digs in, the sounds of chewing and happy eating filling the room. Lazarus tells the messy children to learn from Keed, who is expertly using chopsticks to eat. Suddenly, Iris and Jean appear, looking absolutely haggard and covered in dirt. Jean slumped over, admitting they failed their mission against a foe she calls strong. She shows her broken sword, devastated that her new weapon was shattered so easily. The mighty foe turns out to be the wild Coco, essentially a giant, hyper-aggressive chicken that broke their formation. Jean is in a deep depression because she spent all her savings on that mithril blade. Zealous offers to take a look and see if he can fix the rework, making Jean feel both guilty and hopeful. Zealous thinks it's incredibly suspicious for a mithril sword to break from a mere hen's kick. He decides to activate his appraisal skill to see what the blade is really made of. The truth is brutal. The appraisal reveals it's a scrap metal greatsword with 0 mithril content. Jean has been scammed. Zealous breaks the bad news. The sword is a complete fake. Jean is fuming because she provided the mithril for it herself. An adventurer nearby overhears and starts panicking. Turns out that same blacksmith made gear for him too. Zealous takes a look at the guy's weapon. Yep, more garbage. This guy's running a total scam shop. The crowd is officially reaching its breaking point. They're ready to head down there and tear the place apart. Jean and a mob bolt for the blacksmith's workshop. Zealous watches them go, knowing this is about to get messy. He tells Keed he'll follow them to make sure things don't get completely out of hand. He sells his tab at the restaurant first. No point in leaving a meal unpaid, even during a riot. He tracks the group down to a narrow back alley where Iris is already waiting. They reach the back of the shop. Jean is more worried about her stolen mithril than the money she lost. A crowd has already gathered at the front, screaming at the blacksmith through the door. The blacksmith tries to play it cool, demanding proof he's a fraud. One guy suggests they just melt the sword down right there. If there's no mithril in it, the guy is toast. The smith tells them to do whatever they want, but he won't let them step foot in his workshop. While the mob is busy at the front, a couple of thugs try to sneak crates out the back door. Iris catches them red-handed. Jean charges in, demanding her materials back. She's not letting them escape with the evidence. The thugs realize they've been spotted and decide to get aggressive. One of them takes a hit to the head out of nowhere. He didn't even see what happened. Zealous just gives a thumbs up. He literally just flicked a small rock with enough force to drop the guy. The thugs are baffled. Since when do mages have high-level martial arts skills? Zealous doesn't care if it makes sense to them. He's just having a little fun. The blacksmith himself storms out, yelling at his guys for being too slow with the crates. He tries to act tough, claiming those crates are for the local lord and messing with them will end badly. Zealous calls his bluff. Turns out, he used to be the tutor for that lord's kids. The smith starts sweating. Threatening people in the name of a noble is a fast way to get executed. One of the crates drops and rolls open, spilling out a bunch of unrefined magic stones. Zealous lays it out. The guy was just hoarding raw materials to sell on the black market instead of making actual products. The smith realizes he's cornered and lunges at Zealous with a knife. Zealous doesn't even flinch. He catches the guy's arm and prepares to end this. A quick slam to the ground, and the scammer is gasping for air. One final punch to the gut, and it's lights out for the blacksmith. His goons don't stick around to help him up. Zealous takes a puff of his smoke while the girls watch him work. Jean's a bit annoyed he stole the show. Zealous just pivots to his next goal, hunting some mutant chickens for their eggs. Jean's happy to have her mithril back, but Zealous is clearly only thinking about his future breakfast. Back at his workshop, he starts tinkering with a weird machine involving magic stones. A few days later, the whole group shows up at his place, including the elf Keed. They're all pretty impressed with the nice house he's managed to build for himself. He shows off his new invention. It's not a weapon, it's just a machine to hull rice. He tells Jean to hand over a broken blade, so he can finally make her a real one. He draws some alchemy circles on the ground. Alchemy is way faster than standard blacksmithing. He asks what she's looking for. Just a simple fire element sword, nothing too flashy. Zealous gets serious. It's time to see what a great sage can do with some scrap metal. The alchemy circle flares up as the metal begins to reshape itself under his command. Jean and Lazarus find out they have a lot in common. They actually grew up in the same orphanage before going their separate ways. Jean is amazed that magic can handle something as physically demanding as blacksmithing. She thanks Lazarus for all the time she healed her up when they were kids. Anytime Jean got into trouble, Lazarus was there. Zealous finishes the alchemy process. The new sword is finally ready for action. Jean thinks the blade looks way better than it used to, though it's still pretty warm to the touch. She prepares to give her brand new weapon a test run. It feels perfect in her hand. She's not worried about facing off against those mutant chickens anymore. Zealous asks if she's looking for revenge. He admits he actually kind of wants one of those birds as a pet. The girls can't believe what they're hearing. To them, those things are dangerous beasts, not pets. Zealous is just dreaming about the perfect egg on rice dish, but he realizes he's missing the most important part, soy sauce. He chimes in, saying she actually has some of that soy sauce from her hometown. She's willing to share some, but only on one condition. she gets to join the subjugation team. Losers tries to talk them out of it, thinking it's too dangerous to go out fighting monsters just for a condiment. Keed is determined to test her skills and see a strong man like Zealous in action. Zealous tells the worried nun that it's just a chicken hunt. It'll be totally fine as long as he's there. They decide to head out immediately while everyone else watches the odd group with a bit of concern. They arrive at a poultry farm on the outskirts of center. It seems quiet enough for now. Jean explains that the client's egg business went south when the chickens turned violent and grew out of control. A loud bang echoes from the farm. Something just came crashing down with a lot of force. They find the client, a bald guy, buried under some wreckage. He's lucky he wasn't killed. Key can feel a powerful presence nearby. The idea of a strong opponent is already getting her blood boiling. The owner isn't interested in pets. He just wants those birds gone before they wreck the rest of his farm. Zealous identifies the specialized mutants, Slash Cocos, Sniper Cocos, and Huge Grappler Coco. These birds have evolved into a much higher level species that nobody in the area has ever heard of before. A chicken lands a heavy blow on an armored knight, proving they aren't just normal poultry. Zealous says he'll happily take the birds off the owner's hands. Heed is ready to lead the charge. She faces off with a Slash Coco that's ready to slice her up with its wings. Their blades clash in a flurry of sparks. This bird is legit. It can actually parry. Keed realizes the chicken's feathers are incredibly tough, like natural armor. It's not going down easily. She goes into a high-speed exchange, parrying every wing blade strike that comes her way. She has to respect the bird's skill. If it were a man, it'd probably be a renowned warrior. The chicken lets out a loud cry as they continue their intense high-speed duel. It's almost like they're actually talking to each other through the language of their blades. They both back off for a moment, catching their breath and looking for an opening. Jean watches from the side, acknowledging that the high elf is definitely a high-level warrior. Suddenly, the Sniper Coco joins the fight, firing a projectile right at Keed. Zealous spots the threat immediately. He knows those snipers don't stay in one place for long. He flicks a small stone with perfect timing, intercepting the shot mid-air. The pebble hits the sniper chicken hard, sending it tumbling out of its hiding spot. Jean is shocked. Zealous basically predicted where the bird was moving before it even took the shot. Keed resets her stance. No hard feelings, regardless of who ends up winning this duel. She lunges back in for round 2, ready to push this battle to its conclusion. Keed lunges in for another strike, but the Slash Coco parries her perfectly with a loud, metallic clang. The sheer force of the impact sends Keed flying back. Zealous is there in an instant to catch her as she loses consciousness. Luzerus rushes over, terrified that the elf was seriously hurt. Zealous tells them to focus on her. He'll take care of the rest of the birds. The flock's leader, the massive grappler Coco, steps forward. This thing is clearly on a whole different level of power. Zealous would really prefer not to use excessive force on something he wants as a pet, but this chicken only speaks the language of violence. The bird lunges with incredible speed, but Zealous is ready for it, meeting its attack with a solid block. He realizes he's going to have to be more careful than usual. Iris calls out to him, sensing the shift in the air. Zealous activates his Fist God skill, his presence becoming sharp and intense as he drops into a martial arts stance. "I'm coming," he says quietly, before disappearing in a blur of speed. A barrage of high-speed blows trade between the two. Iris and Jean watch in shock. This chicken is actually going toe-to-toe with Zealous. Surprisingly, the bird looks like it's actually enjoying itself, thrilled to have finally found someone this strong. The bird lets out a defiant crow, basically telling him that warriors only follow the strong. Zealous is more than happy to show it what he's got. They continue their mid-air duel, trading heavy hits that echo across the entire farm. The speed of their exchange is almost impossible to follow as punches and kicks fly in every direction. Zealous spots a momentary opening. "You're unguarded on your sides," he shouts, moving in to finish it. A final, massive blow lands squarely, and a long-fought battle finally comes to an end. Phew! Zealous takes a moment to catch his breath and pat his hands clean. It's over. To everyone's absolute shock, the entire flock of chickens immediately drops into a deep bow of submission. Zealous is a bit taken aback by their reaction. "Is this your way of telling me that you'll follow me?" The Grappler Coco makes it official, asking him to be their new teacher. Zealous is fine with it, as long as they keep the eggs coming. Keed wakes up to see the once ferocious beasts acting like well-trained pets. She's completely stunned by Zealous's power. Her eyes light up with excitement. This is exactly the kind of adventure she was hoping for when she joined up. Zealous sighs, realizing his student count just went up on an entire flock of chickens. But for the sake of his eggs, it's worth it. As he's thinking, he notices a single glowing strand of hair caught on his fingers. It's from Keed. He must have snagged it when he caught her earlier. A high elf's hair is an incredibly valuable item for any alchemist. He starts imagining all the high-level potions and items he could make with this. His inner sage is already hard at work. He gets so caught up in his plans that he completely zones out, a weirdly intense look on his face. Iris snaps him out of it, telling him to stop being weird so they can head back to church. Yeah, let's go, he mumbles. They all walk home together, followed by a neat line of mutant chickens. At least breakfast is going to be amazing tomorrow. The student rubs his head, frustrated that he can't make any sense of the magic formula in front of him. He lets out a loud groan, completely overwhelmed by the mountain of research papers and magic circles cluttering his desk. His master gave him the task of improving hidden treasure magic, but the job is turning out to be an absolute nightmare. He explains to his classmate, Celestina, that trying to fix a spell without knowing the mechanics is like trying to fix a clock from scratch. While they're stuck in the hall of the Ister Institute, someone approaches and asks why they look so troubled. It's an old acquaintance named Croesus, and Celestina is shocked to see how much he's changed since their last meeting. Croesus takes a look at their assignment and asks what on earth they've been trying to accomplish. The student vents his frustration, explaining that they can barely even decipher the spells, let alone improve them. He stares blankly at the magic circles, wondering why their master would even give them such an impossible assignment. Croesus goes quiet for a moment, deep in thought as he examines the notes the two have compiled. He gives them some straightforward advice. They need to go back to the basics and review their techniques thoroughly. He suggests it would be more productive to focus on other types of magic instead of wasting time here. The truth finally clicks. Their master gave them the impossible task just to trick them into studying the basics first. The student realizes his master has a bit of a terrible personality for playing them like that. He's annoyed at being tricked, but Croesus points out that research results are never easy to produce. Croesus picks up a spell and notes that its weight has been significantly reduced to an elementary level. The young man admits he was trying to streamline the flow of multiple equations, but couldn't get them to mesh. Croesus is so impressed that he wants to write a letter to the great sage immediately to show off their work. He lets out a weary sigh, admitting he's starting to regret not coming back home earlier this summer. Suddenly, a girl with animal ears named Irene bursts in, yelling at Croesus for skipping out on his cleaning duties. Irene introduces herself as Croesus's sister and mentions she's already heard plenty about the duo. Despite his protests, Irene starts dragging her brother away to make sure he finishes his chores. The student watches them go, amazed at how much even someone as refined as Croesus can change around a woman. Regardless of the interruption, Celestina is glad they found a solution and suggests they go back to the drawing board. She gives him an encouraging smile, reminding him that small, consistent efforts will eventually lead them to the top. She gets fired up and pulls out her mace, ready to start training with everything she's got. She mentions that the annual field training is coming up soon and they need to be prepared. She's genuinely looking forward to it, especially since she can finally fight now that she's mastered some magic. She playfully warns him that she won't be losing to him when the training finally starts. The scene shifts to the imposing exterior of the Ister Institute of Magic High School. Inside, the Association of Tactical Theory is in session, with students debating different war strategies. A student named Sam Troll is getting called out for a reckless plan that treats soldiers like they're disposable. Sam Troll slams the table in a rage, demanding to know what's so wrong with his perfect strategy. The others argue that his plan is far too risky and relies on a type of magic that hasn't even been proven. His idea is to send knights and mercenaries in head-on, while mages use massive spells to wipe out whatever's left. The other students ridicule the plan, noting that it assumes the enemy is completely incompetent and predictable. They flatly reject the strategy, calling it a set of poor assumptions rather than an actual tactic. Sam Troll tries to pull rank. The student reminds him that his noble status means nothing within these walls. He clenches his teeth, telling them they simply don't understand what a realistic strategy looks like. The rest of the group remains unconvinced, agreeing that wasting forces is never a viable course of action. They tell him point-blank that he's failing to account for the fact that their enemies are human beings with their own tactics. Sam Troll is left trembling with fury as the sounds of the other students' chatter fill the room. The meeting of the Tactical Studies group finally wraps up for the day, and the members start to clear out. Sam Troll is left alone at the table, trembling with rage as he slams his fist down in frustration. He fumes about his ruined winning streak and curses Sylvester for saying things the others didn't need to hear. He's especially annoyed that he can't control the others anymore now that his brainwashing magic isn't working. He starts planning his revenge, realizing that the upcoming annual field training is the perfect opportunity. His plan is simple and ruthless. He'll attack Sylvester during the training and make it look like an accident. Sam Troll's companion agrees that an accidental death is the best way to handle the situation. Gritting his teeth, Sam Troll is determined to get Sylvester while he still has the chance. He lets out a manic laugh, mocking Sylvester for having no idea what kind of plans are being made behind his back. Meanwhile, at a quiet house in the country, a man named Zealous finds a letter waiting for him in his mailbox. He opens it up and sees that it's from his students, Sylvester and Celestina. They tell him they decided to rethink their basic magic spells from scratch, which clearly pleases him. He reads further as Celestina explains they've laid out the groundwork and hope to clear their assignment soon. Zealous smiles, thinking to himself that seeing his students do well is the best part of being a tutor. He notices a crinkled, scribbled letter and wonders if it's another message from Croesus. Shifting his focus to his cooking, Zealous admires the perfect egg-on-rice dish he's finally managed to create. He takes a bite and savors it, but quickly realizes that something is a bit off with the balance. He's shocked to find the egg is so rich that it's completely overpowering the flavor of the soy sauce. He realizes he'll need to make a better soy sauce to match eggs of this caliber, but his musings are interrupted by a knock at the door. He finds a refined older man standing there, who introduces himself as Dandis, the butler of the Salstia family. Dandis explains that his master, the father of Sylvester and Celestina, has insisted that Zealous come for a visit. The butler adds that the madam of the house wants him to come in formal attire, if at all possible. Zealous checks himself in a mirror and realizes it's been 7 long years since he's taken any care of his appearance. He starts grooming himself, trimming his stubble, and patting down his hair to look presentable. He pulls out a set of old clothes, admitting it's embarrassing to be called the Black Annihilator, but it's the best he has. He dons a suit of dark, heavy armor and zips it up, looking like a completely different person. Zealous stands ready in his full gear, looking every bit the warrior he once was. Dandis is stunned by the transformation, asking if he's actually planning on going to war in such dangerous armor. Zealous gives him a sheepish look, but then asks if they can stop by the orphanage on their way. Zealous stops at the church door and knocks, asking if Lazarus is inside. Lazarus opens the door and is immediately taken aback by his sudden appearance. She stares in disbelief, asking Zealous what on earth is with the new outfit. Lazarus is so shocked she nearly drops everything, her mouth hanging open in surprise. Zealous asks if he looks weird, but she assures him he actually looks quite a bit like a reverend. He hands over some leftover eggs for the children, telling her they're too valuable to waste. Suddenly, a woman named Jean walks out wearing only her underwear, complaining about drinking too much the night before. Jean is horrified when she realizes Zealous is standing right there, and she turns beet red from embarrassment. She screams and shields herself, while Lazarus panics and tells Zealous not to look at her worrisome outfit. A young girl named Iris runs in to see what the fuss is about, calling Zealous the Black Annihilator. Zealous tells Iris to stop calling him by that name, as he explains he's just on an errand. Before leaving, Zealous promises Iris that he'll teach her how to temper metals the next time he visits. Lazarus tells Zealous to take care as he and the butler finally set off on their journey. Back at the orphanage, the girls gossip about Zealous, with Lazarus being teased about whether she likes that old man. Jean is flustered and embarrassed, frantically explaining that she didn't mean to be seen in such a state earlier. Blushing deeply, Jean insists she has no interest in men, especially not an old man like their former tutor. The scene transitions to the grand and imposing Saltia mansion, where Zealous has just arrived. Dandis escorts Zealous into the private study, announcing his arrival to the lord of the house. Elsasis, the lord of Saltia, sits at his desk, looking tired from the weight of his responsibilities. He thanks Zealous for coming and mentions that he has a personal favor to ask regarding his son and daughter. Elsasis explains that Sylvester will soon be doing field training in the forest and wants Zealous to be his secret escort. He describes a complex political situation involving a factional war and a schism within the students' ranks. Elsasis identifies Sam Troll, the Marquis of Whistler's son, as a dangerous individual who is targeting Sylvester. He reveals that the Whistler family is in financial trouble, making them desperate enough to take drastic measures. He further explains that Sam Troll is connected to a dark organization and is actively planning to kill Sylvester. Zealous listens intently, realizing the severity of the threat facing his former student. He accepts the job without hesitation, stating that he could never ignore a threat to one of his own students. They discuss the Hydra organization, which Elsasis describes as a dangerous and coordinated group of criminals. Elsasis mentions he has experience dealing with such groups, though this one has proven to be particularly elusive. He warns that Sylvester has attracted some very troublesome people who will do anything for the right price. Elsasis suggests that Zealous should infiltrate the training session as one of the accompanying mercenaries. He asks Zealous to arrive a few days early to prepare and offers to pay for his journey to the academy. Zealous agrees to the plan, deciding to seek out any other free mercenaries who might be useful for the mission. He reflects on the gravity of the mission, still finding it hard to believe his student's life is in such danger. Zealous asks how Elsasis obtained such secretive information about the Dark Organization. Elsasis cryptically explains it was through underworld channels, leaving Zealous to wonder about the Lord's own past. Zealous prepares to depart for the academy, promising to keep the Lord updated on the situation. Elsasis looks at him with deep sincerity, formally entrusting Sylvester's safety into Zealous's hands. Zealous looks back with a determined and unwavering gaze, ready to take on the responsibility. He gives a confident nod and tells Elsasis to leave the matter entirely to him. After Zealous leaves, the Lord lets out a weary sigh and finally closes the doors to his office. Back at the academy, Sylvester sits at his desk, deep in thought as he examines a magic grid. The device hums with a vibrant glow as Sylvester meticulously works on his latest project. Late into the night, the magic fizzes and crackles as the student pushes himself to master his craft. He's got the magic seal ready to go. Now it's just a matter of compressing the whole thing. It's wild to him how the magic technology in this world matches the stuff from his old game almost perfectly. He remembers how detailed that VR world was, right down to the individual people living in it. It makes him wonder who actually went through the trouble of creating it, and why he was the one stuck playing it. To pull off something that massive, it would have to be the work of God. And again, maybe even a god didn't expect evil gods to exist in the first place. He wraps up his work by finishing a new amulet with a magic seal stone. Elsewhere, a girl with red twin tails is having a complete meltdown over being broke and having 0 job offers. Turns out she's a pretty terrible mercenary, and she even lost a fight to some giant chickens called Cocos. She decides to head back and ask the old man to teach her alchemy so she can actually make some money. She arrives back at the house just in time to see a whole lot of chaos happening in the yard. She knocks on the door, and someone finally lets her inside. She walks in and finds him showing off a shiny, custom-built motorcycle. She can't believe her eyes. A bike in a world like this? He explains that since it runs on magic, he doesn't ever have to worry about finding gasoline. He mentions he has a favor to ask of her, too, while she's still in shock. She asks if he'll be okay by himself, but he's already got a plan. He points out his new bodyguards, a pack of those giant chickens, and they look ready for a fight. They look so aggressive that he's actually worried they'll forget their duties and just start a brawl with the demons. Since she brought her own medicinal herbs, she asks him to teach her some simple recipes. He agrees, thinking it's a good way for her to make some money by selling medicine and magic stones. They get right to work, and she starts pouring the ingredients to brew the mixture. She pulls off. She successfully creates wound-healing medicine and even gains the concoction skill. Meanwhile, he's back on his bike, looking pretty satisfied with how things turned out. Over at the Eastern Magic Academy, a student named Celestina makes her way through the halls. She clutches her textbook tight as she walks, seemingly focused on her own world. Even in the library, she sits alone, buried in her research. The other students whisper and keep their distance, which makes her feel more than a little lonely. They've started calling her a genius girl because of her magic, but that talent just seems to alienate everyone else. Suddenly, she hears a loud commotion coming from outside the library. She finds a group of girls bullying a beastwoman student, pinning her down with a force-bind spell. Celestina recognizes the spell immediately and notices the girl's ears. She's from the Hound clan. The bullies mock her for not using magic to break free, while Celestina watches from the shadows, hidden by a mirage curtain. They keep laughing, telling her she stinks like a dog and doesn't belong at the academy. Celestina thinks back to what her professor told her about how beastmen use magic. The professor had explained that the textbooks are actually wrong, and beastmen use magic all the time. He described it as body enhancement magic, where they circulate power internally to boost their physical strength. He even offered to teach her more about it, if she was interested in learning. Seeing the girl struggle, Celestina realizes the beast woman already has the power. She just doesn't know how to channel it. The bullies call the girl trash and tell her she should just disappear from the school. Celestina steps out and starts coaching the girl, telling her to gather the magic around her navel and knead it into a ball. She tells her to feel the heat rise from her stomach and let the magic flow through every single inch of her body. The beast woman student, Olna Raha, is still pinned down, but she's finally starting to find her focus. She asks herself if she can really pull this off as she stares down her bullies. With a sudden burst of power, she snaps the magic bonds holding her, catching everyone off guard. She stands tall, amazed at how easy it was to break the spell once she knew the trick. She turns to her bullies with a confident grin, telling them it's officially payback time. Her expression turns cold as she warns them that she could kill them without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, she catches a scent and demands that whoever is hiding show themselves immediately. Celestina drops her invisibility spell and steps out, which sends the group of bullies into a panic. She doesn't hold back, lecturing them about how using force to oppress others only invites their own destruction. She turns to Ulna with some encouragement, telling her that everyone starts out weak before they get strong. Celestina explains that beastmen are naturally gifted at channeling magic into their bodies to boost their physical power. She calls the bullies a disgrace to their country, and they're so shaken they can barely speak. The lead bully realizes that crossing Celestina means dealing with some of the most powerful mages in the world. Terrified, the girls bolt for it, screaming that they aren't ready to die today. Ulna is genuinely impressed that Celestina managed to scare them off with just a few words. She's incredibly grateful for the help and for the advice on how to fight back using her heritage. Ulna is so eager to repay the favor that she practically begs Celestina to give her task. Celestina takes her up on it, asking if she'd like to team up for the live training session next week. Ulna promptly introduces herself, admitting she's a bit of a dropout, but promising to make Celestina proud. She mentions she was raised by a man named Serga Zephin, which immediately catches Celestina's attention. It turns out her guardian is the famous mage known as the Daylight Lantern. Celestina starts to wonder if she can finally talk openly about her professor with someone like Ulna. Ulna is still amazed by Celestina's magic and asks who on earth taught her how to be so strong. Celestina explains that it's all thanks to a professor she met during her summer vacation. She starts gushing about how amazing he is, saying she couldn't even use magic until he taught her. To her, he's the ultimate genius, and she dreams of becoming someone just like him someday. Ulna leans in and asks the big question: does she actually like the professor? Celestina completely loses it, blushing red while insisting she just has a massive amount of respect for him. Suddenly, a voice from behind startles them both, asking if they're having a friendly chat about love. It's a maid from the academy, and she isn't passing up the chance to tease the loner young lady. She hands over a letter, telling Celestina that the Grand Master has a special message for her. The two girls huddle together to read the contents, looking pretty surprised by what's written. Later that day, in the library, two students are catching up on some work and discussion. The brown-haired student tries to stay positive, telling his friend they can still make it to the training. The student with glasses, Croesus, is more interested in using his materials for another research project. He complains about his room being a mess, which he blames on the garbage other people leave around. He's a total research nerd, even finding satisfaction in checking out things like chimera poison. Celestina bursts in out of breath, looking like she's in a total state of panic. She drops the bombshell: the professor is going to be a bodyguard for the upcoming live training. The guys are stunned, wondering why her father would ask him of all people to step in. Croesus starts to get nervous, having heard that the professor can be absolutely relentless when he wants to be. His friend tells him to stop worrying, betting that the two of them will actually hit it off. Croesus continues his monologue, emphasizing that research is the only thing that actually matters to him. Miska suddenly appears out of thin air, scaring Sylvester half to death as she delivers the news of the Master's arrival. Croesus is ecstatic to hear about the great sage's latest magic tools, while Miska notes that Zealous will be arriving shortly. The news that the professor made the journey in just 3 hours has Croesus geeking out over the mechanics of his mobility device. Sylvester is stressed about an upcoming meeting, while Celestina is focused on her promise to teach Shasta Rail some magic. Miska takes charge of the situation, deciding that she and Croesus will be the ones to go and meet Master Zealous. Sylvester encourages Croesus to use this chance to finally introduce himself to the man he admires so much. Croesus is all in, already planning out all the technical questions he wants to grill the Master about. Miska tells Croesus he needs to change his clothes first, but he's already buried in the clutter of his messy room. Sylvester watches the chaos from the hallway, wondering how his friend even manages to navigate such a disaster area safely. A bit later, the intense tactical discussion session at the academy finally comes to its conclusion. Sylvester walks out feeling confident, convinced that his strategies were much better than anyone else's ideas. A younger student praises him, claiming that Sylvester is the only one who should be in command if a war breaks out. The moment is ruined when they run into Sam Troll, who is looking as arrogant and unpleasant as ever. Sam Troll immediately starts mocking Sylvester, calling him out for having such a blunt attitude and a massive ego. Sylvester doesn't even blink, meeting the insult with a cold, piercing stare that shows he isn't intimidated. He quickly turns the tables, revealing that he knows all about Sam Troll's secret dealings with some very shady people. He pushes the advantage, asking if Sam Troll is planning an assassination after being spotted at a bar with criminals. Sam Troll completely loses his cool and starts panicking, but Sylvester just smiles and mentions they have a trump card. Dismissing the flustered noble, Sylvester tells him that he's already given him more than enough information for one day. To himself, Sylvester can't believe how easily the guy fell for the bluff, making a total fool of himself in the process. He tells the group to enjoy their freedom while it lasts, because execution is the only thing waiting for them in the end. He drops a final truth bomb. His higher royal ranking gives him the authority to dispose of them whenever he feels like it. Sam Troll is left in a state of pure shock, his eyes wide with terror as he realizes just how much trouble he's in. Sylvester's friend is a bit freaked out by the intensity of the exchange, but Sylvester just tells him to keep walking. Sam Troll's allies are starting to sweat, realizing they completely underestimated the information network of the Solstia household. Sam Troll desperately tries to convince himself that it's all just a bluff, and that there's no way Sylvester has any real proof. His companion is already checking out, realizing that staying by Sam Troll's side is going to end in nothing but regret. In a moment of sheer desperation, Sam Troll decides that if he's going to fall, he's going to take Sylvester down with him. Nearby, a subtle crackle of magic signals that someone is preparing to make a very big move. Master Zealous, the legendary professor, adjusts his hat with a confident smirk, deciding it's finally time to go help his apprentice. Zealous shows off his latest creation, the magical automatic two-wheeled Bike Harry Thunder, the 13th edition. Iris and the girls look on with a mix of awe and confusion while the giant Cocos stand by, ready to move. Zealous is hyped and ready to set off on his mission to protect the academy students. They arrive at Hubport Season, where the scale of the ships and the docks is pretty impressive. Iris is already done for, literally crawling on the ground from a nasty case of seasickness. Rina is skeptical, asking if Zealous really plans to use that magic tool to travel all the way to their destination. He tells them to stay calm and starts summoning something else to help with the logistics. With a sudden bang, a massive trailer filled with cushions appears behind a bike. It's designed to be towed, meaning the giant chickens can actually ride along this time. They hit the road, and the initial speed actually has the group feeling pretty good. Zealous explains the tech, saying he got the idea for the motor while trying to build a centrifuge. Nearby, a couple of guys in a carriage are busy checking out the girls riding the trailer. One of them is complaining that if only Zealous wasn't there, they have a better view. Suddenly, the bike roars past them with a deafening blast, nearly knocking their horse off balance. The men are left in the dust, completely baffled by what just flew past their carriage. Zealous is in the zone, feeling great about how smoothly his hairy thunder is handling the road. He mentions he needs to register at the guild in Stilla to be officially accepted as an escort. Iris asks if he's registering with their guild, since she and the others are mercenaries too. Zealous admits he's heading towards Sedan City, but he's starting to get a bad feeling about their direction. He looks back and sees Jean and Rina clutching their mouths, looking green from the motion. Even the giant Cocos have completely lost their composure and look pale from the shaking. Iris points out that if they don't hurry to the guild reception, they won't be able to register in time. Zealous finally notices the forest is way too thick and the path is looking a bit too narrow. He starts sweating, wondering if he actually made a wrong turn somewhere back there. He shouts back to Iris, asking if there was a fork in the road that they might have missed. She confirms they passed one a long time ago, and Zealous realizes they're officially behind schedule. He tells everyone to hold on tight as he prepares to fix his mistake the fast way. He pulls a violent, high-speed U-turn that sends a trailer, and everyone in it, skidding across the dirt. Iris is the only one having fun, comparing the crazy turn to a roller coaster ride. Zealous apologizes, but says he has to pick up the speed now to make up for lost time. He leaves a massive circular skid mark on the road as he blasts back toward the correct path. They finally reach the gates of Stilla City, though the silence from the trailer is a bit concerning. As soon as they stop, Jean and Rina collapse out of the cart, looking like they've seen the afterlife. Zealous asks if it really shook that much, while Rina groans that humans weren't meant to ride in that thing. The Cocos are slumped over too, looking just as defeated by the high-speed travel as the girls. Despite the casualties, Zealous is just happy they made it to the mercenary guild on time. Inside, Iris comments on how different and nice this guild branch looked compared to their usual one. She asks if he's really going to get a card just for the letter, but Zealous is confident in the Duke's connection. They walk up to the counter, and Zealous asks if this is where they take on the Academy bodyguard request. The receptionist is cheerful, telling them they're lucky they arrived just before the request was closed. Zealous presents his letter of introduction and asks to be put through to the guild master. The receptionist's face goes pale as he reads the letter, and he rushes off in a complete panic. Siphon, the guild manager, welcomes Zealous and asks about the letter from Duke Belsasis. He gives him a charming greeting, though his flamboyant attitude catches everyone off guard. Siphon gets straight to the point, mentioning that the Duke wants Zealous to be an S-rated mercenary. The idea of someone getting the highest rank so easily sounds reckless to the other members. Siphon explains that he'll only recognize his power after a duel in the training area. Zealous isn't thrilled about fighting, especially since he considers himself a pacifist. The manager is curious about his skills, while Zealous just wants to get this over with. The two face off in the arena as the crowd watches with high expectations. Jean realizes who they're dealing with, the legendary S-rank fencer known as Siphon the Flash. Zealous draws his daggers, promising to show he can handle the escort request. Siphon is eager to see what the strongest mage can do in physical fight. He draws his rapier with sharp shing, and the atmosphere instantly gets heavy. The crowd is stunned as the two combatants begin trying to read each other's movements. The air crackles with tension as they both wait for the perfect moment to strike. The blades finally clash, creating a shower of sparks that lights up the training area. The exchange is a blur of strikes and parries, with neither side giving an inch. The onlookers are amazed that a middle-aged man can keep up with the guildmaster's speed. Siphon is having the time of his life, impressed that his opponent is matching him without even trying hard. Zealous notices his opponent's sword speed is picking up as the fight intensifies. Siphon continues his relentless barrage, laughing as he pushes Zealous to the limit. The girls are shocked he can block so many rapier hits with just a small knife. Siphon decides it's time to get serious and unleashes his signature Phantom Slash. He moves with incredible speed, but Zealous reacts instantly to the sudden increase in pressure. In a move called point-blank assault, Zealous expertly pins the rapier's tip with his own blade. Siphon is caught completely off guard as his weapon is neutralized in an instant. Before he can recover, Zealous closes the distance and places his dagger right at Siphon's throat. The duel is over, and the room falls into a stunned silence as everyone processes what just happened. Siphon is impressed, comparing the way he threw a knife and closed the gap to an assassin's technique. The manager gracefully admits defeat, acknowledging that Zealous is undoubtedly an S-rank mercenary. He claims the world is large, and Zealous is only the 5th person he's ever met who is stronger than him. Siphon starts looking at him with a little too much admiration, which starts to weird Zealous out. He even suggests they have a more private talk later, giving him a playful wink. Zealous is left blushing and completely confused by the manager's sudden change in attitude. He makes a quick exit, while Iris shouts after him that he hasn't even gotten his guild card yet. Iris and the girls can only sigh as they watch their mentor run off in a panic. Zealous officially receives his S-rank card, and his victory over Siphon becomes the talk of the town. Meanwhile, the giant Cocos are attracting a lot of attention for being surprisingly fluffy and quiet. A few Goon mercenaries try to pick a fight with the giant birds, which turns out to be a massive mistake. One of the birds delivers a swift kick that sends a guy in armor flying through the air. These 3, Zanki, Yuki, and Sunke, are the most powerful of the creatures under Zealous's care. They quickly become legends in their own right, known locally as the 3 martial chickens. After a long and eventful day, Zealous finally settles into his room in Stilla Village. Just as Zealous is getting comfortable, a knock at the door interrupts his peace. Expecting a visitor, he calls out for them to enter. The door opens to reveal Miska, the stern and efficient maid of the Saltia family. Zealous is surprised to see her in Stilla Village. Zealous asks how Celestina and Sylvester are doing, and Miska assures him that they are both excelling in their studies. She mentions that while the younger siblings couldn't make it, Croesus has come in their place to seek his guidance. Zealous looks around, wondering where Sylvester's older brother is, only to find him in a rather peculiar state. It turns out Croesus was so caught up in his research that he refused to leave his room, so Miska had to take measures. Zealous realizes she went a bit too far. Miska nonchalantly drags a tightly bound and gagged Croesus into the room, much to Zealous's dismay. Despite being tied up, Croesus is only focused on his work, immediately asking Zealous for help with a high-speed magical tool project. The moment the words magic tool are mentioned, Croesus becomes incredibly hyperactive, startling Zealous with his sudden burst of energy. He starts rambling about specs and ranges, completely ignoring the fact that he's still tied up like a mummy. Zealous notes that Croesus seems like the type of person who is only interested in his hobbies, a trait they might actually share. Once he's allowed to speak, Croesus introduces himself formally and expresses how much he's been wanting to learn from the great sage. Zealous awkwardly suggests they cut the ropes first before getting into any serious lessons. Miska is already on it with a very intimidating knife. They finally get to work on the bike, with Zealous directing Croesus on how to secure the sidecar shaft and frame. Croesus is fascinated by the machine's construction, noting that he's never seen anything like it before. Zealous admits that he installed a built-in weapon out of pure curiosity, though he worries it might be a bit too powerful. He mentions that he used magic alchemy to create the bike, which makes its performance somewhat unstable for now. Croesus is stunned that Zealous can use such an advanced technique, considering it the pinnacle of what a mage can achieve. Zealous modestly downplays his skills, even mentioning he recently got a title called Hermit of the Gods that he doesn't quite understand. Croesus practically begs to be taught more, his eyes sparkling with the intensity of a true scholar. Zealous feels a bit overwhelmed. Zealous encourages him, saying that once he masters the basics of forging and magic, creating tools will become second nature. The young man is completely captivated by the possibility, though Zealous privately worries about the sheer cost of materials for a student. Croesus presents a massive stack of papers, his own take on deciphering and reconstructing magic circles, and asks for a critique. Zealous looks it over and gives him solid 85 out of 100, praising the stability and shape of the magic. He begins pointing out specific flaws, like the size of the circle and redundant runes that could be optimized. Croesus is overjoyed with the feedback, realizing that this is exactly what he needs to take his research to the next level. Zealous is impressed by the boy's talent for production, noting that he seems to have natural affinity for it, much like himself. Croesus asks for more advice, specifically on how to create a magical formula that has never been made before. Zealous explains the importance of the magic control skill to prevent distortions and ensure the formula works correctly every time. He wonders how much of his knowledge from games is actually applicable here, though he's careful not to let on. Curious, Zealous asks where they kept such a massive amount of papers. Miska simply gestures that she carried the whole stack by hand, looking entirely unfazed. Miska creeps them out with her maid's skirt secrets talk. Zealous and Croesus look like they've seen way too much already. Zealous gets back to business, pulling out some special gear for the group's field training. These are just for show. The amulets provide a barrier, and the rings are linked to Zealous's mask so he can track them. Croesus is geeking out over the tech. He's even more impressed when he hears the ring warns of incoming danger. He warns them that Sylvester isn't the only one in danger. They might all be targets. The researcher is more interested in the technology than the threat. The professor has to ask if he's planning to hog it all. Miska collects the items while the man notes that he and Croesus share a similarly reckless personality. Zealous explains how his magical alchemy allowed him to craft everything in record time. His philosophy is simple. Sometimes you just have to push through with magic, even if it wastes some materials. Croesus is totally down for that. To him, that kind of risk is just part of the thrill. Zealous thinks the guy will make a great mage, even if he's a bit on the wild side. He wraps up the meeting, telling Miska he has one more errand to run. He's off to meet with the mercenaries who'll be handling the escort duties. Zealous makes it to the inn, only to get hit with a cold dose of reality from Jean and the girls. He's having a full-blown crisis after finding out that Siphon has a harem of 3 wives. Iris snaps at the old man to stop whining and focus on a mission plan. The man is still moping, but Rena points out that they don't even get to pick which students they're protecting. Rena and Jean explain that with 1 guard per 7 students, everyone is going to be spread thin. Zealous decides to deploy the Cocos as backup. Iris and Rena can only imagine how ridiculous chickens would look in a fight. He shrugs and mentions a tiny detail. These chickens have actually reached level 400. A giant Coco lets out a massive crow. The man claims they're basically as strong as intermediate dragons. Since he's the one who gave them this job, he hands over some protective rings and amulets to the girls. Iris thinks the gear looks plain, but Jean senses the barrier power. Rena is just impressed that Zealous made them himself. He tells them the gear is free, and Rena is over the moon about it. Zealous reminds them that the field training kicks off the day after tomorrow. He tells them to rest up tomorrow, but Rena and Iris are already planning a trip to town. Jean reminds them they aren't there to play. Back at the estate, Miska walks down the quiet library halls. She finds Sylvester and Celestina waiting for her. The boy isn't happy about the delay. She explains that Zealous and Croesus were busy geeking out over magic circles. Sylvester just sighs at his teacher's carefree lifestyle. The maid pulls out the magic tools that were sent over for their protection. The kids lean in, curious about what kind of magic these things have. Miska explains the auto barrier and the tracking ring that warns them of danger. Sylvester is stunned he made these so quickly. Celestina is just in awe of the professor's bottomless talent. Miska mentions that Zealous was really concerned about them, which catches them off guard. The kids get serious. The boy says they need to make sure they're sharp too. They talk about the trip. Even though they're in different carriages, Celestina is excited to see him on the road. Then the maid drops the bomb about him bringing chickens as a reserve force. She adds that they're supposedly very violent, leaving the kids totally baffled. Sylvester shakes it off. He tells Celestina they can't just rely on the tools. They have to fight their own battles. He warns her not to get sloppy, since she's a potential target too. She nods in agreement. He tells her to be ready for the big day coming up. He's trying to keep his head in the game, but the idea of bloodthirsty chickens is already haunting him. One of the giant chickens, Coco, lets out a proud crow. Zealous Merlin watches on, knowing the others have no clue how much raw power Yuki and the rest are actually packing. He's actually giving them orders, making sure they know their only job is to be bodyguards. The birds, though, seem a bit more eager to kick every bandit out of the forest themselves. One of the birds gives him a sharp salute in response. Zealous just hopes everything goes smoothly and Sylvester stays safe. He puts on a confident grin, telling the group it's almost time to head out to the training site. Their destination is Rama Forest, a massive wooded area sitting right in the heart of the kingdom. It's a dangerous place used as a training ground for mages and knights, and students have already been on the road for 2 days. Karasti is absolutely spent, panting for air and clearly not built for long-distance hiking. While the beastmen in the class are doing just fine, everyone else is exhausted. Even Christine is barely hanging on. Celestina is one of the few who still looks energized. All that extra training she's been putting in is finally paying off. Suddenly, she points down the path. It looks like they aren't the only ones in the forest. It's the mercenaries. Jean, Iris, and Rena have already reached the campsite. Iris is complaining about how boring the job is since they haven't seen an orc yet. She spots the students and is shocked to see them arriving without a scratch on them. Celestina recognizes the mercenary with the twin tails. It's the same girl who was around when she and Sylvester were captured by bandits. The mercenaries remember her too. They realize she's the apprentice of the old man they're working with. Iris is thrilled she wasn't mistaken. She's genuinely glad to see a familiar face out here. The girl with twin tails introduces the rest of her team, explaining that they're actually part of the same escort mission as the professor. The students wonder where Zealous went, but Iris mentions she can sense a strong presence nearby. That's likely him. Suddenly, a massive thud shakes the ground. It's raining people. Bandits are literally falling out of the trees like ripe fruit. The girls look up in horror. The white devils are at it again. The Cocos have been systematically wiping out the local bandit population on their own. Further down the path, the rest of the class is still struggling. Dio is completely out of breath, and Sylvester tells him he can hitch a ride in the carriage if he can't make it. Sylvester is feeling the burn too, wondering what's taking the others so long. He looks up and sees a familiar face waiting in the shade. It's Zealous, but he's rocking a whole new look with a fedora and pipe. He asks if that's Sylvester. Sylvester is stunned to see him dressed like a rugged traveler. The man explains it's a request from Duke Delsasis to keep his identity on the down low. The boy can't believe his father would go to such lengths. Zealous adds that the new outfit is also meant to intimidate any would-be attackers. He gets serious, suspecting that Sam Troll is definitely mixed up in something dangerous and that they should expect skilled enemies soon. Sylvester asks how he managed to beat them to the side. The professor just points to his toy, the magic motorcycle. The boy is amazed, but the man just brushes it off as a simple tool for moving around. He mentions that Croesus spent the whole time asking him a million questions about it. He laughs it off, saying he needs to refine the design so it's actually safe to use. Then he asks if anyone else has been following them. Sylvester mentions the 3 mercenaries and the giant chickens that Misko warned him about. Zealous warns him not to take them lightly. Those Cocos are already over level 400 and could probably wipe out every mercenary in the area if they wanted to. Sylvester is losing it. He asks how a chicken could possibly be that strong. The master just says they've been training their fists every single day. That's not much of an explanation. Suddenly, a massive rumble and a boom echo from somewhere deep in the woods. Screams fill the air as bodies are sent flying through the canopy. Zealous calmly figures the Cocos must have found another group of bandits. He explains their kung fu style. They spin their wings with magical power, launching strikes that break the speed of sound. A massive whirlwind erupts, slamming a bandit into the ground with a sickening thud. The students can only watch in stunned silence. One guy is stuck headfirst in the dirt. Zealous notes that the chickens are actually getting better at holding back, which only makes Sylvester more terrified. The professor suspects the guy was hired by Sabivo, but he's quickly corrected. It's actually Sam Troll. He considers it lucky the Cocos found them first. He tells the group it's time to set up their tents, since this is a wartime exercise. Dio thinks his master is even crazier than he realized. Sylvester reminds the other students that mages are expected to serve in the military, so they better learn how to set up camp properly. The man gives him a cool tip of his hat and tells them he'll see them later. The students reach the designated campsite and start unloading their heavy gear. Celestina and the other girls are completely lost. They have all the parts, but they have absolutely no idea how to actually build a tent. Karasti is beyond frustrated, insisting it's absurd to expect them to build something they haven't been taught yet. Iris just watches them dawdle, wondering why they're making such a big deal out of it. Karasti then turns her anger on Iris, demanding to know why she's being so formal with Celestina while treating her like a commoner. She huffs that she's a noble too and can't accept such blatant favoritism in how they're addressed. Suddenly, a rustle in the trees catches their attention. Zealous Merlin steps out of the foliage, looking completely different in his rugged traveler gear. Celestina's face lights up instantly at the sight of him. He greets her warmly, saying it's been a while. Celestina is just relieved to see that he's doing well out in the wild. She's impressed by his new look, but he just sighs, explaining that the extra armor is strictly for the work ahead. He warns her that bandits are already swarming the forest. The other students, including Ulna, ask if this is the famous teacher they've heard so much about. Zealous introduces himself politely to the group. Karasti is absolutely starstruck. She screams in excitement, realizing this is the legendary mage she's been dying to meet in person. She introduces herself properly, and Zealous is glad to hear that Celestina has made some good friends at the academy. He explains that he'll be escorting them in his capacity as a mercenary. Celestina is still trying to process the fact that someone is actually targeting her brother, Sylvester. Zealous starts a mini-lecture on bloodline magic, theorizing that it's often more about pedigree than actual superiority. He thinks many mages just have a capacity too large for them to handle. Karasti and Celestina lean in, completely fascinated and eager to hear more about the secrets behind their world's magic. He explains that bloodline magic is shrouded in mystery and is likely the result of biological experimentation for an ancient civilization long ago. His theory is that it was a way to forcibly expand a human's ability to process complex magical formulas by connecting them to an external terminal. He believes these traits were then inherited and branched out into various families, resulting in humans with semi-permanent connections to certain magic formulas. He admits it's just a theory, but notes that history has always progressed by trying again and again until something works. He tells them that human progress is tied to the exploration of technology, driven by a passion that never stops thinking or working hard. Realizing they've spent enough time talking, he suggests they end the lecture there. He offers to help them set up their tents, to the girl's immense relief. As they get to work, the other girl notes that he doesn't seem nearly as scary as his aura initially suggested. Celestina is beaming, her respect for her professor reaching new heights after hearing his deep insights. With his expert help, the daunting task of setting up camp goes much smoother for everyone involved. Celestina watches him, silently vowing to keep pushing herself so that one day she can stand on the same level as her master. Zealous, meanwhile, is breaking sweat, thinking to himself that teaching a group of teenagers is a lot harder than it looks. Over at the mercenary campsite, things are a bit more professional as they prepare for the night ahead in the dangerous forest. Jean, Iris, and Rena are huddled together, reviewing the final guard deployment chart for all the students. Rena notices a major issue on the paper and calls over to the old man to let him know they have a problem. Zealous takes a look at the chart and realizes there's a student on his escort list that he doesn't even recognize. Jean and Iris have already claimed the younger siblings of Saul's Tia family. Rena, however, is sulking because her assignment is Croesus, who isn't her type at all. Zealous is troubled to find that no one is currently assigned to escort Sylvester. He suggests letting Yuki and the other Cocos handle it, though the others are skeptical. Despite the uncertainty of what the future holds, Zealous and Iris stand ready to face whatever the forest might throw at them tonight. Zealous explains that since there's no official escort available, he's leaving the student's safety in the hands of the Cocos. Sylvester and his teammate aren't exactly sold on the idea of having giant chickens for bodyguards. The birds loom over them as Zealous introduces his squad: Yuk, Sankey, and Sankei. He formally asks the chickens to watch over Sylvester, even though the senior apprentice title has the boy a bit confused. The giant birds respond with a deafening squawk as Zealous tells them they're free to bail if things get too dangerous. Zealous heads back to his assigned post, leaving the crew to handle their field training on their own. Deep within the Lamafo forest, the training exercise officially begins. Celestina and the others realize they ventured much deeper into the woods than they expected. Iris brags about being a high-level achiever, while the rest of the party worries about being underleveled. Celestina starts to notice that Iris seems to know a suspicious amount about Professor Zealous. Iris turns the tables and asks Celestina what her relationship with the professor is really like. She mentions a legendary high elf called the White Annihilator, who was apparently one of the professor's old comrades. She goes on to explain that Zealous himself was known as the Black Annihilator, part of the world's strongest mage party. The legend says he once launched a one-man attack on a behemoth. Celestina is horrified that anyone would take such a suicidal risk against a disaster-grade demon. Iris recalls another story where the professor took on an entire mercenary clan in the middle of a raid. She remembers him holding the defense lines against a swarm of demons at Tokasa City. Celestina is starstruck, realizing her teacher is actually a world-renowned hero. Iris admits that while he had a rough reputation, Zealous was clearly living life on his own terms. She confesses she's a massive fan and once dreamed of joining his party for adventures. Celestina gushes about how he lectured them on the heavy responsibility of using powerful magic. Iris is genuinely shocked to hear that the wild mercenary she admires is actually doing a decent job as a tutor. The conversation is cut short when Olna catches the scent of a monster close by. Celestina gets her staff ready, determined to use this encounter to raise her level. Olna notices that despite her big words, Celestina's hands are visibly shaking. But out from the bushes pops a rabbit that looks way too cute to be a threat. The girls are immediately smitten by its fluffiness, though Olna's thinking about how good it would taste. Suddenly, the rabbit starts spinning like a buzzsaw and charges right at them. Iris realizes too late that this is a crusher rabbit, a vicious monster known as the Cute Devil. Celestina quickly prepares a sound boom spell to target the creature's weakness. The blast disorients the rabbit, giving Iris the opening she needs to move in. She casts a shadow bind spell, pinning the rabbit to the ground with dark tentacles. Celestina swings her staff, conjuring a magic circle to follow up with some ice magic. An ice lance shoots out and pierces right into the monster. Thinking the beast is weakened, Olna rushes forward with her claws out. But the rabbit snaps out of the bind and goes into a frenzy, nearly catching Olna with a counterattack. Before the rabbit can land a hit, Lilith jumps in and blocks the strike with her massive blade. Iris backs her up instantly, hitting the creature with a triple cast stun blitz. The lightning magic paralyzes the rabbit, leaving it completely wide open. Celestina charges in and slams her staff down with a final, heavy strike. The monster finally collapses, and the girls celebrate their hard-won victory. But the sudden level up from the fight sends a shock through Celestina and Olna, leaving them twitching on the ground. Lilith delivers the bad news to Celestina and Olna. Their level-up overload is too severe, so they have to take it easy for the rest of the day. While Iris gets excited about testing out some smoke bombs, Celestina is left wondering how she can possibly keep up with such a powerhouse. Iris admits she's just imitating Professor Zealous, proving that his no-chance style is really on a different level. Celestina looks pretty frustrated, feeling like she's miles away from ever reaching her teacher's level of skill. Back at the student campground, Croesus is nearly passing out from dizziness while trying to cook up some materials. Sylvester spots Celestina and calls out to her just as a massive explosion goes off in the background. He asks if the rumors are true about them defeating a Crusher Rabbit, and Celestina credits their victory to the team's coordination. Iris mentions the mysterious mage who assisted her, leaving Sylvester to wonder if Zealous has any other high-level acquaintances she hasn't met. Sylvester strokes his chin, pondering what kind of hidden power another comrade of the professor might possess. Celestina excitedly recalls meeting him in the woods before asking if Sylvester has checked in with Zealous today. Sylvester notes that Zealous hasn't made it back to camp yet, leaving him suspicious of what the professor is actually up to. He imagines Zealous going absolutely feral in the woods and figures the junior students with him must be suffering through a special kind of hell. Speak of the devil, Zealous shows up with a smirk, greeting his apprentices like he didn't just traumatize a group of kids. Behind him, the juniors are face down in the dirt, completely spent from whatever training he just put them through. Zealous's expression turns serious as he warns that a raid isn't just possible. It's likely coming later today. He tells Sylvester that survival is the top priority. If anything goes wrong, he's to use the magic ring to signal for help. A dark shadow falls over Zealous's face as he declares that he doesn't plan on letting any of their enemies leave this forest alive. Celestina calls him out for looking like a straight-up villain, forcing him to try and fix his poker face. Zealous sighs, feeling his old Annihilator persona slipping out, but he quickly refocuses the students on the task at hand. Later, Sylvester leads his party deeper into the Lamafo forest, everyone staying on high alert. The pressure of the mission is getting to him, and he mutters about how much of a depressing day this is turning out to be. One of his teammates warns him to keep his head in the game, especially since they have no idea when their targets will strike. Suddenly, one of the students catches a whiff of something incredibly sweet in the air. Sylvester's eyes widen as he remembers the professor's warning about demons that use sweet scents as a lethal lure. He realizes they've walked right into a trap involving Lilith man-eaters and screams for everyone to run. He explains that the scent is a perfume designed to attract every demon in the area, and they'll be surrounded in seconds. A static discharge hits Sylvester, and he falls to his knees, cursing Samtroll for setting them up. He collapses onto the forest floor, much to the horror of his companions. Sylvester yells at the others to save themselves while he stays behind to buy them some time. He clenches his fist in frustration, realizing too late that the barrier amulets aren't activating. A pair of cold, amber eyes look down at him through the trees. Before he can move, Anzu pins him to the ground, leaving Sylvester completely helpless. Meanwhile, the professor is having a crisis of his own. He's managed to get himself completely lost in the woods. He tries to stay calm, figuring Sylvester is fine since the signal ring hasn't gone off, but then a terrible thought hits him. He suddenly remembers that he forgot to mention one tiny detail. The amulets need to be manually infused with mana to work. Distracted by his surroundings, he discovers a massive vein of manadite ores and flare sapphires. The sight of all those rare materials is enough to make any mage lose their mind, and Zealous is no exception. He goes into a full-blown mining frenzy, laughing like a maniac as he gathers every crystal in sight. For a moment, he forgets all about the dangerous training mission and focuses entirely on the loot. He even considers picking up some gems as gifts before a loud ping from his magical monitor snaps him back to reality. Seeing that the assassins have already made their move, Zealous hops on his motorcycle and tears through the forest at full speed. Back at the trap, Anzu mockingly asks Sylvester how much longer he plans on being her plaything. Anzu pins Sylvester down, and he can't believe she's in the way of him getting a snack. Sylvester asks if Anzu is a ninja and why she doesn't attack, while Anzu admits she's conflicted because she doesn't want to kill. Sharamla, the assassin, steps forward, and when Sylvester asks who she is, she coldly replies that someone about to die doesn't need to know. Sylvester asks if they're the remnants of the organization his father destroyed, but Sharamla isn't in the mood to give him any answers. Sylvester explains that his father foresaw their move and has likely already eliminated their bosses, but Sharamla stays silent. Sylvester plans to take advantage of the situation while he still has magic, noting Sharamla's amateurish way of talking to her targets. Reinhard 13 is shocked to hear about the organization's destruction, wondering if that means he's finally free. Sylvester is confused by Reinhard XII's talk of freedom and points out his criminal slave collar, making the situation even more awkward. Sylvester assumes Reinhard 13 was caught trying to get a legal slave, and the poor guy is too embarrassed to admit it. Reinhard 13 yells for everyone to shut up, clearly not enjoying being the butt of the joke as a criminal slave. Enzu realizes she needs to restrain Sylvester or he'll escape, but he asks why she's hesitating to finish him off. Enzu explains that as a ninja, she's a specialist in gathering information rather than open combat, and Sylvester is frustrated she didn't say so earlier. Shirama grows impatient and decides to finish Sylvester off herself, while Anzu keeps him restrained. As Shirama attacks, a magical automatic barrier activates, protecting Sylvester and surprising the assassin. Sylvester realizes his master, Zealous, made the ring to protect both him and Anzu, and he calls out to him in gratitude. Sylvester confidently tells Shirama he's already sent the signal and that Zealous's best bodyguards will be arriving shortly. Shirama is annoyed by Sylvester's carefree attitude and continues her relentless assault on the barrier. Shirama's repeated strikes fail to break through the magical shield, and she grows increasingly frustrated. Shirama is furious that things aren't going according to plan, while Sylvester couldn't care less about her criminal schemes. Enzu mutters about the unaesthetic nature of killing people, and Sylvester is surprised by her difficult vocabulary. Reinhard 13 is fuming with jealousy that Sylvester is hitting on a girl right in front of him, and he points an accusing finger. The two men start bickering, while the women are left wondering what's wrong with them. Meanwhile, the giant chickens, Yuk and Sunkei, observe the scene and realize they can't get through the barrier. The chickens are worried their master will be angry at them if they don't find a way through the magical wall. They notice the barrier doesn't cover the sky and consider climbing a tall tree to find a way in. Excited by their plan, the chickens decide to join forces with their fellow brother and take action. Reinhard 13 prepares his brave saber attack, yelling for the normie Sylvester to die. Reinhard XII's sword strike is easily blocked by the barrier, and Sylvester is just tired of the constant fighting. Sylvester tells Anzu to get off him, but she stubbornly refuses to budge. Reinhard 13 is having his own internal meltdown, ranting about how normies should die while Sylvester looks exhausted. Sylvester insists he's not a normie, and Reinhard 13 grumbles about how his brother always gets all the ladies. Sylvester is shocked that anyone thinks he's popular, explaining that most women only approach him for his status as a duke's son. He passionately declares that all he wants is real love from a woman who genuinely cares about him. Reinhard 13 is moved by Sylvester's words and realizes they share the same heartfelt goal. Shirama is completely baffled by the sudden bonding between the two men and asks if they're betraying her. Reinhard 13 tells Shirama that she'll never understand the passionate sympathy between men, which clearly strikes a nerve. He accuses Shirama of only getting close to powerful and rich men like her boss, Mr. Garlantz, for her own gain. Shirama's face contorts with rage as she's insulted by Reinhard XII's words. The assassin is furious at being called such names by a damn brat and prepares to unleash her magic. Shirama uses a piece of spatial magic, and Sylvester is shocked to see the same technique his master uses being used against them. Shirama holds up a small horse statue, explaining it's the control unit for the servant collars. Sylvester and the others can only watch, completely caught off guard. She pumps magic into the device, her face twisting into a malicious grin as it starts to crackle with energy. The collar on Reinhard's neck suddenly erupts in high-voltage magic, sending him into a screaming fit of agony. Shirama doesn't care about the pain, calling him her dog as she continues the shock treatment. Sylvester tries to step in, but the lightning is already everywhere. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into Sylvester, knocking him backward. Shirama just stands there, keeping her grip on the controller. He hits the ground hard, gasping for breath and struggling to get back up after that sudden impact. Shirama looks down at her arm, realizing she's been nicked. Sylvester notices she used a substitute doll trick to dodge a fatal blow. Sylvester follows up with a wind blade spell, but she blocks the gust with her bare arm. He can't believe how easily she neutralized his magic. With the magic interrupted, Reinhard finally catches his breath, thanking Sylvester for the opening. Shirama turns her fury on Anzu, demanding to know why she isn't doing her job and helping out. Anzu just shrugs it off, admitting she was only using the group to secure food for herself. She bluntly tells Shirama that she's destined to lose, and she has no interest in staying for a losing battle. Shirama stares in disbelief as her own ally abandons her mid-fight. A heavy thud echoes through the clearing, making everyone freeze in their tracks. Out of nowhere, the giant chickens Sunkei and Yuk stomp into the scene, looming over the students. They let out a series of clucks, seemingly relieved they managed to arrive before things got worse. Iris completely forgets the danger and jumps toward one of them, obsessed with how fluffy they are. Yuk steps forward with a determined look, signaling that he'll be the one to handle Shirama from here. Shirama screams in rage at being mocked by a bird, vowing to kill it on the spot. Yuk doesn't wait for her to finish, dashing forward and slamming his massive chest right into her. The impact sends her skidding across the dirt, leaving her gasping in the dust. The giant bird doesn't let up, using incredible speed to deliver another crushing blow before she can even stand. Yuke's next strike hits a pile of logs, another one of her substitution dolls. Sharamla reappears right behind him, her face contorted in a murderous snarl as she prepares to strike back. She unleashes her shadow magic, multiple dark blades piercing through Yuke from every angle. She laughs, thinking she's finally finished the bird off as it rolls motionless into the tall grass. Sylvester tells her to wait, realizing the bird isn't dead yet. Sharamla's smirk vanishes as she senses something moving behind her. Yuke gets back on his feet, clucking an apology for being careless as the ground begins to tremble. Strange scales begin to ripple across Yuke's feathers, and a second head, a snake, bursts out from his tail. He enters shining cockatrice mode, a massive, legendary beast that towers over the horrified assassin. Sharamla can only scream as she stares up at the transformation. Even Sylvester and Reinhardt are stunned by the bird's true form. A massive explosion of dust and debris fills the forest as the battle reaches a new level of violence. Meanwhile, Zealous is tearing through the woods on his custom motorcycle, pushing it to the limit. He notices a barrier active in the distance and wonders if he's about to run into another person from his old world. He hopes the defensive amulets he gave the kids are holding up, though he's speeding there, just in case. While riding, he brings up a magical control panel on his bike to prep his next move. A mechanical port on the side of the bike hums as it finishes charging with pure mana. Zealous calls out the command for the banger jetter, and a massive column of fire erupts from the exhaust. The bike rockets forward like a missile, smashing through a stone wall and launching Zealous into the clearing. Sharamla is so distracted by the giant chicken that she doesn't notice the roar of an engine coming from behind. Zealous skids his bike through the dirt, coming to a dead stop right in the middle of chaos. The shockwave or the sheer entrance of the bike sends Sharamla flying back, screaming as she's blindsided by her former brother. Zealous hops off his bike and skids to a halt, looking completely unfazed as he tips his hat to the group. Sylvester and Reinhardt can hardly believe the entrance he just made. Zealous lets out a casual sigh, seemingly more annoyed by the situation than worried. Sylvester and the other students are just stunned that he actually hit a woman with his motorcycle. A flashback shows the moment he hit the booster on his bike, sending him flying over the hill at breakneck speeds. He had zoomed through the forest, confident that he'd find his students right where he left them. Sharamla was too focused on her own plan to hear him coming. Sharamla pulls herself together, looking absolutely livid that someone interrupted her hunt. Zealous stares back, a look of recognition slowly crossing his face. Zealous's mind flashes back to his past life in Japan, remembering how his sister would constantly demand expensive presents while he worked himself to the bone. He had caught her hanging around older, wealthy men in the company dorms, completely ignoring the scandal it would cause for his own career. He had tried to talk sense into her, terrified that her reckless behavior would get them both fired, but she never cared about anyone but herself. In the memory, she just scoffs at his concerns, making it clear that his problems were never her business. Zealous is visibly shaken by the memory, recalling how she tried to play the victim even though she was the one leeching off his hard work. Back in Japan, he had reached his breaking point, telling his parasitic sister to get a job and stop asking him for money. Returning to the present, Zealous revs his engine and charges forward again, putting an end to the garbage that survived his initial hit. Yuke, the giant chicken, lets out a disappointed cluck, realizing he failed to finish her off. Zealous just laughs it off, glad the immediate threat is gone. Zealous looks up at Yuke's new form, impressed by the evolution. Yuke seems a bit embarrassed that his special ability was forced out by such a messy fight. Zealous is surprised by the power, but finds it interesting. Sylvester and the others are just confused by how the birds are even communicating. Zealous turns to the ninja, Anzu, recognizing her as one of the 6 people of the shadows. She seems equally shocked that the legendary Eradicator is standing right in front of her. He casually asks Reinhardt how life has been, while Anzu can't believe she's seeing Black himself in person. Reinhardt is clearly embarrassed by the new name he's using in this world, begging Zealous not to call him by it in front of the others. Reinhardt continues to fume over the name, while Sylvester just looks on, wondering what kind of history these two actually have. Zealous's expression turns serious as he looks back toward Sharamla, noting that his former self was a bit of an idiot for letting her get away with so much. Zealous confirms with Sylvester that she's the one who targeted them. He decides there's absolutely no reason to go easy on her anymore. Sharamla screams in fury, pointing her finger at Zealous and accusing him of trying to kill her. She claims she only survived because of her substitution doll. The students are whispering among themselves, stunned by the revelation that the assassin is actually their teacher's sister. Zealous looks her in the eye with a cold smile, confirming that he knew exactly who she was and hit her anyway. He has no problem killing an enemy, even if they're blood-related. The students are absolutely floored. They can't believe their teacher has a relative, let alone one he's willing to execute on the spot. Zealous tells her that despite their blood connection, they're nothing but strangers now. He considers it his final duty to put his fallen sister out of her misery. Enzu and the others are quick to distance themselves, making it clear they don't want any part of this intense sibling rivalry. Sharamla smirks, showing off her rejuvenated appearance. She's actually much older than she looks, but she's used magic to maintain her beauty. Reinhardt is disgusted by the secret potion she must have used, while Sharamla is just impressed that he knows so much about her business. Zealous recognizes the drug as a failed creation from one of his old-world comrades, realizing that its dangerous effects are still circulating. Sharamla tries to appeal to their family bond one last time, but Zealous shuts it down immediately. He has no intention of helping her. Zealous declares himself an assassin killer, ending the conversation. He claps his hands together, signaling that the time for chatting is over and the real fight is about to start. He unleashes flame phalanx, multiple orbs of fire manifesting in the air around him. The ground trembles from the sheer weight of his magic. The orbs streak forward with a roar, catching Sharamla off guard as she struggles to brace for the incoming impact. The students watch from a safe distance, terrified by the raw power their teacher is displaying. Zealous moves on to his next spell, Gold Phalanx, creating pillars of solid stone. He dodges a series of counterattacks with ease, his eyes focused entirely on his target as he continues his magical assault. Sharamla blocks one of his strikes, her face contorted in shock. She can't believe her little brother is actually capable of this kind of violence. She trembles as she looks him in the eye, realizing that not even a tiny part of him intends to show her any mercy. Zealous's resolve is absolute. Zealous tells her to die gracefully as he prepares another strike. He's completely done with her games and her manipulation. He raises his staff and calls out Boltic Shine, a massive surge of lightning magic building up at the tip. He's going in for the kill. Sharamla realizes she's in a corner and starts fumbling for a backup plan, snapping a magical necklace around her neck. A blinding explosion of light erupts as she activates her secret tool, hoping it'll be enough to stop Zealous's lethal magic. Sharamla holds up her necklace, screaming about the necklace of the King of Spirits. Zealous looks genuinely surprised by the sudden countermeasure. Magic reflection, she yells, intending to turn his own lethal spell back on him. A colossal sphere of energy looms between them as the magic begins to warp. A deafening blast rocks the forest as the reflected magic detonates, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris that obscures everything. Sharamla stands her ground, panting from the effort but wearing a cruel smile. She turns her attention to the students, promising they'll pay for what their teacher's chickens did. Her triumph is short-lived. In a blur of motion, a blade erupts from her chest from behind. Zealous hasn't even broken a sweat as he reappears. "Hey, Chow, why are you alive?" she stammers, blood trickling from her mouth. Zealous's cold gaze is the last thing she sees over her shoulder. Zealous leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He tells her it was simply her bad luck to show up in front of him. Sharamla's face begins to crack and peel like porcelain. She screams in frustration, lamenting the cost of the expensive substitution doll she's about to lose. With a heavy thud, the Sharamla she was using collapses into a heap of wooden parts. It was a demon doll all along, possessed by an external force. Zealous picks up a glowing fragment from the wreckage. He identifies it as a natural spirit crystal, a rare and powerful component used for high-level alchemy. He looks at the crystal, sensing the lingering presence of an evil spirit trapped within the core. It's a dark piece of magic that shouldn't be in these woods. Zealous stands in silence for a moment, the crystal in his hand serving as a grim reminder of the kind of trouble his sister is truly involved in. Sylvester cautiously approaches, asking if the threat is finally over. Zealous confirms it was just another body substitution and that her real body isn't anywhere near here. Zealous suggests they head back to the campsite, confident that nothing else dangerous is lurking in the woods for now. Sylvester asks what they should do about the mess. In the distance, Yuke stands amidst the cleared forest. Sylvester can't help but comment that Zealous might have gone a bit overboard with the amount of bloodlust he showed. The group begins the long trek back, their wagon rattling along the forest path as the tension of the battle finally begins to fade. Reinhardt is visibly exhausted, staggering forward and muttering about how glad he is to finally be leaving this campsite and heading back to the academy. Enzu and the other former assassins follow closely behind. Having betrayed their organization, They have nowhere else to go but with the man who bested them. Sylvester watches the old man lead his group of girls, feeling a strange mix of confusion and awe at the situation as he mumbles to himself. He reflects on the fight, still shaken by the fact that Zealous didn't hesitate for a single second to try and put an end to his own blood-related sister. A flashback reveals a younger, harsher Sylvester. He used to mock Celestina for her lack of magic talent, calling it a mistake to have her in the Salstia family. He had told her to hurry up and disappear, his arrogance as a talented member of the family blinding him to her obvious pain. Back in the present, Sylvester hangs his head in shame. The memories of his past cruelty are a heavy burden that he's only just starting to face. He asks Zealous if it's truly possible for siblings who share the same blood to try and kill each other, clearly thinking of his own rocky relationship with Celestina. Zealous explains that some people simply cannot understand each other, no matter the bond. He sees his sister as one of those unreachable people. Sylvester admits that he's done things Celestina would have every right to hate him for, things that cannot easily be erased or forgiven. Zealous stops him, saying it's wrong to compare a self-centered person like Sharamla to someone like Sylvester who is actually reflecting on his actions. He praises Sylvester for realizing his mistakes. It's an admirable first step toward starting over and doing something right. Sylvester recalls Celestina's determined expression when she faced her own inner thoughts, realizing how much he must have hurt her over the years. Zealous places a firm, reassuring hand on Sylvester's shoulder, a gesture of silent support from teacher to student that surprises the young man. Zealous reminds him that Celestina isn't weak. She's far stronger than Sylvester gives her credit for, especially in her heart. He explains that she's the kind of person who uses her own frustrations and weaknesses to rise above them. They've both witnessed that strength. I think you should believe in her more, Zealous says, his voice kind but firm. Sylvester looks up, a spark of real hope returning to his eyes. Sylvester laughs weakly, admitting he still feels guilty and sure that she still hates him, but the conversation has clearly eased his mind. Zealous tells him that admitting your weaknesses is a form of strength in itself, though he notes there are always exceptions to the rule. A comedic thought of Sharamla being hit by the bike again flashes through the air, breaking the heavy mood of the conversation as they continue walking. Sylvester resolves not to just sit around waiting for things to happen. He's ready to face his future and his family head on. Still a city, Zealous and Iris arrive at a massive building that's basically the capital's central hub for knowledge. Iris is blown away by the scale of the library. It's way bigger than anything she expected to see. Since they just finished their escort mission, Zealous wants to use the free time to research the actual history of this world. He's specifically interested in the origins of the world and the truth behind the so-called evil gods. According to the books, the current world order is based on the 4 divine religions that supposedly saved everyone. Legend says that 4 goddesses gave humanity sacred weapons and magic to seal away an evil entity that appeared out of nowhere. That victory led to the rise of the Métis Holy Law Divine Kingdom, which has been running things for over 2,500 years. Iris thinks it sounds like a classic legend, but Zealous is a bit more skeptical about the godly narrative. He finds a text admitting that the evil god's origins and reason for existing are still a complete mystery. It says the god nearly wiped out all civilization before being sealed, but Iris wonders how they even managed to win. Zealous finds a list of the legendary heroes who were summoned to help with the sealing. He's shocked to see the names aren't local. They're written in Japanese, confirming they were all pulled from Earth. He figures that since there are several names from Earth, they must have all been snatched from the same time and place. The book claims the goddess taught humans the art of summoning, but Zealous knows how complex tearing through space-time really is. He remembers the weird text he got when he first arrived. He's starting to seriously doubt the competence of this goddess. He imagines a bunch of mischievous fairies just playing games with people's lives. The whole system feels like a giant prank. Iris points out that the kingdom actually treats fairies as kindred spirits who are protected by the church. Zealous is glad he came. He's starting to see that the world's common sense is built on a pile of lies. He gets a dark look in his eyes. He's officially decided he doesn't like the idea of these goddesses running the show. He begins to wonder who those 4 really were and what that evil god actually represented. There's also the matter of the evil spirit currently sealed inside his own body that he needs to master. Iris calls him out for making such a terrifying face, so he quickly snaps out of it and apologizes. Nearby, Celestina is trying to focus on her studies, but she can't help being curious about what the professor is talking about. She's working on an intermediate lightning shot spell, but the complex magic formula just won't come together. Her magic circles are wobbling and unstable. It's a mess of symbols that refuses to harmonize. Zealous wanders over and points out that she's making things way harder by splitting the command formulas way too much. He tells her to unify the circles from the very first step to keep the whole process clean and efficient. She gives his method a shot, and the spell stabilizes perfectly on her first try. Zealous praises her for being such a hard worker, which makes the usually stoic girl get completely flustered. Iris laughs at the compliment, while Celestina admits she's not usually the type to spend hours studying. Zealous notices a lab in the back and asks what all the commotion is about. Celestina tells him that her brother, Croesus, and a few other students are busy with experiments in there. She's in the middle of saying her brother would never do anything dangerous when a massive explosion rocks the room. Everyone stares at the smoke in shock. Zealous realizes his quiet library day just came to a very loud end. He walks into the smoke and finds the soot-covered Croesus and Carol coughing their lungs out. The scholarly woman is also there, apologizing for the mess. Zealous asks what kind of disaster they were trying to cook up. He looks at their notes and sees recipes for hormone enhancers and breast augmentation potions. Croesus explains he was trying to boost the potency of the material when it suddenly reacted and blew up. Instead of being angry, Zealous looks weirdly interested. The scholarly woman is delighted to find a kindred spirit in the professor. Iris and the others watch in horror as the two of them start brainstorming how to make the potion even stronger. Zealous starts laughing while his arm shakes with excitement. He's clearly ready to start some questionable research of his own. Sylvester and Celestina watch from the side with pure dread, wondering what kind of monster their teacher is about to create. The lab glasses are lined up, each filled with a mysterious dark liquid. The students are ecstatic that they've finally finished their creation. Zealous explains that what they've made is a temporary gender transformation medicine. If a man drinks it, he'll turn into a woman. He notes the effects only last about an hour, but calls it the secret medicine every man has dreamed of at least once. The girls look absolutely horrified. He starts wondering what he would have looked like if he were born a woman. Iris is shocked when he picks up a glass of the undiluted solution. The boys aren't hesitating. They raise their glasses for a toast to a new era of magic potions. Without a second thought, they all start gulping down the dark liquid at once. Suddenly, the room is filled with the sound of bones cracking and the boys screaming in pure agony. Zealous calmly explains that rapidly remodeling a body is going to hurt like hell. He's just sitting there casually drinking tea. It turns out Iris tricked him into drinking it because she really wanted to see his female form. He's already starting to feel the pain. While the boys are still shrieking, Iris is more worried about whether Zealous is going to turn into a grandma. As the smoke clears, the transformation is complete. The students are shocked by what they see. Croesus has turned into a stunningly beautiful woman with glasses. He seems pretty satisfied with the success. Celestina and Iris can't stop staring. He went from brother to beautiful sister in a matter of seconds. Then there's the teacher. Zealous has transformed into a woman with short hair and a very different vibe. He's absolutely losing it over the sudden weight on his chest. It's a lot to process all at once. The girls hold up a mirror and tell him he looks incredible. They even think he's gotten a bit sexy. One look in a mirror is all it takes for him to fall into a state of total despair. He's begging them to just kill him. He's horrified by the resemblance to his sister, Sharanla. Iris reminds him that they do share the same blood, after all. He's so traumatized that he tries to commit seppuku right then and there, but the students manage to stop him. While the experiment was a technical success, everyone is left a little confused about how to address their transformed friends. Meanwhile, Sam Troll is wandering the halls in a daze, absolutely fuming over his recent failures. He reads a letter from his father that strips him of his family name and disowns him entirely for failing to kill Sylvester. He crumples the letter in a fit of rage. He's lost everything, and he blames it all on Sylvester. He's reached his breaking point. He's desperate for any kind of power that could turn things around for him. A mysterious figure in a hood suddenly appears and mocks his fallen aristocrat status. The stranger offers him a deal, drugs that can grant his wish for power at a very special price. They promise that as soon as he takes it, he'll be overflowing with more power than he can handle. Desperate, Sam Troll agrees to buy the drugs. The figure warns him to be careful with how he uses it. He stares at the medicine for a moment before deciding to take the plunge and gulp it down. His heart starts thumping uncontrollably as the medicine begins to take effect. He starts shaking as he feels a strange sensation coursing through his entire body. He breaks out into a maniacal laugh. He's never felt this powerful in his life. As he laughs from the rooftop, the mysterious cloaked figures watch their newest experiment from the shadows. The next morning arrives at the academy, and things seem to have settled down for now. Zealous is back to his old self. He tells the students that now that the mission is over, he's heading back to his farm. He asks Senzu if she's going to stay behind. She figures she won't go hungry if she sticks around Sylvester. Croesus teases that Sylvester will have to wait a few years since she's so young. Sylvester immediately starts yelling in denial. Zealous changes the subject and praises Croesus for the excellent work he did on the magic formula reports. He suggests that the siblings should work together to decipher the more complex magic runes he found. Croesus is already planning to use what he learns to improve his grandfather's secret magic. For their homework, Zealous wants them to show him their own personal arrangements of the existing initial magic formulas. Sylvester is already dreading the workload, while Celestina doesn't have much confidence either. Croesus just thinks they're being rude. Zealous wraps up his lesson, reminding the students that their goal is to deepen their understanding of magic's essentials. He believes that by combining their efforts, they can achieve great things. He leaves them with a warm smile, excited to see the results of their future magic experiments. Beside him, Iris is ready to head home. Celestina, Sylvester, and Croesus wave goodbye to their professor, shouting their thanks for everything he's taught them. Once he's gone, the reality of the situation hits them. Sylvester sighs, realizing that arranging their own magic formulas is going to be much harder than they expected. Zealous wraps up his lesson, telling the students to stay sharp and stay motivated. He reminds them that once they've been assigned a task, they've got to see it through to the end. As they leave, Iris mentions how all the students seemed pretty nice. The teacher just nods in agreement, thinking the same thing. Back at the manor, Duke Creston is thrilled with the improvements to his secret magic. Zealous, on the other hand, looks like he's about to have a mental breakdown over how easily he just broke the world's power balance. He starts worrying that he might have gotten himself into some serious trouble. His companion doesn't seem to notice his internal crisis, already thinking about their next move. She asks if they're heading straight back to Santer. To her, going home right away sounds like a complete waste of time when there's a whole new world to explore. The teacher agrees, suggesting they check out some nearby farms. He fires up the motorcycle, the engine roaring as they set off on their detour. They zoom down the road, unaware of the trap waiting in the bushes. A group of men hide behind the trees, pulling a thick rope tight across the path. The bandits are ready to spring their trap, yelling at each other to catch the targets. Zealous just gives them a side eye as they approach, completely unbothered. Instead of braking, he points a hand and lets out a massive tornado. The wind sends the bandits flying like rag dolls into the sky, while the bike keeps on rolling. Iris is baffled by the sudden attack, asking why he used magic so out of nowhere. He just thinks it's a waste of good tools to let bandits have them. She asks if he was an engineer in his old life, wondering if he can make some better defensive gear for her. He counters by telling her to just learn some martial arts instead. He tells her that mages should be smarter than just relying on magic for everything. In his eyes, melee combat is just plain uncouth. She wonders if pushing the limits of magic isn't better than resorting to physical fights. He explains that in this world, people spend their whole lives just mastering one craft. He decides that if the local craftsman can't be trusted to do it right, he'll just have to build a set of armor himself. He'll just need her measurements first. She doesn't seem too comfortable with that idea. He figured she'd say something like that, knowing her personality. They reach a vantage point and spot a small cluster of buildings in the valley. According to the map, that's Harsam village right down there. They pull up to the edge of the settlement, looking out over the fields. Everything looks well maintained, but something feels off about the silence. She points out that wheat is growing in what should be rice paddies. The teacher notes that for such a large area, there isn't a single person in sight. She suddenly spots a group of people in the distance, noting that someone looks hurt. He catches a glimpse of something moving, and his eyes narrow in suspicion. He suddenly grabs her and pulls her back just as a heavy object whistles through the air. Something big just missed them by inches. A heavy anvil slams into the ground right where they were standing moments ago. The impact is enough to shatter the earth. She panics, realizing they'd be dead if that had hit them. A massive hammer falls right alongside the anvil, like some kind of twisted prank. He activates his element eye to see what's actually going on. He has a pretty good idea of who's behind this kind of malicious game. The scan reveals a pair of tiny winged creatures hovering nearby, laughing their heads off. They're mocking the travelers for being so easy to scare. She thinks they look adorable once they're visible. He warns her not to let appearances trick her, or she'll end up regretting it. Another volley of farm tools comes flying at them out of nowhere. Pitchforks and hoes slice through the air, clearly meant to kill. He watches as the creatures continue their sadistic game. He's starting to realize that fairies in this world are a lot more vicious than the stories say. Tired of the games, he points a finger and prepares a special spell. It's a magic circle designed specifically for fairy annihilation. A beam of pure energy pierces through one of the creatures, vaporizing it instantly. The laughter stops as the other one realizes they've been spotted. He looks the surviving one dead in the eye and tells her to be prepared. He's not here to talk. He's here to finish this. Iris watches in silence as the remaining fairy falls to the ground. She notes that he really doesn't show any mercy when he's annoyed. He turns his gaze toward the village, realizing the people here must have been victims for a while. This place is definitely more troublesome than it looks. She tries to stay positive, thinking they're in for hero's adventure. He just sighs, knowing this is going to be a lot more work than he wanted. They walk through the quiet streets, noting that the whole place has a strange smell. He explains that people are likely hiding from the winged pests. He tells her that fairies don't have a shred of morality or conscience. They do terrible things just for the fun of seeing people suffer. He mentions he's had his own rough encounters with them before. She listens as they approach a small crowd gathered near a building. A group of villagers are arguing with a young blonde priest in white robes. They're tired of the fairies killing their livestock and hurting their kids. A villager yells at the priest, pointing out how he's the only one who doesn't get attacked. The man just chalks it up to being a devout follower of the gods, which only makes the crowd angrier. The traveler steps in, asking what all the noise is about. One of the guys explains that they're asking the priest to persuade the fairies. He scoffs at the idea, calling it a total waste of time. The priest is immediately offended by the traveler's lack of respect for his faith. He ignores the priest's whining and looks at the invisible creatures hovering nearby. He speculates that they aren't attacking the man because of his faith, but for a much simpler reason. He thinks the fairies are just playing a game, recognizing the priest's robes as a sign to leave him alone. It's likely just a simple rule they follow for their own reasons. Zealous isn't quite sure why someone would make a contract like that, or for what purpose. He shrugs it off, telling the headman he wouldn't know the specifics. He's pretty blunt about the situation, noting that even if the priest could talk to the fairies, it would be a total waste of time. In his opinion, it's better to just wipe them out now to prevent any more trouble. The priest is horrified to hear that the teacher has already taken out 2 fairies in the village, claiming they're a pure race that needs to be respected. Zealous just gives him a cold stare, saying he was just returning the favor after they attacked him. The villagers aren't worried about morality. They just want to know how to kill the pests. The mage pulls a strange plant out of a magic circle, explaining it's a fairy eater that only targets the little monsters. The priest is blown away by the sight of items being pulled from thin air, immediately asking if Zealous is a legendary hero. He's even desperate enough to try and buy the seeds right then and there. The teacher isn't interested in being called something so trivial and shuts the idea down immediately. He has no intention of being a hero. He's just a guy doing a job. Their conversation is cut short when several villagers come running, shouting that something terrible has happened. The priest looks like he's about to have a heart attack. They bring in a young boy who's been brutally attacked by the fairies. Iris looks on in horror, while Zealous tells the priest to stop gawking and start healing. The priest quickly starts casting a light healing spell, praying for the boy's recovery. But despite the glowing magic, the kid is still struggling to breathe. Seeing the amateur work, the teacher steps in and tells the priest to move aside. He warns that a basic spell won't be enough to fix wounds this deep. He places a hand on the boy and unleashes a massive wave of sacred magic. The golden light fills the area as he announces himself as the hand that heals. The boy suddenly gasps for air and opens his eyes, completely restored. The priest is in total shock, having never seen someone use that much sacred magic at once. To the teacher, it was just a simple combo move, but he notes that his magic is way more powerful here than it ever was in the game. It's starting to feel like he's got a permanent cheat code active. The villagers are calling it a miracle, begging him to stay in their village for good. He politely declines, telling them he was just on his way home and didn't plan on moving in. He agrees to go talk to the village head, even though he knows this is just going to lead to more work. Iris is already excited, leading the way for the old man. As they walk, he activates his element eye and spots the invisible fairies hiding in the trees. They're giggling to themselves, actually disappointed that the boy survived. He listens in as they joke about how much fun it was to listen to the kid scream for his mother while they toyed with him. They're even bragging about how they wanted to pull out his organs next. Hearing their twisted plans sends a cold shiver of rage through him. His expression turns deadly serious as he locks onto their positions. Without warning, he points a finger and fires off a gamma ray spell. Iris barely has time to react as a beam of pure energy vaporizes one of the giggling monsters. The remaining fairies are thrown into a panic as their friend vanishes into thin air. He smirks at them, asking how it feels to finally be the one being hunted. One of them tries to act tough, threatening that their princess will make him pay for this. He just catches the name, realizing these pests have an actual leader and a home base. He doesn't give them a chance to escape, letting off another burst of energy that fries the rest of the group. The forest goes silent as the electricity clears. He turns back to his companion with a terrifying grin that makes her take a step back. He's decided that it's time to stop playing around and exterminate the whole lot of them. They head over to the village head's house to talk business and figure out where the main hive is located. Inside, the head of the village expresses his deepest thanks, having heard about the miracle heal. Zealous just shrugs it off like it was no big deal. The old man explains they're in a real bind and asks him to take out the fairies for good. The teacher agrees, but mostly because he wants to loot some materials from them. The village head is relieved to have a pro on the job, while Zealous admits he can't exactly look the other way when things are this bad. The headman calls for someone named Yui to bring their guests some tea. Zealous starts planning their next move, wondering where the fairy habitat could be hidden. A woman walks into the room, and the teacher nearly chokes when he sees her. She's wearing a modern tracksuit and is clearly pregnant, which is the last thing he expected to see here. He realizes she must be another person from Earth, but she didn't reincarnate like he did. She was brought here bodily, baby and all. He asks who she is, and the headman introduces her as Yui. She looks just as surprised to see a guy who looks like he belongs in a fantasy RPG. It turns out she just showed up 4 months ago with nowhere to go, which matches up perfectly with when a teacher arrived in this world. Iris realizes she's one of them too. To be absolutely sure, he decides to use a test that only someone from Japan would understand. He asks her one simple question that'll reveal everything. He asks her what a scion is, and she looks at him like he's grown a second head. She has no idea what he's talking about. He then pulls a pawn about Napa cabbage being a character, which finally gets a reaction. She calls him a weird old man for thinking vegetables are cute, confirming she's definitely from his world. He asks if she's heard of a player named Adu, the sub-leader of a high-ranking clan. Her eyes go wide as she recognizes the name of someone she knows very well. She asks how he knows him, and he explains they were in the same clan back in the game. She's relieved to find someone who knows her husband. She tells him a whole story of how they met in the game and were actually married in real life. She was already pregnant when a mysterious black fog swept her away and dumped her in this world alone. It's a tragic situation, being separated from her husband and left to raise a child in a dangerous fantasy land. She asks if he's seen Adu anywhere, her voice full of worry for her missing partner. He has to break the news that he hasn't seen him, but he tries to reassure her that a guy like Adu is probably doing just fine. In his head, he knows Adu was a top-tier player and wouldn't go down easy. He promises to pass on a message if he ever runs into him, giving her a bit of hope that they'll be reunited soon. He has a gut feeling their paths will cross again. With a determined look, Zealous prepares to head out, adjusting his cloak. He decides it's time to start the job the village head entrusted him with. He instructs Iris to stay behind and keep Yui company, especially since she's pregnant and needs support. Despite the villagers' warnings about the fairies being more active and dangerous at night, Zealous remains unfazed. Waving a casual goodbye, the teacher tells them all to just wait for his return. He makes it clear that he's more than capable of handling himself if the little pests decide to attack. The locals watch his departing figure with a mix of anxiety and awe. While some worry about his safety, the young priest reassures them, noting the mysterious man's obvious power and his scholarly gray robes. To the priest, Zealous isn't just a wandering mage. He seems more like a legendary sage stepped right out of fable. He truly believes the teacher has a divine gift for finding the right path. As a fairy hovers in the shadows, the village's hopes rest entirely on the shoulders of the departing traveler. They can only pray for his victory and the end of their nightmare. Zealous hands Iris a pair of specialized weapons before heading out for his mission. He explains they're the Sealing Sword and Astral Slicer, specifically designed to cut through fairy barriers. He warns her that Fairy Rose might target the village while he's away, so she needs to be ready. Zealous heads deep into the forest, leaving Iris behind to stand guard. He finds a nursery by the magic pool, where the stench of foul magic is overwhelming. Without wasting any time, he starts charging up a gamma ray full blast. Massive beams of energy fire out in every direction, vaporizing the surrounding trees. The fairies at the nursery are completely caught in a crossfire. Zealous notices the pool has a weirdly high concentration of noxious air and decides to finish it. He follows up with a spell called Violent Abyss to suck up the remaining pests. A glowing cube appears and begins pulling everything in the vicinity toward center. The remaining fairies realize too late that they're being sucked into a magical vacuum. A massive burst of light consumes the center of the pool with a loud rumble. Zealous watches as the entire nursery is deleted from existence. When the dust settles, there's nothing left of the pool but a giant, empty crater. Zealous realizes Fairy Rose wasn't even at the pool, which means the village is in trouble. Back at the village, Iris senses the threat and realizes Zealous's warning was spot on. She looks up to see Fairy Rose floating the village livestock in the air, just for a laugh. Iris opens fire with a mana blitz to stop the fairy's fun. Rose just laughs and flutters out of the way, treating the whole thing like a playground game. Iris grips her staff tight, realizing this fairy is on a whole different level. Rose gets a creepy look in her eyes and decides Iris is going to be her new favorite toy. Thorns smash into the ground as the fairy promises to make this as painful as possible. She mocks Iris, telling her she's going to splatter her guts everywhere. Iris realizes she has to protect the village alone since nobody else is around. She tries to keep her distance as Rose flies circles around her at high speed. She decides to switch tactics and activates her installation magic. A pillar of light from her force gazer spell hits Rose head-on. Rose just grins through the attack, showing that it didn't do any damage. She retaliates with a Rose's whip, sending thorns flying toward the young girl. Iris is stunned that a direct hit from her best magic didn't even leave a scratch. Rose dives down, promising to gouge out Iris's eyeballs for interfering. Iris desperately fires off a force missile in a bid to push her back. The fairy just weaves through the magic and mocks her for being so weak. Vines suddenly erupt from the ground, catching Iris completely off guard. The thorns wrap around her body and start to squeeze tight. Rose giggles, trying to decide if she should skin her or drain her blood first. Trapped and alone, Iris realizes she can only move one hand and her mana is running low. The fairy produces a blade, eager to hear her start crying. Iris isn't done yet and reaches for the secret weapon Zealous gave her earlier. She launches the ceiling, throwing swords, pinning Rose in place with magical shackles. With the fairy finally stuck, Iris prepares to dump every bit of mana she has left into a series of force blasts. Fairy Rose feels the ground shake beneath her as the final move connects. She finds herself bound in place as Iris prepares to deliver the finishing blow. Iris swings the astral slicer with everything she has, tearing right through the fairy's defenses. Rose falls to the ground, her body literally shattering into pieces as she begins to fizzle out. Iris collapses to the ground, panting and hoping that finally did the trick. But Rose just starts regenerating while laughing about how much fun she's having. The girl can't believe her eyes. Her strongest attack didn't even slow this monster down. Rose is fully back and ready to kill, so Iris screams out for the one person she knows can help. The fairy lunges in for the kill, thinking she's finally won the game. Suddenly, a massive wooden post slams right through her chest as Zealous finally makes his entrance. The boss starts to dissolve into nothing, and Zealous checks to see if his student is still in one piece. As the fairy disappears for good, Iris just breaks down and yells at him for being so late. Zealous gives her a head pat, relieved that she managed to survive a fight with such a legendary threat. He immediately gets to work using light magic to patch up her bleeding wounds. He jokes about selling her some extra storage space while she realizes he never stops being a businessman. Iris starts feeling lightheaded from the mana drain, so Zealous offers to give her a lift. He picks her up princess style, making her die of embarrassment right in the middle of the field. He tells her to relax as they head back to the village to rest up. By the next morning, the village is safe and it's time for Zealous to hit the road. He says his goodbyes after teaching the locals how to handle any future fairy pests. Yui thanks him for everything and says she'll keep waiting for her husband to find her here. Zealous hops on his bike and tells Iris to hang on tight for the ride home. As they zoom down the road, Iris starts reflecting on how close she came to losing everything. She thanks him for the gear, admitting she wouldn't have stood a chance without his help. She asks if he can enhance her equipment next, realizing she needs to be ready for anything. She drops the big question, asking the old man to officially take her on as his apprentice. Zealous agrees to teach her, and she's already dreaming about getting her gear modified. He tells her that before magic, she needs to learn how to actually fight, and he's got the perfect trainers. Meet the Cocos, giant jack chickens that are masters of hand-to-hand combat. Iris is skeptical about boxing with poultry, but Zealous insists it's the best way to level up her skills. As they ride off, she thinks he's just being childish and messing with her. She declares she'll be his strongest apprentice, and he's happy to see her so motivated. She's ready to do whatever it takes to get stronger, even if it means training with chickens. 3 days later, at Zealous's place, life has mostly returned to its peaceful routine. The great sage is back to basics, complaining about the deep-rooted weeds in his garden. Loserus stops by to thank him for the fresh eggs he shared with the whole village. She notices the yard is a bit louder than usual with Iris and the local kids sparring. Iris is taking the training seriously, putting her back into every single punch. But she gets straight up decked by the Coco's wing while the other kids watch in horror. This is a female Kurubi Coco, and she's a brutal teacher who doesn't tolerate any slacking. Loserus thinks Zealous is being way too hard on them, but he just watches the chaos unfold. She asks if his apprentice count is increasing, and he notes the chickens have really stepped into the master role. Meanwhile, Sam Troll Iva Whistler is busy being a total psycho, laughing while he cuts down anything in his path. He starts to transform, his body bulging as he targets Sylvester next. Back at the academy, Celestina is practicing her light magic with a hopeful smile. Sylvester is there too, looking as serious and focused as ever. Mishka, the maid with a secret past, watches over them with a sharp eye. She gives the students a lesson on controlling magic, telling them it's all about willpower and shape. The classroom is buzzing with energy as everyone agrees with her teachings. Celestina is surprised by how popular she's become, realizing it's all thanks to the advanced magic Zealous taught her. Her classmates immediately start pestering her with the most important question, which guy confessed to her recently. She starts describing her ideal type, smart, calm, and disciplined, and a very specific face comes to mind. As she realizes she's thinking of her professor as a man, she nearly has a heart attack. Mishka leans in with a smirk, reminding her that age is just a number when it comes to love. Celestina is horrified, wondering if the maid has spent her whole life just messing with people. Her friend Olna asks if Mishka is actually the legendary Frozen Queen, a title she says she's long since abandoned. Rumors swirl about her being a transcendent mage who was once a peer of the Duke himself. Celestina is even more shocked to hear a rumor that Mishka was her father's lover back in the day. Mishka quickly shuts that down, laughing about how they were more like sparring buddies who beat each other up. She puts on a fake sad face when Celestina doesn't believe her, making the girl even more annoyed. Despite her playful and sometimes deplorable jokes, Mishka really is an interesting person to have around. She actually takes being called deplorable as a compliment, which says a lot about her personality. She even suggests Celestina should drop magic and become a top comedian instead. Later, near the academy buildings, Sylvester is surprised to see someone approaching him. It's his old comrade, looking quite desperate as he runs over. Reinhard 13, better known by his unfortunate name Aramura, shouts out a greeting. He immediately drops into a full-on prostration, slamming his head against the ground. He starts begging Sylvester for a job, saying he's the only one he can turn to. Apparently, if he doesn't get some cash soon, his dream of building a slave harem is going to go up in smoke. He rants about how a harem is every man's ultimate goal, while Sylvester reminds him they are at school. Reinhard insists he's great at destroying demons and begs to be hired as a personal escort. Sylvester asks why he'd come all this way, suggesting he just become a mercenary or something. The guy admits he gets an allowance from his dad, but he's just a student and can't spend it however he wants. Sylvester asks about other jobs, but Reinhard is stuck on his past life memories of skipping classes in high school. He explains how he ran away from home after fighting with his parents over a private school he hated. Sylvester actually feels a bit bad for him and decides to hire him as an escort for the time being. Reinhard is so happy he starts crying, even if the pay isn't going to be much. Sylvester mentions he only has a sofa left for him to sleep on, since Anzu is already living in his spare room. Upon hearing there's a girl living there, Reinhard loses his mind with jealousy and starts screaming. He starts shaking Sylvester like a rag doll, not believing that his comrade has betrayed him. Sylvester coughs and warns him that if he tries anything with Anzu, she will literally kill him. Reinhard freezes up when he hears Anzu is a member of the elite Six Shadows group. Known for their high-level skills and conspicuous costumes, the Six Shadows, including the Peach Ninja, are famous for being deadly. Itsuki is practically begging on his knees, promising to be on his best behavior if Sylvester just lets him crash on his couch for a while. Sylvester looks like he's regretting his life choices already. Still, Sylvester can't ignore the fact that the guy saved his life. He sighs and agrees to talk to his father about finding him a spot. Their conversation is cut short, as the air suddenly feels heavy and wrong. They both turn, sensing something nasty approaching. A blood-stained figure creeps out from the shadows, looking completely unhinged with a wide, toothy grin. It's Sam Troll, and he's clearly not himself. He's practically foaming at the mouth, screaming Sylvester's name with enough rage to shake the walls. The guy has completely lost it. Sylvester is floored. He recognizes his old rival, but he's never seen Sam Troll looking this monstrous. Itsuki wonders if the guy is high on some kind of crazy magic drug. He doesn't exactly look like he's running on natural energy. Sam Troll doesn't care for talk. He's just here for blood, laughing like a maniac as he prepares to charge. He lunges with a heavy punch, but Itsuki catches it like it's nothing, stopping the madman in his tracks. Sam Troll is stunned that a random mercenary could block him so easily. Itsuki just tells him he can't let him hit his employer that easily. With a swift kick to the gut, Itsuki sends the noble sliding back across the floor. Sylvester can barely keep up with the movement. Sylvester is genuinely impressed by the speed. He didn't realize his new comrade was playing in a completely different league. Itsuki casually drops the fact that he's around level 600. To a guy like Sam Troll, that kind of number is basically a death sentence. The realization breaks what's left of Sam Troll's mind. He can't accept that he's weaker than someone he considers total garbage. In a desperate move, Sam Troll pulls out a handful of pills. He's convinced that more power is the only way to save his noble pride. He downs the entire stash in one go, ignoring the obvious danger. Itsuki watches, knowing this can't possibly end well. His body starts making sickening cracking sounds as his muscles bulge and strain under the massive influx of magic. Sam Troll is high on the newfound strength, laughing like he's finally reached the level of the gods. He charges again, but it's the same story. Itsuki catches his chin with a blow that sends him reeling. Itsuki is actually disappointed. All that power, and the guy still doesn't have a clue how to use it effectively. Sam Troll throws everything he is into a frantic barrage of punches, screaming about how Sylvester ruined his life. He rants about losing his men and his house, blaming Sylvester for every single failure he's ever had. Itsuki has heard enough. He delivers a clean slash that cuts right through the madman's momentum. He tells Sam Troll the cold truth. You can't blame everyone else for your own incompetence and failure to improve. Sam Troll screams for him to shut up, his body twitching as the drugs force him to keep pushing beyond his limits. Steam starts pouring off his skin as his body tries to regenerate from the damage. Sylvester and Itsuki watch in horror as he stand back up. One last desperate charge. Sam Troll is running on pure, toxic spite now, screaming that he's going to kill them. Itsuki shuts him down for good with a heavy punch to the gut, calling him a total dumbass for what he's done. It's finally over. Sam Troll falls to his knees, his energy spent and his body failing him. He starts coughing up a massive pool of blood as the toll of the magic drug finally hits him all at once. His skin begins to dry and shrivel right before their eyes. The drug is mummifying his body from the inside out. Within seconds, the former noble is nothing more than a withered, lifeless husk on the cold ground. It's a grisly sight. Sylvester looks on in silence, realizing that his body just couldn't handle that level of reinforcement. Itsuki picks up the leftover pills, wondering who could have possibly created something so dangerous and lethal. Sam Troll's life ends right there in the dirt, a victim of his own greed for power. What a pathetic way to go. Itsuki can't help but feel a bit reflective. Without his master's guidance, he might have been tempted by a shortcut like this too. Guards arrive to secure the area around the academy as the news of the encounter spreads through the halls. Meanwhile, in the special research building, the investigation into the mysterious substance is already underway. Serena oversees the progress in the lab, asking her team if they've managed to figure anything out about the drug yet. The tests on local wildlife have been beyond alarming. It's a magic drug that shouldn't even be allowed to exist. Even a tiny dose turns a simple rat into a mindless, aggressive monster that heals instantly from any wound. The price is too high. Serena explains that it disintegrates the physical body, leading to a quick and painful death for anyone foolish enough to use it. The research team is finally wrapping up for the day. Serena tells her colleague to get the results into a report for the faculty and to make sure her brother is kept in the loop. The mystery of the magic drug still weighs heavily on them. They can't help but wonder where the traffickers will decide to test their lethal product next. Serena knows this is a matter for the higher-ups. She makes a mental note to bring these findings to Zealous's attention as soon as possible. Back in the testing area, the cage that once held the mutated rat is now empty. Whatever happened there has left behind more questions than answers. The scene shifts far away from the world of magic and monsters, landing in the middle of a bustling modern night in present-day Japan. In a dark, cluttered room, a young man named Kyumo is completely glued to his console, his fingers clicking away at a fast-paced game. He's in his zone, barely blinking as he navigates whatever high-stakes scenario is playing out on his screen. Suddenly, a light clicks on and a visitor appears. He assumes it's just another customer, but it's someone much more familiar. It's Nishibe, a scientist who looks exactly like the researcher from the other world. She greets him warmly, but her eyes are full of concern. They get right to business. The dimensional balance of the game world is failing, and dangerous singularities are popping up more frequently than ever. Kyumo isn't panicking, though. He's putting all his chips on him, the avatar he's guiding through the simulation. Nishibe leans back with a frustrated sigh. They're stuck in a holding pattern, waiting for a resurrection that hasn't happened yet. Kyumo tells her he's going to hang out for a few days to see the next phase through. Nishibe just tells him he needs to learn some patience. He groans at the lecture and goes right back to his console. Some things never change, no matter what world you're in. The screen glows as the game continues. Kumo knows everything depends on this one variable staying in play. He whispers a quiet word of encouragement to his digital counterpart. Do your best, Zealous. The history of that other world is a dark one, centered around an evil god that once brought everything to the brink of absolute destruction. To combat the darkness, the four goddesses taught the people a summoning ritual, bringing heroes from other worlds to fight with sacred weapons. Back in the fantasy realm, the real Zealous is catching up on his reading, pondering the truth behind the legends of heroes and summonings. He's moved on to his own magical experiments, amazed at how much raw information he can pull out of a single evil stone. He has a plan to create a homunculus assistant, mixing the stone's power with spirit energy he harvested from Keed's hair. He tosses an evil spirit into the mix for good measure, hoping it'll help the new body stabilize and grow faster. While the magic is doing its thing, he realizes he's falling behind on his actual chores. Even a great sage has to handle the laundry eventually. He's outside working on a custom wooden washing machine when the neighborhood kids come over to investigate the noise. The boys are curious about his latest weird gadget, but Keed is there for a much more serious reason. She wants to fight. She's tired of just sparring with the training chickens and is itching for some actual combat with someone different. The boys chime in too, saying it's about time they got some real-world experience out in the wild. They're tired of being treated like little kids and want to prove they can stand on their own and kill monsters. Zealous is skeptical, but Johnny and the others insist they'll be safe as long as they have the muscular Cocos for an escort. When he asks about their gear, Johnny proudly shows off some used equipment he bought. Zealous just sighs, seeing that the sword is way too heavy for the kid to even swing properly. He points out that Sister Lazarus is going to be worried sick if they go out without permission. The kids admit they haven't asked her because they know she'll just say no. Zealous rubs his chin, thinking of a way to make this work. He strikes a deal. He'll craft them a complete set of proper equipment, but only if they manage to get Lazarus's permission first. He tells them to go have a talk with their guardian, and he'll see what he can do about the gear. The kids are fired up. They're not just going to talk to her, they're going to persuade her with everything they've got. They charge off with a war cry, leaving a sweating Zealous to wonder if he just unleashed a mob on the poor priestess. Meanwhile, Iris is having a much harder day. She's sitting in the grass, looking completely drained, with Keed watching over her. Keed explains that she tried to get Iris into some melee combat with the goblin, but the girl just couldn't handle the thought of killing it. Iris looks down at her hands, still haunted by the memory of her fight with the fairy. She can still feel the sickening sensation of her sword connecting. In her mind, the image of a charging goblin is less like a monster and more like a trigger for her own trauma. She remembers the fight vividly, the moment she had to make the choice to swing, and the heavy, final thud as her blow landed. It's a weight she's not sure she's ready to carry yet. Iris stares at her trembling, blood-stained hands, the reality of her first kill finally sinking in. Behind her lies the monster she defeated, a grim reminder that this world is no playground. She looks up at Zealous with a pale face, admitting that the sight and the sensation were too much for her. She was overwhelmed by nausea and couldn't stop herself from throwing up. Zealous places a comforting hand on her shoulder, speaking with a voice of experience. He tells her that since it was her first time in close combat, such a reaction is only natural. It's something one has to get used to. He explains the harsh truth of their reality. It's a world of survival of the fittest, where weakness can be fatal. However, he reassures her that feeling bad is proof of her humanity. It shows she truly acknowledged the weight of the life she took. Iris takes his words to heart, her expression shifting from shock to a somber determination. She finally understands that this is far from a game. This is real life. To help her moving forward, Zealous reveals that he's prepared some new equipment for her. Iris's eyes widen in surprise, the gloom momentarily forgotten. While the others discuss her mental state, Zealous remains confident. He believes she has the inner strength to overcome this hurdle and keep growing. When she sees the gear, Iris is completely stunned. She asks if it's really okay for her to have something that looks so high quality, still calling him old man out of habit. She quickly suits up, and the change is immediate. She's ecstatic, shouting about how the simple materials have been transformed into truly incredible equipment. She begins rattling off the impressive stats of the gear: magic restoration, attack resistance, and more. She's convinced it must be worth a fortune, but Zealous just tells her it's standard adventurer fare. Jean looks on, impressed despite herself, while Zealous suggests she helps with the measurements for the rest of the group. Jean doesn't look particularly thrilled about the extra work. With a beaming smile and newfound energy, Iris thanks Zealous profusely. She promises to give it her all now that she's properly equipped. Seeing her bright smile return, Zealous feels a sense of relief. He's just glad she's found her motivation again. Iris celebrates her new look with a happy yay. Her traumatic encounter now a stepping stone for her future. Later that afternoon, Zealous is standing outside when he hears a familiar chorus of voices calling out to him. The village kids come charging toward him, shouting with joy. They've successfully completed their mission of convincing Sister Lazarus to let them go hunting. They gleefully explained their last resort. They cornered the poor priestess and tickled her mercilessly with cocoa feathers until she finally gave in. Lazarus appears, looking absolutely mortified and flustered. She admits she had to give her permission after such an undignified outburst from the children. The kids immediately start badgering Zealous for the weapons he promised, shouting for swords and spears of their own. Their imaginations run wild, with one asking for the legendary holy sword Caliban and another for the spear Gibalg. Zealous has to break it to them that he can't just manifest mythical weapons out of thin air. One of the kids presents a drawing of what she thinks a cool warrior should look like, a jagged, spiky suit of armor that looks more like a torture device. Another kid asks for a frying pan that can cook meat all by itself. Zealous is losing his patience, telling them that living armor and magical cookware aren't on the menu. Keed looks on as the kids continue to dream big, even suggesting cursed armor. Zealous just sighs, telling them they'd be controlled by the gear rather than the other way around. Lazarus steps in to help, offering to take the children's measurements to ensure the gear fits perfectly. Zealous is grateful for the assist, even as he warns the kids he won't be adding any unnecessary spikes. As she helps, Lazarus suddenly asks if she can join the hunting party as well. Zealous is caught off guard, letting out a surprised huh? She explains that she has her own equipment and will arrange for some time off from her duties at the church. She wants to be there to look after the children personally. Zealous is curious about the last resort the kids mentioned and asks her what exactly happened at the church the day before. Lazarus turns bright red, covering her face as she remembers the embarrassing scene. She's terrified that if anyone saw her in such a state, she'd never be able to find a husband. Zealous tries to lighten the mood with a joke, telling her not to worry because he'd take her as his bride. The joke backfires spectacularly as Lazarus turns a shade of crimson that defies logic. The kids just stand there, staring in stunned silence at the awkward tension. The kids start whispering among themselves, suggesting that the sister really should just get married. Lazarus panics, shouting back at them in embarrassment. When the day of the hunt finally arrives, the kids are suited up in their sleek new black armor. Zealous is proud of his work, having finished everything just in time. The kids are a little disappointed that the gear is so plain instead of having the spikes and flair they wanted. Zealous stands firm, telling them he prioritizes functionality over style every time. Keed is busy checking her weapons, while a flustered Lazarus apologizes to Zealous for the children's lack of manners. Lazarus herself is impressively geared up, carrying a massive shield and a spiked mace. She explains she wanted to be heavily armed just in case things got dangerous. She's determined to protect the children, her maternal instincts in full swing. Zealous is touched by her dedication, promising that he'll be right there to protect all of them. Even the giant Cocos seem to be in high spirits, clucking excitedly as they prepare to head out into the wild. With everyone ready and the sun high in the sky, Zealous gives the signal to move out. The diverse group lets out a cheer, ready for their first real hunt together. Zealous announces that for the next week, they'll be doing a training trip to the hunting grounds used by low-level mercenaries. The kids and the giant martial arts chickens are hyped for the mission, so Zealous tells them they're heading to the nearest village to find a place to stay. Zealous thinks about renting a carriage, and Sister Iris is actually excited for the ride. He asks her if she's had any real experience with hunting before. She admits she's done a little, even though her church's doctrine technically forbids killing. But since she needs to level up to learn sacred magic, she has to make an exception. Iris asks if it's okay to kill demons since they're impure, but Zealous doesn't look totally convinced by that logic. He explains that in this world, killing is just a part of staying alive. He questions if doctrine really makes it better, pointing out that people use that same excuse to kill each other for a good cause. The kids shout their agreement, and Zealous reminds them all to stay thankful for the life that feeds them. Iris feels a bit bad and says she should be the one preaching that, but Zealous just tells her they both have things to think through. When they go to find a ride, the coachman turns out to be a total lunatic bragging about his 3 Sleipnir horses. Zealous immediately starts getting a bad feeling about this. The guy just lets out a manic laugh and screams at them to hang on tight as they take off. The carriage basically turns into a rocket, flying down the road and leaving Zealous terrified until they finally slide in a mob village. Safely on the ground, they head into the local mercenary guild, which is bustling with adventurers. A cheerful receptionist welcomes them to the mob village branch and asks how he can help. Zealous tells him they're there for training and asks about the local monsters while the guy hands over a registration form. The receptionist lists off the local wildlife, mentioning things like goblins, orcs, deer, and bears. He adds that there have been sightings of giant cockroaches lately, which immediately grosses out the girls and kills their appetite for hunting meat. Anjai mentions she'd rather fight a person than deal with monsters, but Zealous tells her not to say such dangerous things. The receptionist warns them not to let the newbies wander too far into the forest, since people have been going missing lately. They give a final warning that one mistake can get you killed out there, so they need to be careful. Zealous turns to the kids and tells them that since hunting is dangerous business, he's giving them a specific mission. He wants them to gather their own information about the demons and the hunting grounds right here in the guild first. The kids aren't exactly thrilled and ask why he can't just tell them what he knows, but Zealous insists they need to learn to be independent. Iris wonders if he's being a bit too harsh on them, but Zealous says this is nothing compared to an actual hunt. Johnny takes the lead and walks up to some adventurers, using her charm to get them talking about the forest. The adventurers are pretty amused by the kid calling the lady sexy, and find it funny that someone so small is already out hunting. Over at the bar, Randy spots a mercenary named Rady who looks like he's having a terrible day. Meanwhile, Keith pulls up to the counter and coolly offers to buy someone a drink in exchange for some info. The guy she's talking to finds her smart and cheeky, so he agrees to tell her what she wants to know. Randy starts talking to the depressed mercenary, who explains that their gear broke and their latest hunt was a complete failure. Randy tells the guy not to dwell on it, suggesting he should focus on how to turn that failure into a future success instead. Rady is caught off guard by the kid's maturity and asks for his name. Watching from afar, Iris is amazed at how well the kids are collecting info. Even Zealous is a bit surprised by their social skills. Zealous figures they learned this stuff by eavesdropping on merchants and negotiating at the markets. The group regroups and tells Zealous they've gathered plenty of information and are ready to start hunting. Randy is fired up, but Zealous suggests they start with slimes and rabbits since they're the easiest targets. Zealous officially announces the start of their research phase, telling them they'll be testing their skills at the entrance of the forest. The kids are ecstatic that they passed their first mission and cheer as they prepare to head out. Zealous reminds them they only have about 3 hours until sunset, so they need to focus on small monsters for now. The kids salute their teacher, who tells them they're free to work together or hunt individually. Johnny and Keed waste no time and dash off to find an easy target, while Zealous and Iris follow from a distance. The girls start tracking through the brush. They don't see any footprints, but Keed spots some red fur caught on a plant. Nearby, Guy finds some droppings and identifies them as belonging to a forest rabbit based on their color and shape. Anjai senses something nearby, a rabbit hiding in the brush. Keed suggests using bows and arrows, deciding she'll take the high ground and aim from the trees. Watching from a distance, Zealous is impressed that the kids were actually taught how to move without making a sound. Keed signals that she's found the target, and the rest of the group quietly maneuvers into position. They slowly inch closer to a large snake that's coiled up and waiting in the tall grass. The snake suddenly tenses up, sensing that it's no longer the only predator in the area. With a sudden burst of speed, the serpent lunges forward. It completely ignores the kids, instead striking at a forest rabbit that was hiding right in front of it. The snake manages to coil around its meal, but it has no idea it's about to be the one hunted. Keed sees the perfect opening and shouts for everyone to strike at once. In a split second, arrows and melee strikes rain down, taking out both the snake and its prey simultaneously. Zealous and Iris are left speechless, wondering if the kids actually plan to bag 2 targets with one shot like that. The group celebrates their easy win, with Guy already thinking about how good the meat is going to taste. Zealous is a bit worried, though. He can't help but wonder why they're being so secretive about their methods. He decides to step things up and asks the giant martial arts chickens if they want to give the kids a little sparring lesson. The Cocos are more than happy to oblige, their eyes gleaming as they prepare to toughen up their young masters. The chickens start training the kids for real, making them dodge and weave through a barrage of high-speed attacks. Keen Guy try to sneak up on one of the birds, but it catches them instantly, and Johnny gets caught in a crossfire. The kids end up in a heap on the ground, completely exhausted and admitting that the Cocos are just way too strong for them. Even so, the training pays off, several of their survival skills increase, and Zealous realizes the chickens are actually doing a great job as mentors. By the end of the day, they've gathered a massive pile of loot, including slimes, rabbits, and multiple snakes. Zealous is stunned by the haul. 31 slimes, 7 snakes, and half a dozen rabbits is a lot for one afternoon. The kids are still fired up, complaining that they could have caught even more if they hadn't run out of time. Zealous scratches his head, feeling like he doesn't have much left to teach them about basic hunting. He calls it a day and leads them back to the inn. Night falls over Mob Village as everyone turns in for some well-earned rest. The next morning, Sister Iris wakes up feeling a bit groggy from the previous day's excitement. She remembers they're on a hunting trip and decides she needs to start her day with a bit of purification magic. Still half asleep, she starts to undress so she can wash up before heading out. Suddenly, the door slides open and Zealous walks in, looking completely relaxed after a morning bath. They both freeze as they realize they're in a very awkward situation. Zealous can only let out a confused "huh," while Iris turns bright red. Iris's scream probably wakes up the entire village as she realizes she's standing right in front of her teacher with nothing on. Zealous is just as flustered, apologizing and begging her to just forget the last 5 seconds ever happened. Once they finally get out to the forest, Zealous gathers everyone and announces they're heading deeper in for some serious hunting. The kids are ecstatic, and Zealous explains the rules. They either hunt solo or in pairs, but they have to have a Coco with them. Iris is worried it might be too dangerous, but Zealous reassures her that the chickens are there to make sure nobody does anything reckless. Johnny tells her not to worry, saying they aren't fragile and are ready to take the next step toward leveling up. Everyone is charged up and ready to go. Zealous and Iris will stay nearby to keep an eye on things from the sidelines. First up is Team Keed and Anjai, backed up by Black Belt Coco. It doesn't take long for them to spot a group of orcs wandering through the trees. Anjai thinks this is going to be easy peasy, and the two girls move in strike. Keed lands a precise arrow as Anjai follows up, calling for her partner to finish the job. They take the orc down with a single coordinated blow, and Anjai is actually disappointed it didn't put up more of a fight. Case 2. Guy, Randy, and 2 giant Cocos have spotted their target, a massive forest boar. Guy's already drooling over how much meat it will provide. The boar is huge, much larger than they anticipated. Randy warns that they can't afford to wait, as their position will only get worse. They need to take it out with one solid blow. The beast charges at them with a thundering oink, its tusks gleaming dangerously. Randy stands his ground, ready for the impact. As the boar reaches them, Guy and Randy unleash their coordinated finishing moves. Randy delivers a powerful Shura kick, while Guy slams down with a Heaven's Fist, hitting the beast simultaneously. The massive boar collapses with a final squeal, and the two boys high-five each other, feeling invincible after such a clean takedown. Case 3. Johnny and a Black Coco are moving through the brush. Johnny wonders how the boys are doing, unaware that she's about to face her own challenge. Nearby, a group of rookie adventurers is in serious trouble, cornered by a pack of orcs. They're terrified and panicking as the monsters close in on them. The leader tries to keep his team calm, but they're already at their limit, with their movements becoming disjointed and their magic failing. Johnny spots them from the shadows and wonders if she should step in. Johnny and the Black Coco share a look and decide to move. They split up, dashing toward the unsuspecting orcs with incredible speed. One of the orcs doesn't even have time to react as Johnny delivers a lightning-fast strike, catching it completely off guard. The adventurers are stunned, staring in disbelief as a literal child and a giant chicken suddenly start tearing through the monsters that almost killed them. Johnny follows up with a key explosion, a massive burst of energy that sends the orc flying. The creature can only let out a confused oink as it's blasted backward. The Black Coco finishes off another orc with a powerful cock. Go to hell. Kick, sending it crashing into the ground. It's a total slaughter. The rookie group is in shock, unable to process that a small girl and a bird just saved their lives. Johnny, however, is focused, reminding them that there are still 4 more orcs to deal with. Her words snap them back to reality. You're right. Let's get into spirit, guys, the leader shouts as they finally join the fray. With a combined effort, they take down the remaining orcs. Johnny lands one final thudding blow to ensure they stay down. Johnny takes a moment to catch her breath, while the Black Coco stands proudly behind her. She's satisfied with the outcome, even if it was just another day of training for her. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a group of goblins is on the prowl, unaware that they're about to cross paths with someone much more dangerous. Sister Iris and Zealous have been handling their own share of trouble, easily dispatching a goblin that tried to ambush them. There! Iris exclaims as she delivers a finishing blow. She sighs as the goblin hits the ground, noting that the monsters in this area seem a bit stronger than usual. Zealous just nods, keeping a sharp eye on their surroundings. Zealous agrees that they should catch up with the kids soon. He's worried they might have run too far ahead or gotten themselves into real trouble. Suddenly, he senses something through the trees. You're right. "There's something in front of us," he says, and they both pick up the pace to investigate. They stumble upon the scene of Johnny's battle and are greeted by the girl herself. "Sister, old man, you're too late. We've already defeated the orcs," she says with a confident grin. Iris is worried and asks if she's hurt, but Johnny just laughs it off. "You worry too much. Demons aren't as big a deal as you think," she says, clearly feeling herself. The rookie adventurers approach Zealous and Iris, thanking them for the help. Zealous realizes that these kids are actually much more capable than he gave them credit for. The rookie leader explains how Johnny stepped in and saved one of their own from certain death. Iris is surprised to hear about Johnny's heroics. Zealous tells the rookies they should be thanking Johnny, not him. He's just glad everyone is safe, though he can't help but notice how much the girl has grown in such a short time. He looks at the rookie group, an average set of mercenaries, and then back at his students. He realizes that the people around him are just becoming exceptionally tough. Zealous expresses concern that Johnny might be getting too strong, too fast. He worries that her confidence could lead to complacency and, eventually, a fatal mistake. The rookie leader listens solemnly, understanding the weight of Zealous's words. In her line of work, the case is often that being too strong means one day you'll have to face the death of your comrades because you couldn't be everywhere at once. One of the mercenaries explains how their party lost its leader. He was his childhood friend, and the loss has clearly hit him hard. Zealous listens while lighting a cigarette, telling him that this kind of reality is something they just have to swallow. He says if they want to keep being mercenaries, they have to trust their friends and deal with the worry together. He adds that there's no shame in being weak. Only those who keep struggling actually move forward. The kids are clearly listening in, taking his words to heart. Zealous heads off to find the other children, figuring he might have sounded a bit too high and mighty there. The mercenaries watch him go, wondering if he's actually experienced the same kind of loss they just did. Iris and the others watch from a distance as Zealous catches up with them. Johnny asks Iris if it's true that the other group really lost a comrade. Iris doesn't quite know what to say, but Zealous doesn't hold back. He tells her straight up that they lost someone, and that the very same thing could happen to her. He warns her that being strong doesn't mean she's invincible, and she needs to get that through her head. He tells her she needs to keep that reality in the back of her mind whenever she's out there. Iris thinks he's being a bit too harsh, but Zealous insists that skills and gear mean nothing if you end up dead. When she asks if he's ever been through it, his mind goes back to his days in the game world. In a flashback, his old party is looking for an earth dragon, confident they can take it down. They figure with their numbers, it'll be a piece of cake. They assume they have enough items and gear to handle whatever boss shows up. Then, a massive dragon with dark scales and glowing eyes rumbles out of the shadows. The party is caught off guard as the ground shakes, and the beast lets out a terrifying roar. They realize this isn't just an area boss. Something is very wrong. It's the Gaia Emperor Dragon, a monster they weren't prepared for at all. Zealous shouts for everyone to run as the dragon starts charging an attack. The creature unleashes its power, far exceeding anything they expected. Emergency event notifications flood the air as the party is caught in the blast. Back in the present, Zealous explains that they went in with the wrong assumptions and got wiped out. He tells them it's a cruel world out there, and one mistake is all it takes to end everything. He admits he was naive back then, thinking strength alone was enough to reach his dreams. Johnny looks down, realizing that the death of a friend can change a person forever. The other kids find them, calling out to Johnny and wondering where she's been. Zealous is just glad she made it back to the group safely, hoping his words stuck. Johnny gives a firm nod, her expression more serious than usual. She runs back to join the others as they prepare to move out. It's the third day of their hunting trip in the forest. The kids are moving carefully through the brush, with Anjay noting that there don't seem to be any big threats around. Zealous and Iris follow behind, with Zealous noticing how focused Johnny has become. The other kids realize she's being unusually cautious today, hanging back instead of leading the charge. Johnny asks them how they can guarantee they won't end up like those other mercenaries. The question stops the group in their tracks, leaving a heavy silence. Anjay tries to reassure her, saying they'll be fine as long as they work together. Zealous and Iris watch from the rear, seeing that the kids are finally starting to grasp the weight of their choices. Zealous tells Iris that while he feels for those mercenaries, their loss taught the children a vital lesson. He's hesitant about them choosing this dangerous path, but ultimately, he knows it's their choice to make. Up ahead, the students have already spotted something lurking in the brush. Keed lets an arrow fly with a sharp whistle, aiming straight for their target. The arrow just pings off the target's hide, a massive, bumpy creature known as a rumbletoad. Keed is stunned by how tough its skin is, while Anjay prepares a Gaia lance to see if magic can pierce it. Anjay draws her sword, refusing to let a little armor stand in their way. She swings with everything she's got, but the Toad's defense is no joke. The impact doesn't do much, and the group realizes they're in for a real fight. Johnny steps up next, unleashing a key palm wave to try and shake the beast from the inside. The Toad is left smoking from the blow, but it's still very much standing. Johnny explains that even if the outside is tough, she should have damaged its internal organs. From the sidelines, Zealous warns that this won't be a simple victory. The Toad suddenly launches itself high into the air, vanishing from their line of sight. It comes crashing back down, the weight of the landing rattling the ground beneath them. Steam and heat erupt from its body as it enters a more aggressive state. Iris starts to panic, but Zealous remains calm, analyzing the monster's tactics. She wants to jump in and help, but Zealous holds her back, wanting the kids to gain more experience. He tells her that in the real world, reinforcements don't always show up when you're in trouble. Iris is a nervous wreck, while Zealous just wonders how long it'll take for the students to figure out a winning strategy. The Toad stares them down, and the kids realize they need a fatal blow before things get worse. Johnny takes charge, telling everyone to hold back their magic and look for weakness. But then Guy charges in with a battle cry, completely ignoring the plan. He's obsessed with the idea of eating the Toad and hits it with a clavicle palm strike. He starts pummeling the beast relentlessly, driven by nothing but his appetite for monster meat. The rest of the group can only watch in disbelief as Guy prioritizes his stomach over his safety. The Toad croaks in pain, and Johnny decides it's time to finish this with their spears. Suddenly, the Toad's massive tongue lashes out, wrapping around Guy in an instant. With a single chomp, the monster swallows Guy whole. The girls are frozen in pure horror as their teammate disappears into the Toad's mouth. Zealous watches with a cold gaze, thinking about how easily a comrade can be lost no matter how many warnings are given. Iris lets out a blood-curdling scream, unable to believe what she just saw. Breaking out of their shock, Johnny and the others charge forward with desperate speed. Johnny screams at the beast to give Guy back as she prepares her spear. They all descend on the Toad at once, their fear turning into a fierce determination to save their friend. They drive their spears into the Toad's head over and over, refusing to stop until it stays down. The massive creature finally collapses with a heavy thud, its life drained away. It spits Guy back out, slime-covered and coughing, but fortunately still alive. Johnny is flooded with relief, her voice trembling as she realizes he's okay. She quickly turns her relief into a lecture, yelling at him for scaring them like that while Guy sheepishly apologizes. Iris is just glad the nightmare is over, while Zealous notes that the children managed to pull through on their own. He lowers the magic circle he had prepared as a last resort, impressed that they didn't actually need his help. Zealous nervously admits to Iris that he prepared a magic circle just in case, but realized he didn't actually need to intervene. Watching the children celebrate their hard-won victory over the Rumble Toad, he notes that they really did quite well on their own. Suddenly, the children begin to convulse as their levels increase rapidly from the massive experience gain. Zealous explains that the sudden surge in power is placing a heavy burden on their bodies, causing them to collapse from exhaustion. Once they've recovered a bit, Zealous decides it's time to call the carriage and move to a safer location for the night. Johnny looks up from the ground, her eyes filling with tears as she admits she was terrified that Guy had actually died. She sighs, feeling like they only won by luck and that they still have a long way to go before they're ready. Zealous offers a gentle smile, reassuring her that they all did their absolute best today. As they settle into the carriage for the night, Iris is relieved to see the children finally sleeping soundly. Zealous looks out at the dark forest, knowing that while the view is nice, they're still in dangerous territory where anything could jump out. He watches over his exhausted students, his expression turning serious as he decides to put their instincts to the test. Zealous draws his blade slightly, releasing a sudden wave of bloodlust that cuts through the quiet night air. Johnny and Keed immediately bolt upright, their faces pale with shock as they react to the overwhelming pressure. Zealous sheathes his blade, noting that while those two pass the test, the other kids still need to sharpen their senses. He explains that if they can't shift into a fighting stance at the slightest sign of danger, they'll never survive in a real hunting ground. Johnny and Keed realize just how close they are to the edge, while the other three boys remain completely oblivious in their sleep. Zealous reminds them that enemies won't always give a signal before they attack, so sensing bloodlust is a vital skill. To reward those who woke up, Zealous decides to get some food ready and turn the rest of the night into a camp training session. Outside, the group huddles around a campfire, the quiet night filled with the sound of chatter and crackling wood. Randy finds Zealous staring off into space and asks what's on his mind, but Zealous just tells him to stay alert even while they're eating. Randy isn't too worried since they aren't deep in the woods, but Zealous warns him never to let his guard down. The conversation shifts to the food, specifically the curry powder Zealous used, which is a rare and mysterious spice in this world. Zealous offers to teach Randy the recipe, though he warns that it can be a bit spicy depending on personal preference. He goes on a passionate rant about how curry is a profound dish where every spice choice and ingredient balance matters. Randy is impressed by Zealous's knowledge, jokingly asking if he used to be a professional chef in his past life. Their peaceful meal is interrupted when Zealous senses someone approaching through the trees. Out of the darkness, a group of travelers appears, drawn by the unmistakable smell of the curry. Leading the group is a young man in ornate armor, the hero, who seems determined to get a taste of whatever is cooking. The children are stunned to see the legendary hero appearing in person, though Zealous can only let out a tired sigh. Zealous looks at the arrogant young man, wondering what kind of trouble this self-proclaimed hero is going to bring to their camp. Lore check. In this world, a hero is just a divine soldier plucked from another world by the four gods. The Métis kingdom runs the show, serving as the home base for the temple of these so-called deities. To the public, the hero Ichijo is a manifestation of divine power, sent to save the world. Back at the campsite, the divine manifestation shows up and immediately asks Zealous to share his dinner. Ichijo is already drooling over the curry, while Mai desperately bows and tries to apologize for his lack of manners. Zealous isn't feeling generous. He tells them point blank that he only made enough for his own group. Ichijo can't believe someone is actually telling him no. He asks if they even realize who he is. Zealous doesn't care about the title. To him, a hero shouldn't be wandering around blackmailing people for a free meal. The kids are equally unimpressed. Anjai and the others whisper about whether they really have to feed these rude strangers. Ichijo tries to blame Zealous's attitude for his own behavior, but the guy just looks bored. He goes on a typical rant about how they're fighting the evil god for everyone's sake. Zealous's eyes already starting to twitch. Zealous finally laughs. He tells them the evil god was defeated ages ago, so their whole mission is a lie. That stops Ichijo cold. He says the four gods told them the threat was recently resurrected. Zealous hints that those gods might not be as all-knowing as the church says. The party starts whispering, realizing this guy is basically committing heresy. Mai demands to know where he's getting his information. She can't wrap her head around the evil god being gone. Zealous decides he's done talking. He's got cooking to do and tells them it's none of his business anyway. Behind them, the priests are losing their minds, wondering who this guy is to taunt their gods like that. Mai's at her breaking point. She's sick of this world and just wants to go home to her original one. Zealous stops and asks how long they actually expect to be stuck in this place. He tells them flat out that at this rate, they're going to end up being killed by the very gods they're serving. Ichijo and Mai look horrified as Zealous tells them they're just being used as disposable tools. The priests have heard enough. They start a fancy chant to purify the sinner standing before them. They fire off a holy ray right at Zealous. He doesn't even blink. He just mutters reflect without using a single chant or magic circle. The beam bounces straight back and blows up right next to the priests. They're left on the ground, terrified that he just reflected God's power without a spell. Zealous notes that their magic is the same stuff he uses anyway. To prove his point, he fires his own version of the holy ray back at them. The party is in total shock. They can't believe a regular mage is using what they think is sacred magic. Zealous explains the trick. The four gods just took normal light magic and rebranded it to keep the priests in line. He mentions the priests originally worshipped a god of creation before these four usurpers moved in. Ichijo is desperate for more info, but Zealous just tells him to go ask the gods himself. Then he drops the biggest bombshell. Not a single summoned hero has ever actually been sent back home. He explains the math. Tearing open space-time takes a massive amount of energy, and the gods would rather use it to summon new meat. In their eyes, it's much cheaper to just take care of the heroes once they've served their purpose. Ichijo looks like his whole world is crumbling. He realizes his friends who died didn't go home like they were promised. Mai finally gets the grim truth. Every hero who supposedly went back is actually just dead. Ichijo asks the obvious question. If the gods are lying about that, then what exactly is this evil god they're fighting? Zealous suggests that the evil god is just a label for anyone who gets in the four gods' way. The realization hits Ichijo hard. He asks if the evil god is actually the world's real deity. Zealous confirms it. The four gods just stole the position from the original god of creation. He admits he's just speculating, but the evidence is all there. In the background, the kids are still just chilling. Mai looks at Zealous with a mix of fear and awe. She realizes that between his forbidden knowledge and the way he casually swatted away their sacred magic, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Zealous continues his explanation, claiming he's just a reclusive mage. He points out that tradition dictates a mage should guide the heroes, so he's just playing his part. He tells them he's just following the literature left behind by their predecessors, keeping his secret as a mage of reason safe from prying eyes. With the exposition over, he casually turns back to his cooking. Mai and Chijo are left standing there, totally stunned by the bombshells he just dropped. Zealous admits to himself that he never expected to run into a real hero in the wild. Behind him, the duo is still trying to process the idea that their gods might be lying to them. Mai pulls Chijo aside, her mind racing about the summoning ritual. She's starting to doubt everything the church and four gods told them. Zealous explains the ultimate stakes. If these holes in space-time keep being open to summon heroes, the distortion might cause their worlds to collide and vanish. Mai turns to the priests, demanding to know how much they actually knew about the truth. The clergy is starting to sweat, realizing they might be on the wrong side of history. One priest tries to defend their faith, insisting they were told heroes go home, and that their magic is a special divine gift reserved only for them. Mai isn't buying it anymore. She points out that sacred magic is just a repackaged version of light magic, and Ichijo starts to think they've been working for the bad guys. Realizing the situation is way over their heads, Mai tells Ichijo they need to make a move. They can't stay in the church's shadow anymore. Her advice is simple. Pretend they never heard any of this. It's too dangerous to speak out against the church while they're still in this world. Ichijo agrees, but he's clearly uneasy. He figures as long as they stay quiet, they'll be safe, but he's worried about what happens if the priests are erased. They sheepishly head back towards Zealous, deciding it's better to just lay low and wait for an opportunity to leave their current life behind. Zealous looks at the pair and honestly starts to feel bad for them. He offers up a plate of curry, and their stomachs respond with a loud, hungry growl. They dive in without a second thought. Ichijo is almost in tears, admitting it's been a long time since he had a proper meal. For both of them, it's the taste of home. Mai hasn't had anything like this in 3 years, and the nostalgia is enough to make her cry. Between mouthfuls, Ichijo admits he'd rather not return to Métis. He's pretty sure they'll just execute him if he questions their teachings. Zealous suggests they just tag along to Santa for a while. He tells them they're heading back there too, though Ichijo immediately starts worrying about the cost of living. Mai's already planning her next move, thinking about finding a part-time job so she can eventually seek refuge in the country. Even the priests have joined in on the meal. They realize their days as holy men are over, and they'll have to find work as freelance healers. Zealous tells Ichijo he could always try being a mercenary if he wants a steady income, though the hero isn't exactly thrilled about the prospect of working hard. Grateful for the help in a reality check, Mai bows and thanks the great sage for everything he's done for them. Zealous just sighs and repeats his favorite lie. He's just a totally normal, average mage. Ichijo isn't listening. He's already asking for seconds. Zealous is genuinely impressed by how much curry a hero can put away. A few days pass, and life returns to a somewhat normal routine in the woods behind Zealous's house. He's busy smoking some leftover wyvern meat from a while back, taking a break from the hero drama. Nearby, the students are back at their training, but this time they're learning a new skill, reacting to pure bloodlust rather than just what they see. Johnny is having a rough time, unable to even find a sign of their opponent. Anjai notes that Master Sunkei is way too good at hiding himself. Zealous gives them a pointer, telling them to focus on where the cold sensation of killing intent is the strongest. Johnny thinks he's asking for the impossible. Anjai tries to follow his lead, searching for the threat as she throws out a practice strike. Suddenly, the master appears in a blur of motion. The kids realize he's been right behind them the whole time. It's not much of a fight. Master Sunkei, the giant chicken, is absolutely demolishing them with lightning-fast slaps and pecks. The kids are left face down in the dirt. Zealous explains that they simply can't defend against a high-speed after-image attack like that without better senses. As the giant bird struts away, Zealous thinks that with enough practice, they'll eventually learn to react to bloodlust. It's all about building on it every day. He knows he's terrible at holding back, so he's glad he can leave the tough training to his Coco assistant. Master Sunkei looks back with a surprisingly dignified expression. The giant bird even gives a polite bow, showing a level of respect that Zealous appreciates. Seeing the bird walk off so reliably, Zealous can't help but feel he's got a very capable partner in the chicken. Meanwhile, at a government office, Delsace Solstia is looking over some troubling reports about an invasion on the Ruta Iru plain. He discusses the situation with his colleagues, noting that another hero was apparently killed by a tribe of beastmen. Word has reached them that a sage was seen helping the beastmen. Delsasis suspects it might be someone connected to Zealous. He turns to a sturdy dwarf named Nag Yuri, who confidently promises to help with whatever the plan is. Back in the yard behind Zealous's house, the peaceful mountain air is filled with the rhythmic sounds of the children's training. Johnny is doing her best to land a hit, but the giant chicken is just too fast. Zealous notes that the kids have finally reached the level where they can hold their own against the Cocos. The routine is interrupted by the arrival of two familiar faces. Nag Yuri and Bowling, a pair of boisterous dwarves, march up with wide, friendly grins. These two are the heart of Hamba Engineering, the company that built Zealous's home. A quick flashback reminds him of the wild, celebratory dance they shared together after the job was done. Before Zealous can even ask what brings them here, they grab him by the arms. They're dead set on dragging him along to sweat it out together on a new project. Zealous is practically lifted off his feet, shouting about workers' rights as he's hauled away. I can only watch in total bewilderment as her mentor is kidnapped by dwarves. It's like a chaotic festival parade. The dwarves hoist Zealous onto their shoulders, marching off with rhythmic chants while Mai and the chicken shout after them in confusion. After a long, noisy trek, Zealous finds himself in a dim, cavernous space. The chanting continues to ring in his ears, much to his growing annoyance. When the dust finally settles, he finds himself sitting on a mat in the middle of a massive underground complex. He looks around, trying to figure out where on earth they've taken him. Looking up, he sees the sky is actually a ceiling glowing with a vast, sparkling supply of magical energy. Bowling stands over him, waiting for him to finally come to his senses. Bowling explains that they are currently in the Ilyamana's underground ruins, an ancient underground street dating all the way back to the Evil God War. Zealous is fascinated by the sheer scale of the place, though he notes the architecture is showing its age. Bowling reveals he brought Zealous here to help with a very specific problem. He explains that this passageway was originally commissioned by Lord Creston decades ago, but the project has recently hit a major snag. The problem is a massive, impenetrable rock wall that completely blocks any further expansion of the underground tunnels. They've tried everything. Standard pickaxes just shatter against it, and even earth magic like Gaia Control seems to have no effect on the stone. Bowling looks to Zealous with a hopeful grin, asking him to do something about the wall that has stumped all their best workers. They stand before the colossal barrier, a flat face of stone that seems to stretch on forever, surrounded by scaffolding and dim magic lights. Bowling mentions the wall contains a rare, fine metal that is notorious for repelling magic. Nearby, a group of mercenaries and soldiers are keeping a nervous watch. Apparently, skeletons have been popping up lately, and the soldiers are there to deal with them before they can disrupt the construction schedule. Zealous stares up at the glowing ceiling again, his mind racing. The sheer amount of magical energy sustaining this place is absolutely staggering. His curiosity gets the better of him, and he decides to give a shot. Nag Yuri and Bowling happily step back, giving him plenty of space to work his magic. Zealous drops into a crouch and places his hands against the ground, focusing his mana into a precise Gaia Control spell. With a massive BM, a huge dark hole is gouged out of the stone wall. The air is filled with dust as the workers watch in awe. For a second, it looks like he's actually done it. Zealous peers into the darkness, wondering what secret is hidden on the other side. But the victory is short-lived. To everyone's shock, the stone starts to flow like shifting sand, swirling back into place to seal the gap. Within moments, the wall is perfectly smooth again, as if the massive hole had never existed in the first place. Zealous is unfazed, his scholarly brain already analyzing the failure. He asks for a map of the location while the others gape at the self-repairing stone. He concludes that the wall is a complex magical barrier designed to automatically repair itself. He suspects a whole ancient city is hidden behind it. Since the barrier is still active and drawing power, Zealous deduces that the city itself might still be alive in some sense, preserved deep under the earth. He examines the map, explaining that this wall is likely just the outermost protective shell of a much larger structure designed to distribute weight. He points out that trying to break in from the outside is impossible, as any original entrances were likely filled long ago to keep intruders out. He turns to a worker named Yunbua, asking if he knows anything about a hidden path, but the man has no idea how to get through. Nag Yuri mentions that mercenaries have been hiding out lately, but Zealous is more focused on the skeletons. He realizes this entire area was once a giant cremation ground. Zealous figures the skeletons are crawling out from behind that massive wall. The dwarves are livid that the mercenaries didn't report this, but Zealous knows they were probably just keeping the easy level-up spot for themselves. One of the dwarves gets a scary dark aura, promising to squeeze the truth out of those greedy contractors. They go straight to violence, while Zealous just stands there hoping they won't break the guys too badly. Turns out, the persuasion worked. One of the mercs looks absolutely trashed, while the dwarf sighs in relief. The guy points out a crack in the wall, leading to a warped iron door where the skeletons keep appearing. Zealous starts connecting the dots. Beyond that wall lies an ancient city, the literal birthplace of these boneheads. But there's a catch. Anyone who's actually gone through those doors hasn't been seen since. Zealous decides they're digging that door out anyway, but the ground starts to shake. It's not a door opening. It's a whole horde of skeletons charging right at them. The dwarves are panicking, but Zealous is already planning his moves like he's back in a tutorial. He draws his sword, thinking this is exactly the kind of situation his students need to learn how to handle. He takes a second to get into the zone. He starts slicing through ribs like he's getting paid by the bone. It's a total blur of steel and shattered remains as he clears a path through the horde. The dwarves can only watch in awe as the old man turns into a one-man meat, bone grinder. Sword fighting is fine, but it's time to wrap this up with a little magic. He unleashes a shining nova, a blast of light that's absolute poison for the undead. Every skeleton in the blast radius just disintegrates into a pile of junk. Zealous cleans his blade, making the whole thing look like a minor chore. With the area cleared, the dwarves get to work on the real heavy lifting. Zealous takes a breather while the professionals handle the excavation, though he still feels a bit bad for leaving the manual labor to them. After a ton of work, the massive gates are finally uncovered. Zealous stares at the design, getting a weird sense of déjà vu. Right on cue, Iris and her party show up, stunned by how well-preserved the ruins are. Jean immediately starts giving Zealous a hard time, wondering why the old man is even there. He plays it cool, since they've been running into each other constantly anyway. They talk about the rumors, how this place is basically a one-way trip for anyone who goes in. Iris notices Zealous acting weird and asks if these doors look familiar to him too. She mentions an old game called Sword and Sorcery, and the realization hits Zealous like a truck. They both shout the name at the same time, Aetherland. For Iris, it's a nostalgic trip back to a beginner event, but Zealous is more worried about why a game dungeon exists in real life. They start comparing notes on what's supposed to be inside, assuming the layout hasn't changed. Zealous warns her that if the game rules apply, there might be some seriously evolved monsters waiting for them. Iris pictures a giant skull legion, and just thinking about it makes her regret asking. Suddenly, the ground starts rumbling for real as the ancient gates finally creak open. Everyone freezes, feeling a massive presence coming from the darkness. A massive clawed hand slams onto the edge of the door, and the workers start hightailing it out of there. A giant skull peeks through the opening, way bigger than any normal skeleton. It's a full-on boss monster stepping out into the light, and it's definitely not happy to see them. Zealous admits this thing is a bit larger than he expected, but he doesn't look particularly worried. Iris is terrified, realizing this isn't some nostalgic game event anymore. It's a nightmare. Zealous takes one look at the giant boss and identifies it as a Skull Kaiser, a high-tier skeleton master that makes normal ones look like toys. He tells everyone to clear out and leave the heavy lifting to him, sounding pretty confident he can crush it with a single blast. He activates his appraisal skill to see exactly what he's dealing with. The stats confirm it. It's a level 5 20 skeleton Kaiser with some seriously massive health and mana pools. Jean and the others are absolutely losing it. A monster over level 500 is something even a legendary hero would struggle against. Zealous just shrugs it off, figuring a quick purification should take care of the problem without much hassle. Iris is surprisingly calm, knowing full well the old man is more than capable of handling himself. Instead of just blasting it, Zealous starts charging magic into his ring so he can keep the spells coming. He's not even worried about the experience points anymore, since he's already way past level 1000. He pulls Iris aside to whisper about the differences in their status screens compared to the people born in this world. The Kaiser lets out a bone-chilling screech, but they're too busy chatting to pay it much attention. Zealous cuts the conversation short, deciding they should probably wrap this up and keep the talk for later. He leaps into the air as the massive skeletal hand smashes into the ground behind him. The rest of the group watches with their hearts in their throats, wondering if he really can take this thing down alone. Zealous casts Ice Flower, freezing the massive undead mid-swing. The skeleton Kaiser gets completely encased in frost, turning into a giant, brittle ice sculpture. Before it can even think about thawing out, Zealous winds up for a finishing blow. He lands a solid hit, letting the vibrational waves from his strike do all the real work. The whole massive frame of the Kaiser just shatters into a million pieces under the pressure. The giant monster is finally gone, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of dust and debris. Iris and the others are stunned. Zealous just handled a boss-level demon like it was nothing more than a minor annoyance. Zealous lets out a tired sigh, admitting to himself that he knew it wouldn't be a particularly tough fight. He tells the group to keep an eye on the entrance and prepare to fight off anything else that tries to crawl out. Despite the danger, he decides he's going to head deeper inside alone to scout the place out. As he steps into the darkness, the ancient ruins feel even creepier from the inside. He conjures a small light spell, only to find the ground littered with more old bones and corpses. Skeletons start picking themselves up off the floor, ready to defend their home. He's not even surprised at this point. It's basically standard procedure for a dungeon like this. He lets out another shining nova, blasting the immediate area with holy light. With the trash mobs cleared, he starts hunting for the central control room. Outside the gate, more trouble is brewing as a group of mercenaries starts making a scene about being left behind. The dwarves aren't having any of it, calling them spineless and refusing to let them anywhere near the ruins. The argument gets cut short when someone spots a couple of figures staggering out from the shadows. Everyone is shocked to see the missing mercenaries, Makos and Borchanov, are actually still alive. But their relief is short-lived as one of the men just slumps over, looking completely drained. The group is horrified when they realize what's actually happening to the survivors. They aren't just tired, they're actively transforming into ghouls right in front of everyone. More ghouls and skeletons start pouring out from behind the door, catching the remaining workers off guard. Iris and Jean jump into action, determined to hold the line while the others retreat. Iris unleashes an air burst spell, blowing back a whole wave of the encroaching undead. Jean smashes through a ghoul with her shield, warning the others that these things are way more stubborn than they look. Rena tells everyone to be careful as they try to keep the chaos from spreading. Iris wastes no time, shouting Purification Force as she unleashes a wave of holy energy to knock back the ghouls. One of the former mercenaries lets out an agonized scream as the light tears through the darkness inside him. She spins her staff in a blur of motion, moving with a speed that catches everyone off guard. "There!" she cries, delivering a punishing blow that sends another ghoul reeling. She follows up with a rapid-fire series of strikes, showing off her intense physical training. With a final bam, she slams the butt of her staff into her opponent's chest. The survivors can hardly believe their eyes, wondering if they're watching a master of some long-lost martial art. Iris thinks back to when Zealous suggested she train with the giant chickens to improve her combat reflexes. She vividly remembers being absolutely pummeled by the massive birds during their brutal practice sessions. But those lessons stuck. She learned how to read an opponent's rhythm through her entire body. Preparing for the finishing blow, she charges up her most powerful purification spell, Shining Gazer. The resulting blast of light is so intense that the ghouls are instantly neutralized, collapsing in heaps. Iris strikes a cheerful victory pose, while the rest of the group is just relieved she's on their side. Deeper in the ruins, Zealous is having a much quieter time, calmly walking through a horde of skeletons. He clears a path with lighting lane, sending arcs of electricity through the rattling bones. He's looking for the city's main consulate, betting the control room is hidden directly beneath it. It's strange that there aren't any actual demons around yet, but he isn't going to lower his guard. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks at the sight of a sleek, futuristic-looking air rider magic bike. He knows stealing is a crime, but it's way too cool to leave behind, so into the inventory it goes. He finally reaches the center of town and spots the entrance to the consulate's lower levels. The architecture down here is incredibly advanced, looking more like a sci-fi movie than a fantasy world. The sight of more corpses littering the floor reminds him that this place was once a scene of true disaster. He finds the main control panel and realizes the light crystal power source has simply run out. Fortunately, he's well prepared and pulls a fresh magic crystal from his bag. As soon as the new stone is in place, the panel hums to life with a brilliant blue glow. The automated system of the 7th City Etherland begins its activation sequence. The display indicates it will take about an hour for the entire city's systems to fully reboot. A sharp alarm starts blaring, warning of an immediate level of magical emergency. The system identifies an invader named Puel, and Zealous feels a massive pressure filling the room. The city's lights flicker and flare to life, cutting through the centuries of darkness. Zealous senses something appearing right behind him, the air crackling with dark energy. A thick cloud of black mist begins to solidify into a humanoid shape. An arrogant voice sneers at him, calling him a vulgar human as the mist clears. The demon Puel steps forward with a mocking smile, greeting Zealous as if they were old friends. The students are back at the academy, griping about how their master's magic is way too complicated to even try and copy. Now that their escort mission is officially wrapped up, they start wondering where Professor Zealous Merlin wandered off to. One of them figures he's probably just back home, working the fields and enjoying a quiet retirement. Little do they know, the old man is currently staring down a silver-haired demon in the middle of some ancient ruins. The guy, who goes by Puel, gives Zealous a creepy little welcome to what he calls his castle. He says his name is just a pseudonym, so honestly, Zealous can call him whatever he feels like. Zealous isn't fooled by the polite talk. He can feel the pure murderous intent radiating off the demon. These things are born from the grudges of the dead, and this ruined city is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for them. Puel drops the act and promises to eat him, but Zealous just tells him to stop with the bad jokes. The demon lunges instantly, his claws clashing hard against the professor's staff in a shower of sparks. He's actually surprised that a mere human could block a hit like that. Puel follows up with a rapid-fire flurry of strikes, but Zealous parries them all like he's just going through a routine. Zealous reminds him that he's actually a lot stronger than he looks, which clearly starts to get under Puel's skin. Frustrated, the demon summons a massive spectral skull that lets out a bone-chilling roar. Zealous takes a second to admire the vocal showcase before preparing his own counterattack. He fires off black lightning bullets, dark orbs of energy that zip across the room with a crackle. Puel sees them coming and prepares to dodge, realizing this next attack is the real deal. He weaves through the lightning orbs, but they're moving a lot faster than he expected. Zealous warns him that touching those balls is a very bad idea. One of them detonates right next to him, and the demon lets out a scream as the electricity cooks him. The blast clears, and Zealous is a bit annoyed he didn't land a direct hit. He figures the guy won't go down easy after living in a magical pool for so long. Puel glares back, admitting that demons can be a real pain to deal with when they're this persistent. He's more tempted than ever to kill Zealous, but the professor is more worried about getting back to great homework. Zealous pulls out a delayed technique called Shining Gazer, and a massive magic circle starts glowing under the demon. A pillar of pure light erupts from the ground, catching Puel completely off guard in a massive explosion. The shockwave levels the surrounding ruins, sending debris flying everywhere. Puel is sent reeling, his fancy white suit scorched and blood dripping from his mouth. He's shocked that he's actually feeling the effects of purification magic. Zealous just smiles, noting that the spell was at least enough to weaken him a bit. But the demon isn't done yet. He tells the human not to get too full of himself. His body starts to grotesquely mutate, his muscles bulging and his shirt ripping to shreds. Zealous just mocks the new look, saying he looks like a generic villain from a comic book. That really strikes a nerve. Puel roars and smashes into the building where Zealous was standing. The entire ruined city starts to rumble as the two of them trade massive, building-level blows. Outside, the students hear the chaos and realize their teacher is really going at it in there. One student explains that with all the miasma and corpses around, a demon born here would be incredibly powerful. They worry that Zealous is fighting a monster like that all on his own. Looking at the destruction, it's clear the fight is getting pretty vicious. Back inside, Zealous stays calm, his eyes locked on the transformed beast as it prepares to charge again. Another series of explosions rocks the ruins, throwing up clouds of dust and debris. The monstrous Puel lunges forward, screaming at the human to just hurry up and die. Zealous takes a deep breath, deciding it's finally time to stop holding back and get serious. He starts weaving a delayed technique, moving with a speed that the demon can't even track. A barrage of high-tier spells, black lightning bullets, volcanic gazer, and ice dispersal hits all at once in a massive chain reaction. Puel lets out an agonizing scream as he's pelted by the multi-elemental assault. The professor follows up with gravity burst and wind dragon storm surge, pinning the demon down with overwhelming pressure. Puel can only watch in horror as more spells like Absolute Zero and Prominence Nova rain down on him, unable to comprehend where all this power is coming from. A final, blinding explosion rocks the entire ruined city, leveling everything in the vicinity. Zealous exhales, admitting it's been quite a while since he actually had to go all out like that. He stares at the settling dust, fairly certain that the demon has been completely obliterated. Suddenly, a massive snake tail lunges out of the smoke, coiling around Zealous before he can even react. Puel's voice hisses from the shadows, mocking him for letting his guard down and promising to strangle the life out of him. Zealous just smirks and calls him an idiot as a massive magic circle, for another, shining nova, starts glowing right beneath them. Puel panics, asking if he's insane enough to blow himself up along with the demon. The blast erupts, a sphere of pure light that consumes everything in its path. Zealous is thrown back by the force of the detonation, his cape fluttering as he flies through the air. He lands safely on his feet, watching the dust settle over the crater he just created. He looks down at a cracked straw doll in his hand, the same high-level substitution trick that saved his life. Wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead, he figures the demon has to be dead for real this time. Zealous reflects on how useful those substitute dolls are, even if it feels a little dodgy using the same technique as a certain priestess. Deciding to finish the job properly, he figures this is a perfect time to just purify the entire city in one go. He calls upon Purification Sanctuary, casting a wide-reaching spell that starts to wash away the dark miasma. A wave of holy light ripples outward, restoring the natural mana to the ruins and cleansing the air. Watching from a distance, the students are in awe, realizing the old man actually managed to pull off a win. Zealous lets out a sigh of relief, glad that one major task is finally off his plate. Looking around the ruins, he notes how much the city resembles the modern world, making the whole situation even stranger. A student wonders about the difference between heroes like them and actual reincarnated people like Zealous. Zealous explains his theory. Heroes are summoned by the gods from other worlds, including their own. The girl listens intently, trying to wrap her head around how they could be considered similar entities, yet so different. He mentions getting a weird email from a goddess when he first arrived, which laid out some of the game's secret lore. Essentially, the victims of the game's shutdown were reincarnated here with all their data intact. And that's them. He points out that while reincarnated players can learn any skill they want, a hero's basic structure is fixed from start. Worse, it seems the people of this world, including heroes, have a hard level cap of 500. Only those with the limit break skill can push past level 1000, which explains why the power gaps are so massive. Zealous warns that the so-called for gods are likely taking advantage of how fast they can level up. The girl is still floored that someone could actually reach level 1800, but Zealous just shrugs it off as there not being many X-players around. They walk through the ruins, the bustling sound of the excavation crew in the distance. Creston, an elder official, shows him a chest full of cursed magic tools and jewelry they recovered. He asks Zealous if there's anything he can do about the dangerous aura coming off the loot. Creston admits he didn't expect the professor to come in person, but he's relieved to have the help. Zealous pulls out a special crystal used for purification, explaining that it's a powerful, one-time, disposable item. He tells Creston to step back as he prepares to use the prototype he created during his training. He drops the crystal into the chest, and a brilliant flash of light instantly cleanses the cursed items. Creston is delighted to see the cursed remains have been completely purified, marveling at how much resentment must have been trapped within them. Zealous hands over a few more crystals, mentioning he has plenty left. Creston takes them eagerly, noting that these will be a huge help in investigating the ruins further. Zealous announces he's going to check out the site's management system before anyone else messes with it. Creston quickly joins him, reminding him that the ruins are technically under his jurisdiction. They find a terminal, and Zealous activates it with a simple click. Holographic screens spring to life, leaving Zealous impressed by how technologically advanced this ancient civilization actually was. Creston mentions the legend that an evil god destroyed this civilization, prompting Zealous to wonder how mere heroes could have possibly defeated such a high-tech society. Zealous considers a darker possibility, that the heroes weren't saviors, but were perhaps coerced by the evil god because they desperately wanted to return to their own world. He reflects on the four gods who summon heroes, suspecting their motives are far from benevolent. He decides he needs to find a way to stop their summoning cycle for good. Zealous explains to Creston that summoning a hero isn't just magic. It's forcibly piercing a hole in space-time, which inevitably causes disastrous side effect for the world. The system suddenly displays a world map, visualizing the flow of magic. Zealous is shocked to realize the ancients even had a satellite network capable of monitoring the entire planet. Zealous commands the system to report on the current status of the world's ley lines. The system responds, noting that while the ley lines are stable overall, certain areas are experiencing an unusual stagnation of magic power due to artificial manipulation. Creston points at a specific location on the map, his eyes widening in disbelief as he realizes they're looking down at the holy kingdom of Métis from the sky. Zealous narrows his eyes, focusing on the area where all the world's magic is being concentrated, the great temple where the heroes are summoned. The computer details how the world's magic power is rapidly depleting, specifically at points it calls dragon holes. A warning screen appears, stating that the total depletion of magic will lead to the death of most organisms and trigger a devastating, planet-wide climate collapse. The gravity of the situation hits Creston hard. Zealous quickly asks the system if it can identify the exact cause of this catastrophic magic drain. The system confirms that every 30 years, there's a suspicious surge in magic consumption at fixed coordinate points where magic is naturally concentrated. Zealous connects the dots. The four gods summon heroes every 30 years, and that process is what's literally draining the life out of the world. Creston panics, realizing they are headed for total extinction if this continues. He begs Zealous to find a way to stop it. Zealous asks the system if there's any way to manipulate the ley lines to redirect the magic away from the temple. Zealous asks the system to restore the ley line by activating the city's ancient functions. Instead of simple flow adjustment, beep echoes as a prompt appears. The attack satellite Metatron has been successfully activated. Zealous freezes, his heart sinking as he stares at the word attack on the screen. Outside, the ground begins to rumble and shake violently. The students at the camp are thrown into a panic, wondering what on earth is happening. Zealous realizes Metatron isn't just a management tool. It's an orbital anti-ground combat weapon. Creston is terrified, asking if he's really about to nuke the Great Temple. Zealous frantically tries to abort the sequence, but the system informs him that stopping a launch midway is impossible. As the countdown begins, Zealous shouts at the system to at least reduce the output to its absolute minimum of 10%. Far above the atmosphere, the ancient satellite aligns itself and fires a concentrated beam of destructive energy down toward the planet. A massive explosion rocks the distant horizon as the beam makes impact, engulfing the targeted area in a sphere of pure light. In the city of Métis, citizens scream in terror as buildings are torn apart by the shockwave of the orbital strike. The religious leaders are caught completely off guard, their sanctuary crumbling around them as the heavenly wrath descends. A massive cloud of dust and debris billows into the sky, marking the spot where the Great Temple once stood. Back at the terminal, the display shows a direct hit on the summoning camp. Zealous and Creston stand in stunned silence, their mouths hanging open as they process the scale of the accident they just caused. Zealous awkwardly clears his throat, pointing out that, well, at least they can't summon any more heroes for the time being. The system chimes again, announcing that as of this date, Zealous has been certified as the Chief Administrative Officer of the management system. Zealous can only stare in horror. Creston, sweat dropping, decides right then and there that it's probably best if they never, ever speak of this to anyone. Somewhere far away, a figure with long blonde hair watches the smoke rise from the ruins of the temple. This is Aquilata, one of the four gods. She is shocked to see their critical summoning site has been completely obliterated. She looks up at the sky, her expression hardening. She doesn't feel any divinity behind the attack, leaving her to wonder if it was an ancient weapon from the time of the fall. Another spirit, Freres, skips toward her in a maid outfit, asking cheerfully how things are going, only to be stopped by the grim scene. Aquilata explains the situation. A human has somehow reactivated a man-made weapon from outer space and attacked them, something that should have been impossible for the people of this world. Aquilata's mind races as she surveys the destruction, concluding that only a hero who survived the past or a new reincarnated person could possess such devastating power. Freres' initial shock quickly turns into a murderous rage. She shouts that they absolutely cannot allow a reincarnated person to run wild in this world, declaring they should just kill them all. Aquilata admits she made a grave error in letting the humans manage the reincarnation process. She realizes with a tisk that they, who are essentially just mutated fairies, are no match for someone with that level of strength. Looking down at the shattered remains of the Great Temple, Freres asks what their next move should be since they can't summon any more heroes. Aquilata coldly states they must crush anyone who gets in their way. Freres gleefully agrees to the killing spree, but then pauses with a confused huh. She wonders how they'll actually find the reincarnated ones, since they look just like normal humans. Aquilata leans back with a sinister smirk, deciding to pass the burden to the humans. She plans to issue an oracle so the mortals will do the dirty work of disposing of those who wrong their god. Freres is overjoyed by the clever plan, laughing as she realizes they're going to leave all the troublesome hunting to the humans themselves. With their malicious course set, the two spirits head off toward the human realm to deliver their false prophecy. The smoke continues to billow from the crater where the summoning site once stood, leaving nothing but a painful reminder of the satellite's power. The once magnificent Great Temple of Mart Handle has been reduced to a pile of smoldering ruins, leaving the survivors in a state of complete shock. News of the catastrophe reaches the old cathedral, where the high-ranking clergy of the Holy Kingdom of Métis gather with grim expressions. Before the assembly, a holy woman delivering the oracle from the four gods announces that a divine message has been received. She explains that the blinding pillar of light from the other day was the work of a reincarnated being, a soul sent by the gods of another world who has begun tampering with ancient relics. The oracle's decree is clear and merciless. These reincarnated beings are to be hunted down and condemned immediately for their transgressions. One of the priests, looking concerned, addresses the woman as Saint Marianne, asking if she knows where these beings are or how many have infiltrated their world. Saint Marianne can only offer a vague answer, but she warns that according to the oracle, these reincarnated individuals possess power that rivals the heroes of old. The clergy exchange nervous glances, realizing the threat they face. The Pope demands they come up with a concrete plan to subdue these divine enemies. After dismissing Saint Marianne, the Pope turns to his subordinates to discuss the fallout of the temple's destruction. The Pope is visibly sweating, venting his frustration. They're being asked to fight people as strong as heroes, but they've lost their only means of summoning more heroes to defend themselves. A younger priest tries to calm him, suggesting they use their current heroes to track the reincarnated ones while they focus on rebuilding the nation's strength. The Pope scowls, cursing the gods of the other world for their unnecessary interference in bringing these reincarnated souls into their realm. Raising his hand in a grand gesture, the Pope declares a new holy mission. He orders an immediate decree to be sent to all heroes: find the reincarnated divine enemy at any cost. Back at the academy, Zealous lets out a heavy sigh, clutching his head in frustration as the proclamation for divine punishment echoes across the land. Iris watches him from behind, tilting her head in confusion.